Good morning, and we start with reverse poetry.
In 2024, the entire gaming establishment looked at a small Korean studio and decided to make an example of them. Journalists sharpened their knives, activists organized their campaigns, and somewhere in the halls of PlayStation, executives started sending emails about what needed to change before this game would be permitted to exist the way its creators intended. The crime, as far as the machine was concerned, was
Existing.
straightforward. They had made something beautiful, technically brilliant, and wholly unapologetic, and had greeted every suggestion that they should be otherwise with complete indifference. What followed is one of the most remarkable stories in gaming in the last decade. Most people only caught half of it. Round 1 was survival. Round 2, which began 4 weeks ago, is a different animal entirely. Whatever cultural shorthand we use for this medium, games are not a footnote. They are the boldest creative endeavor humans have sustained at scale. The place where the most ambitious ideas about beauty, struggle, and what it means to move through a world with genuine agency get pursued with a relentlessness that older mediums simply cannot match. Film shows you the hero. Games make you the hero. Which is precisely why the greatest creative instincts have always gravitated here. The desire to render something genuinely beautiful, to architect worlds that produce real feeling, to drop a player into the oldest conflict in art, the sublime against the grotesque, human beauty pressing forward while the monstrous tries to drag it under. Stellar Blade is doing exactly that, with full awareness of what it's doing. Eve is not a design accident or a marketing calculation. She is a deliberate artistic statement. Human beauty rendered at full conviction, set against a world of corrupted, grotesque things that exist in explicit contrast to everything she represents. That opposition is the work. You cannot feel the transcendent without the monstrous pressing back against it. You cannot appreciate the light without understanding what darkness actually looks like. It is the same instinct that filled Renaissance ceilings with angels locked in proximity to demons, that drove Greek sculptors to perfect the human form precisely because the civilization around them was brutal and impermanent. Shift Up understood this at a foundational level, committed to it without reservation, and the establishment, the journalists, the platform executives, the entire cultural apparatus that had spent a decade methodically making gaming safer, blander, and more apologetic, encountered that commitment and decided it was the problem. In 2024, Shift Up was a mid-sized studio from Seoul. No household name in the West, no existing console fanbase to fall back on. Just years of disciplined work building toward a single moment, and a mobile game called Nikke, keeping the lights on while they got there. Everything was riding on one number. Stellar Blade was not interested in hedging. Eve carries the kind of aesthetic confidence that the establishment had spent years systematically discouraging, a visual and artistic philosophy rooted in the conviction that beauty is worth pursuing on its own terms, without apology, without the footnotes the industry had come to expect. Every element of it felt authored by people who actually believed in something, who had looked at a decade of increasingly cautious, committee-approved game design and decided to go in the exact opposite direction. The moment it became visible, the machine oriented toward it. What emerged from establishment gaming media in the weeks that followed bore little resemblance to criticism. It was prosecution, a verdict assembled before the evidence was fully in. The game stood accused of aesthetic confidence, of the male gaze, of failing to perform the appropriate contrition for its own existence. Critics who had spent years celebrating transgression in other forms found this particular transgression intolerable. The audience that had been waiting for exactly this kind of game was made to feel, through a sustained and coordinated effort, that their enthusiasm itself was the tell of something shameful. Then came the pressure from Sony. Changes to outfits.
That last part he just said is exactly why it was so wild and double standardish to see how hard they basically simped and like glazed RE9 for like how they depicted Leon. It flew right in the face of every single thing that they said to basically demonize people for being fans of the Eve character. It was like the ultimate double standard.
Adjustments to assets. The granular details remain behind closed doors, as they always do when platforms flex their leverage. But the shape of what happened was legible enough. Sony Interactive Entertainment had already relocated its global headquarters from Tokyo to San Francisco in 2016. The executives making platform decisions, the ones with the institutional leverage to reach into a studio's creative process and reshape it, they were operating from California, inside American cultural anxieties, answerable to American institutional logic. The pressure on Shift Up did not originate in Tokyo. It came from San Mateo. Japan's own gaming establishment had long since drifted into that same orbit. Legacy publishers spending decades contorting themselves toward Western approval until the contortion became their natural posture. Mikami's own
That's a good way to word
studio
it.
ended up inside Microsoft. We will come back to that. But the institution that came for Shift Up was Western in every way that actually mattered, and a studio that had built its creative identity entirely outside that gravitational field felt no particular pull toward accommodating it. There is something the establishment has never learned to account for. It can shape the conversation, has always been extraordinarily efficient at doing exactly that. It can poison the critical consensus, seed the discourse, make enthusiasm feel like embarrassment. What it cannot do, has never been able to do, is speak for the people when the people have already made up their minds. A million voices moving in the same direction cannot be redirected by the institutions that presumed to lead them. The gatekeepers write the narrative. They do not write the ending. While the discourse ran its course, the verdicts, the think pieces, the sustained attempt to make enthusiasm for this game feel like a character flaw, players were doing something the establishment had not predicted. They showed up for exactly what the establishment had attacked, not despite the boldness, because of it. Because in a medium built for the pursuit of the boldest human ideas, players recognize authenticity on contact, and they had been starved of it long enough to know immediately what they were holding. Stellar Blade sold over 6 million copies across PlayStation 5 and PC, a studio's first console release. No inherited Western audience. Launched into a market that the people professionally responsible for shaping its tastes had spent weeks actively working to poison. 6 million copies. The IPO came next. $320 million raised. Shares surging nearly 50% on the first day of trading. Demand running at 266 times the number of shares available. The studio that the industry had positioned as a cautionary tale was now valued at over $2.5 billion. Not on a platform holder's conditional goodwill, not on access that could be revoked, on the back of players who had decided, with their own money, that this was worth backing, and a market that agreed with them overwhelmingly. Publishing teams, localization infrastructure, marketing capabilities built from the ground up. They even listed a Stellar Blade Platinum Trophy among the genuine qualifications for certain open roles. Then, on April 1st, 2026, they made their real move. The full acquisition of Unbound, the Tokyo studio founded by Shinji Mikami after he walked away from Tango Gameworks, itself long since absorbed into the Bethesda and then Microsoft apparatus. Mikami, the architect of Resident Evil, the producer of Devil May Cry, the director of The Evil Within. 100% of shares, complete integration. All future titles published by Shift Up. A legend who spent decades navigating the machinery of large institutions, watching a studio he founded get swallowed by the same gravitational forces pulling the entire industry towards safety and sameness, chose the challengers. He chose the studio that refused to kneel. His words on finding himself here: "I don't think I've ever been in a situation where, as a creator, our wavelengths and direction align this closely." That word, wavelengths. It is doing more work than it appears. Mikami is not describing a professional arrangement. He is describing a shared orientation toward what this medium is supposed to be. A mutual belief that games are where the boldest human ideas go to be tested at full force, not softened, not approved by committee, not adjusted until they offend nobody and move nobody. He spent decades inside institutions that had forgotten that. He left, and the studio he found on the other side is one that had just proven, at the cost of enormous pressure and against the full weight of establishment opposition, that it had never forgotten it at all. The Shift Up CEO framed the deal explicitly around building global publishing capabilities, the infrastructure to reach players on their own terms, without the intermediaries who had once used their position to demand creative concessions. And this is where we return to what was said earlier about Mikami's former studio, about Japan's legacy publishers, about the long institutional drift toward Western approval. Because what Shift Up is building is the direct answer to all of it. Not a studio that asks permission, not a publisher that filters creative vision through an ideological lens. An operation built from the ground up on the belief that the boldest idea, executed with full conviction, is always the right bet, and that the only approval worth having is the one 6 million people already gave them. With Stellar Blade 2 almost certainly arriving day one across PC and multiple platforms, the architecture of exclusivity that once gave the gatekeepers their leverage is being dismantled brick by brick. And the CEO's openness about using generative AI as a creative tool is not a footnote to any of this. It is the purest expression of the same philosophy that produced Eve in the first place. The same studio that looked at a decade of committee-approved, risk-managed, ideologically sanitized game design and went in the exact opposite direction, is now looking at the most powerful, most contested, most frontier-pushing creative technology in a generation, and doing what it has always done: running toward it. This is precisely where the establishment reveals itself most completely. Not in the pressure they applied to Shift Up, not in the critical consensus they tried to manufacture around Stellar Blade, but here, in their relationship with AI, where the cowardice is so total and so transparent that it becomes almost instructive. Studios using generative AI quietly for brainstorming, for QA, for texture upscaling, for
He's
every
right there.
invisible task that improves their product. And then stepping in front of cameras to pledge their creative souls against it, issuing statements, signing clauses, performing principle while practicing the opposite. Because genuine engagement with the technology...
Stop doing that.
requires genuine
Stop
risk.
doing that. Stop doing
And
everything you're
genuine
doing.
risk
Thank you,
is
Jesus.
the one thing the machine spent a decade systematically eliminating from itself.
Need to fucking thin the herd.
The word of the moment. The accusation that ends conversations before they begin. And yes, AI produces imperfect results right now. But the people throwing that word around have apparently forgotten that 99% of everything humans have ever made is slop, too. The 1% that endures came from iteration, from people who refused to stop, who pushed the imperfect tool further than anyone thought it could go, who mastered it until it became something extraordinary. AI is no different. Imperfection at the frontier is not a verdict on the technology. It is where every transformative tool begins. Humanity did not crawl out of the Stone Age and arrive at modernity by treating new capability as a threat to be managed. Our ancestors built civilizations by running straight at the frontier, getting burned and mastering the thing that burned them. The ones who called fire dangerous were not wrong. They just never learned to control. And a decade from now, the studios that chose optics over engagement, safety over boldness, committee consensus over the relentless pursuit of the hardest available idea, they will find themselves exactly where the legacy publishers who spent the 2010s contorting toward Western approval find themselves today. Irrelevant, hollowed out, unable to trace the moment the world moved on without them. Shift Up made the other choice. Mikami made the other choice. They always have. The shape of this story is ancient. A Goliath in full institutional armor, the leverage, the distribution, the critical apparatus, the cultural authority accumulated over decades of being the only game in town, bearing down on something smaller, more exposed, and utterly unwilling to accommodate. What Goliath consistently miscalculates is the army standing behind the sling. 6 million people who looked at everything the establishment said about this game and decided, with full information, that they disagreed. Who showed up not just as consumers, but as believers. And in doing so, handed a mid-sized studio from Seoul the resources to go public, construct its own publishing operation, recruit its own community into the work, and bring one of the most creatively uncompromising figures in gaming history into its corner. David didn't just survive. David struck back. And now it falls to us, everyone who bought it, argued for it, shared it when the machine was working hard to make that recommendation feel like an embarrassment, to keep doing exactly what we have been doing. Show up for the studios willing to build something real. Back the ones who treat creative conviction as non-negotiable. Make the market loud enough that the gatekeepers become a footnote. The establishment has always owned the discourse, the reviews, the narratives, the quiet institutional pressure that shapes what gets made and what gets buried. That machinery runs without interruption, and it will keep running long after this video ends. What it has never owned, and never will, is the people. Keep proving it. If you want to see more videos like this, drop a comment and let me know. And as always, a massive thank you to everyone who watched, liked, commented, donated, subscribed.
Cool. Oh, he waited. He waited before he did his full review. Interesting. You know, let's see what he had to say.
This video sponsor, Eureka Ergonomic, is adding new color, upholstery, and even now, more than a week after reviews are out and after the player count on Steam continues to grow and after the user rating on Steam enters the very positive territory after debuting at Mixed, I know there's still so much angst and confusion about what Crimson Desert actually is and whether or not it's actually good. There are so many conflicting takes about the highs and lows of this game, and to be honest with you, most of them are accurate. So in an effort to simplify things,
I knew this guy was still alive.
Crimson Desert is the closest thing we've had to Skyrim since Skyrim. And I don't mean in terms of its setting or its mechanics, because there's actually been quite a few games that tick those boxes. I'm talking about the feeling that Skyrim gave you when you played it for the first time all those years ago, and you know what that feeling was without me even having to explain it. And ask yourself this, what was the storyline of Skyrim? Who were the major characters? How well designed were the boss encounters? Its gameplay systems were numerous, but back then, would you have praised any of them as revolutionary? Would you have described the technical state of the game as polished? Would you even describe it that way 14 years later?
Yeah, I was about to say.
Looking back on Skyrim, none of that shit mattered. at all. What mattered is that Todd and his buddies loosed you on a massive world full of mystery and wonder every time you set foot out your door, and no matter which direction you struck out in, adventure awaited. And every chapter in that story was yours to write and yours alone, and no two people would ever write quite the same. I've seen it said that Crimson Desert is the Dragon's Dogma sequel we never got, but that is not true, because number one, we got a sequel, even though I know that's debatable, but we don't have time for that now. Number two,
Dragon's Dogma 2 is good. Fuck off.
Bare bones experience that's almost entirely predicated on traveling from point A to point B on foot and fighting enemies along the way, and that's basically it. In contrast, Crimson Desert's gameplay systems are so numerous and so robust that it would be nearly impossible to properly list and detail all of them without this video running for like 2 hours. The worst slander I have seen leveled at Crimson Desert, and the one I will simply not tolerate, is the suggestion that this game is a mile wide and an inch deep, that each of its gameplay systems are haphazardly copy and pasted from other games with no thought or effort put into making them truly rewarding in their own right. If you take nothing else away from this review, then take only this. That is a lie. While some of them are totally busted and all of them are imperfect and messed up in their own annoying sort of way, almost all of the gameplay systems offered here denote care and thought and ambition, and when you turn your attention to them, you're more often than not going to be surprised and impressed by how much each of these systems have to offer and how rewarding they are. But separate from that laundry list of stuff is that very rare, very precious thing where a world beckons you, and when you heed its call, it almost never disappoints. A world that at first feels a little generic and well-trodden eventually blossoms into something so wondrous and surprising and unique, all the more so for how strangely it's all been put together. And I think this is the thing that makes Crimson Desert feel truly stand out. Amidst an endless sea of open-world action-adventure RPGs that all seem to follow the template set down by Bethesda and Ubisoft, Crimson Desert is designed with a different open world design syntax. It has map markers, but it doesn't feel like a Ubisoft game. It has survival elements and Ultra Hand, but it doesn't feel like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. It has punishing boss encounters, but it doesn't feel like Elden Ring. The game started out as an MMO, but pivoted to become a single-player game, and rather than be hamstrung by that awkward transition,
Equipable on
Crimson
gloves.
Desert benefits greatly
Does that mean
from
that
it,
that'll just
because
come
the
out?
scope of
Well,
its
the
world
weapon's
and
out
breadth
and
of
it's
its
coming
game
out.
systems allows us to experience many of the highs offered by MMOs without any of the annoying, grindy, time-wasting bullshit that often makes the genre inaccessible to many. The result is an open-world formula that feels truly unique, no small feat given how many of these sorts of games exist and how samey they can start to feel. All of the criticisms you have heard about Crimson Desert are spot on, but just like Skyrim, history will soon forget those shortcomings, and if history does remember them at all, they'll likely be celebrated as the awkward and inevitable offcuts that are trimmed from something as ambitious as this.
That's
the clay that was
accurate.
removed and all that. Yes, the game will be patched and its rough edges smoothed back, but those patches will not be the reason that sentiment on Crimson Desert shifts so swiftly. It will instead be because, in spite of all its brokenness and awkwardness and weirdness, the sense of possibility, wonder, and adventure that sits at the heart of this is lightning. It's only been successfully bottled a few times before, and Pearl Abyss have done it here with Crimson Desert.
Well, that's sorted.
Have you been sent to town?
We know where he's headed. We should press the advantage while we have it.
Alright, let's start by ripping the band-aid off. Crimson Desert Story. By now, you will have probably heard that Crimson Desert Story isn't very good. I can all but guarantee you that no matter what you might have heard, the story is actually worse. It's so bad that even the CEO of Pearl Abyss was like, yeah, nah, that's not very good. Even Cliff's voice actor, who we had on the podcast, while reading his lines handed to him by Pearl Abyss staff, he was like, yes, but what is actually happening? No one knows, Alec. No one knows, but let's try to make some sense of it. You play as Cliff, spelt with a K. In earlier versions of the script, this character was actually called McDuff, and honestly, I'm kind of devastated that they changed it because we could have been calling him Duff Man this entire time. Cliff is a leader in the Greymane Warband, who appear to be nondescript good guys despite being foul-mouthed brawlers, some of them fouler-mouthed than others. Looking at you, Jan.
Suppose we can safely fuck off now.
After being attacked by the rival Black Bears faction, Cliff is definitely killed and then thrown into the river to drift into the afterlife. Only that's not what happens. Cliff is somehow reconstituted, given a magic bracelet that can lift things, introduced to some D&D style wizards who give him a creepy looking wingsuit and task him with the important job of saving the world, without ever being too specific about what the threat is, who was responsible for it, and what Cliff needs to actually do. What follows is exactly 12 chapters and roughly 85 hours of the most bizarrely stapled together storytelling you've experienced in a AAA story-led video game. It'd be one thing if this game was just a sandbox similar to the way that Dragon's Dogma was, but this is a game that has a lot of cutscenes and a lot of dialogue, and honestly the best thing I can say about most of them is that there's a fast forward button that lets you play it at 2x speed, like watching a YouTube video when the person takes too long to get to the point. And yes, I know most of you are watching this at 2x speed. That joke was meant to be self-deprecating. I'm exaggerating a little in the sense that there are things to be enjoyed about these cutscenes. Voice acting is a good example. It's a seriously fantastic voice acting cast. No one turns in a bad performance. Everyone is selling their role perfectly. Hell, half the time I can feel the actors chewing the scenery even when they have minor roles. I often found myself thinking, damn, what a shame to waste such talent on such wafer-thin storytelling.
I hope you live up to the legends.
I don't aim to disappoint.
Quite the quick tongue.
And it really is the storytelling to blame here, because one of the things that works well here is the moment-to-moment writing, the dialogue. The overarching plot is essentially non-existent, but at some point these individual scenes were handed over to localizers who low-key crushed it, infusing each character with personality and making their dialogue believable. The plot cannot possibly immerse you, but these characters and their interactions can and will. And I found myself coming to really like a number of the characters I'd met, despite the fact that anytime they spoke about the actual plot, their words seemed to evaporate the instant they uttered them, because while the game's characters may pretend to care about what's going on, it's very clear that Pearl Abyss's writers didn't. Clearly, the story here is a victim of the difficult development process this game went through. It started out its life as an MMORPG, and you can see that in the different biomes, the different races, the approach to things like factions and territory and economy, etc. MMOs, by their very nature, often have very disjointed, biome-driven approaches to storytelling, where you arrive at a new location to begin a series of quests that each have their own characters and their own unique mechanics, etc. This is exactly what Crimson Desert's approach to storytelling is. It's 12 chapters, and each one of them sends you to some new section of the map, and each one introduces you to new supporting NPCs, and each one has new enemies to fight and new mechanics to contend with, and they're all largely self-contained stories with only the loosest connection to the overarching plot. Do not think of Crimson Desert as one story. Think of it as more like 10 stories. None of them are good, by the way. I want to be clear about that. But that's honestly the best way to go into this so that you don't end up being disappointed. 3 things I will say in defense of this storytelling though. Number 1, when you surrender to the sort of anthology structure of this saga, it can feel quite novel and liberating given how much diversity it serves up. It starts to feel almost like a procedural TV show where Cliff is this wandering free sword who rolls into villages to fix the problem of the week before riding off into the sunset when his work is done. In my head
in a Mad Max
Cliff
way.
is actually in Westworld. You know that HBO TV show that had the incredible season 1 and then ... I imagine Cliff jumping into these storylines and settings because they're all theme parks purpose-built for his personal hero fantasy, and while this main campaign will still run you in excess of 80 hours, these discrete story arcs are a nice way to compartmentalize the experience. I think it would have been better had it all been seamlessly connected, absolutely, but there was also this cheeky thrill that would kick in when the screen wipe happened, denoting the start of a new act, and your first thought would be, I wonder what's next, because it could be literally anything, and it will be literally anything other than what you expect it to be. Secondly, one of the things I loved about this campaign experience was how much the theme of each act shone through, even if its storytelling didn't. Each of the acts have their own distinct characters and plot, and that's all buttressed by the setting and the gameplay mechanics. One act is set in a medieval countryside where you're helping collect sheep and cows and track down lost wagons, and another act is set in a palace court where you're unearthing intrigue through subterfuge and gossip. Another act is a hard code switch to an Eastern-inspired setting starring witches wearing traditional Korean garb, and it sees you doing training montages and fighting martial arts masters, and the one right after that sees you fighting an army of mechanized insects while trying to take down a floating fortress. The connective tissue between these storylines is practically non-existent, and the plot within these storylines isn't much to write home about. But the adventure itself, the things Cliff is doing and the places he's visiting and the foes he's fighting and the unique ways he accomplishes all of his objectives, it's all such silly fun. These chapters are each their own little snow globe that Cliff gets trapped in, and he needs to fight his way out in different ways every time. It's utter nonsense, but it's also just fun, and I enjoyed them, especially the later ones where you begin to move beyond the more traditional feeling starter zone. Finally, and somewhat connected to this, fairly early on, you do reach a point where it becomes obvious that Crimson Desert doesn't have much in the way of storytelling chops, But that's at around the same time that the game begins to open up and the sandbox begins to get its hooks into you. Accepting the fact that Pearl Abyss hasn't written much of a story for you, you grab the pen and start writing by way of your own adventures. Less motivated by the race towards the next big cutscene, you allow yourself more time to explore and get lost in the world. It is a backhanded compliment, but the story being as bad as it is does give you more ownership over your own story, and it does give the sandbox more room to breathe. It would have been nice to have both a banging story and a banging world to explore, but we take what we can get, and luckily the world of Crimson Desert has more than enough to make up for the game's story-related shortcomings, a world so full of secrets and surprises that it allows us to write our own truly memorable, truly unique saga. And where do you even begin when trying to talk about the world design of this video game? Perhaps an easy place to start are the visuals. Now look, you can see for yourself that this is a beautiful video game because you can see all the detail and the draw distances and the color, and it's just immediately striking. What may not come through in any snapshot view of this video game, though, are the more subtle ways that this game is incredibly beautiful, and the way that that beauty translates through to a sense of immersion that very few games can lay claim to. Lighting is perhaps the most notable example. Here in Crimson Desert, nighttime actually means darkness, to the point where you can't really see anything without the aid of torchlight. This naturally creates a more immersive experience when exploring the wilds at night or delving into caves. Most notably, it can really transform the appearance of combat scenarios. Siege battles in this game can be extremely lengthy, and they can begin during the day and be full of vibrant color to the point where they look almost idyllic. When the sun sets though, and with only the fires of nearby burning buildings to illuminate the scene, the same siege takes on a more violent and horrific quality. Everything seems slicker and muddier and more desperate. This also led to one of my favorite moments in the entire game. After a really lengthy siege scenario, I was then tasked with marking these priority targets with special arrows so that nearby artillery could bring them down. As I ran and rode across the fields, I was peering into the darkness trying to spot these things, but it was hard because it was so dark. But then something would take shape in the distance that I needed to hack my way through foes to get a clean shot, and as my arrow hit its mark, a rain of napalm-like fire would engulf the target, lighting up the entire area for a brief moment before everything would return to pitch black darkness. It was a moment that was only possible because of this Black Space engine, which could not only handle dozens of foes on screen at once, but also maintain these huge draw distances while also delivering this lighting that allows for one of the most immersive feeling large-scale battle experiences.
This is exactly the thing. This moment he's describing, this happened to me with the Fish Village, where you first fight the Sea King. When I did that shit, it was at nighttime, and it was in the middle of a fucking complete monsoon downpour thunderstorm. And the entire time, like, the only thing that was lighting up anything up were the fucking lightning strikes and stuff like that. It was great. I was fully into it the entire run.
I can remember having in a video game. Another thing that really sets Crimson Desert apart is its approach to topography. And I know that sounds like a weird talking point, but bear with me. Most games do not have the luxury of being truly ambitious with their topography because either the engine cannot render things at massive scale or the character cannot climb those things because they don't have the ability to scale vertical objects. Crimson Desert doesn't suffer from either of those constraints. The Black Space engine is not only comfortable rendering things at scale, it seems to delight in it, and with the power of this engine, Pearl Abyss have let their geographic megalomania run wild. There are mountains and mazes and spires and expansive caverns, and it creates this landscape where you feel incredibly small because the natural world around you is just so massive. I don't think I've ever felt quite so small in an open world video game, and while most games typically achieve a similar feeling through an expansive horizontal map, Crimson Desert is the first to deliver this feeling both horizontally and vertically, and of course none of it is for show because everything that you see, you can actually go there. While these draw distances and lighting and scale do regularly create a sense of awe and spectacle, I think their most profound impact is kind of the opposite of that stuff. I think your most memorable moments in Crimson Desert won't be the big loud set pieces. I think they're going to be the times when you scale a cliff and look down just to take in the view. No sounds of battle, no NPCs chatting, no yarn yelling in your ear, just you and this world. I remember I was riding through the countryside at night, not really going anywhere, just kind of taking a look around, basking in the glow of a nearby township, eyeing the lamplit castle in the distance. In that moment, I was thinking to myself, God damn, man, this is an incredible looking video game. And that was the exact moment when fireworks shot up in the distance, lighting up the night sky and reminding me of a nearby traveling circus. And yeah, man, like we all catch certain feels when we're playing a certain type of game, and stuff just seems to happen as though it was meant for you and you alone. That was definitely one of those moments for me, and it certainly wasn't the only one during my playthrough. Okay, so the world is really pretty, but that only goes so far. And the reason that people love Crimson Desert as much as they do isn't because it looks really nice, though that helps, and it certainly isn't the story, which we've covered. Instead, it's the very nature of this open world. Its density, its structure, its secrets, its depth, and its utterly unique composition. Yes, it borrows from many other games, but it also adds its own secret herbs and spices to the source. And while you can point to this or that mechanic being borrowed, there's no way that you can come out of the other side of this thinking that Crimson Desert is only the sum of its inspirations. It's a lot more than that. I really think a good starting point is this Twitter thread from Dinga Bakaba of Arcane Studios. He was the game director for Deathloop and is currently directing the upcoming Blade game. It's a long thread, but it's worth it. Here's what he had to say, quote, "Interesting how Crimson Desert functions opposite to most games of this type. Generally, the beginning is magical, and after a while you start to see the strings. Ah, this is close to that game. Oh, this is going to be repeated, etc. But in Crimson Desert, you
the
start
fuck just
with the
happened?
gaminess
Who
front-loaded.
broke him out?
The inspirations, the controls, the systems, it's almost all you see. But after a while, all of this takes a back seat. Magic kicks in and doesn't disappear because you've already accepted the rules / constitutive elements. It's almost like the specific type
Bro,
of immersion
why is
of a
everybody
board
helping
game,
him?
where at first all you see are the board / rules, but then you enter the magic circle properly and the real fun begins. And where it excels is at this point, the game hasn't thrown everything it has in store at you. It keeps on introducing new things, giving more significance to systems and making them interact with each other. It doesn't hurt that most of them are meaty and realized diegetically, and that there's also some tonal liberties with some smartly engineered stupid fun. This coalesces in a singular player journey from game to magic
Get
to
the fuck
discovery.
outta here.
that
Stop
might
trying
be
to
why
help
so
him.
many find investing time in it rewarding and personal. In a time of fast consumption, a game that is sticky because it has friction and not because it's smiley feels amazing, end quote. I think he might have meant either slippery or slimy at the end there, but you do get his point. I start with that quote because I think it's a 100% accurate summary of the journey that many people will go through when they first step into Crimson Desert. You've probably heard that the first 10 hours suck, and I'm going to tell you, they suck big time. I said as much in my preview, and having now experienced the game proper, I can tell you that the first 10 hours are by far and away the worst part of this game, and I think Dinga accurately diagnoses why. Crimson Desert is a remarkably complex, systems-heavy game. Similar to sitting down with a new board game, all you really feel in its opening hours are the systems and the rules that the game is trying to set down for you. It's not until you begin to develop some muscle memory with the controls, and until these game systems start moving in concert with one another, that you start to understand why all of this exists in the way that it does. And again, Dinga makes the point that just because you start to understand things doesn't mean that the learning stops, because not only are you introduced to new things as you go, but you also deepen your understanding of the things that you thought you understood earlier. It really does come back to that age-old maxim. Fun is learning applied, and there's a huge amount to learn in Crimson Desert, and when you invest the time to actually learn it, it's incredibly rewarding. Within that context, let's talk about these controls. Are they as bad as you've heard? Well, it's kind of complicated. Is there a lot of stuff you need to memorize? Absolutely. Is some of it a little awkward and counterintuitive? Absolutely. Would I prefer the controls were simpler? Honestly, not really. It's a huge learning curve to get to grips with this control scheme.
But once you get it, it's great.
A vast moveset at your disposal, allowing you to approach combat and puzzles and exploration in different ways. The ability to climb on things and lift things and burn things. A lot of the game's depth is predicated on Cliff having a variety of tools at his disposal. So while you could have done without some of them, I think the game would have been worse off for it. There is a definite issue with the overall feel of Cliff though. You don't really control him as much as you kind of steer him. You have to kind of mush him along as you would dogs pulling a sleigh, and small
It's not a bad way to put it.
Really Cliff's forte. He has the turning arc of a semi-trailer. While the pain of committing Cliff's expansive moveset to muscle memory eventually fades, the pain of having to physically pilot this lug of a man endures. A patch last week did improve things a little, but I think further improvements could still be made here. What's particularly interesting about these controls is the unique way that they're brought to bear in puzzle-solving scenarios. One really good example is waterfalls. In every single video game ever, the cave behind the waterfall is accessible by just walking through the water. But here in Crimson Desert, trying to do that will send you flying for some unknown reason. Instead, you need to use this very specific combat maneuver to pierce the water, dashing you through to safety. So that's weird, right? Like, why is it like that? I don't know, but it's cool, and it's not the only example. Later puzzles involve you turning stone pylons, and the way you do that is by using that same stabbing maneuver to stick your weapon into the rock so that it can then become the lever that you're pushing. Perhaps my favorite example was one I was really confused by in the preview, a sword flash. You press the two bumper buttons to bring up your sword, and then you press another button to focus the light beam. This is used on occasion during combat to stun enemies, but it's also used to set things alight during puzzle solving. Often you need to burn away brush using this ability so you can access something behind it, but the single best use of this ability is here, when during a siege mission, you're tasked with bringing down these massive archery towers, and the way you do that is by setting them on fire with this ability.
It's funny, I used the cannon displacement. I used the cannon emplacement on the first one, and then I walked up and lit my fucking bows on fire with the small torches that were like around this shit. I think it wasn't until the very last one that I realized I could just use the sword glare the way that he's doing it to like burn them down as well.
Notice how many enemies dropped out of that tower after it collapsed, by the way. Just one of the many examples of how easy it is for this engine to handle both physics and multiple units on screen at once.
True.
But we'll talk more about that in the combat block. Point is, this complex control scheme does not exist as a result of development bloat, where ideas were tossed in at some point and then never pruned back. Instead, they exist in service to a complex game with a unique approach to combat and physics, such that a control scheme like this fully realizes the potential of this sandbox. I'm not saying it's perfect, because yeah, I'm sure it could have been trimmed down at least a little bit and the overall clunkiness could be tidied up, but Crimson Desert's much criticized control scheme is not something that ends up in the cons column when talking about this game. It starts there as you're getting to grips with it, but it soon slides over into the pros column as one of the game's biggest strengths, because it facilitates challenges that are far more demanding and rewarding than most AAA games are willing to offer. And that brings us to another thing that makes Crimson Desert so great. It actually respects your intelligence in a way that precious few modern open world games do. Puzzles, for example. Most of the puzzles in most of the AAA games you play these days don't ask very much of you. But many of the puzzles in Crimson Desert will stump you, and I'm not ashamed to admit that I had to look up solutions to at least a few of them. That wasn't because they were obtusely designed, mind you. Rather, is because I hadn't fully grasped all of the elements of the puzzle-solving sandbox. At first, it felt like I was running into all of these brick walls, but by the end, the puzzle design syntax was second nature to me.
There's like one or two where it's like people figured out shit that you genuinely question how the fuck did they figure it out. But yeah, for the most part, he's right. This is a great review so far. Working right. This customer next to me rip. God damn it.
And I was spending more time experimenting with all the tools at my disposal, such that when I did actually manage to solve the more complex puzzles without the help of a guide, it felt incredibly satisfying. The puzzles aren't the only way that Crimson Desert treats you like an adult. It also assumes that you have patience. And this is where we start to get into all of the economy and progression elements that are so masterfully meted out here. Crimson Desert is not the sort of game where you'll find a sword that does 5 times more damage than your previous sword. It's not a game where you just mindlessly wander around and upgrade materials fall into your lap.
Hang on.
It's saying you here. Yar's planning to find you through Marius. Are your family fast? I've been poking around a bit myself.
You think you can take him on?
Hey, you come all this way. You stopped by the bone pit yet? Supposedly a lad called Muskan is the standing champion.
That horse, son. Killing folks is just sport to him. Vicious bastard, that one.
Power falls into strange hands. and then chaos follows. Ring a bell?
Heading out now.
Thanks, lads. See you around. It's just like what happened in Anand. Well, if it's an artifact at work, why not face him and find out?
Just hold on a second.
I've heard a lot of fucking nightmare stories about this particular fucking quest. So I don't know what to expect here. I know a lot of people said they got their asses handed to them by this guy. Arena tournaments true test of combat evasion, where attacks, evasions, and even grappling are permitted. Oh! Keep your opponent in check with heavy strikes, and when you spot an opening, grapple them to take them down and leave them defenseless. Only those who can skillfully mix attacks and grab techniques using any weapons or attack styles that violate the rules will result.
It's time to show
Hang
off
on.
no weapons, no excuses. Bare fists.
Would they get mad if I put the fucking the imbuement on my grapple? Would that disqualify me by default? Probably. Yeah, you know what? We're just gonna do it legit. I was considering it, but we'll do it legit. We'll do it legit.
Who will be our champion today?
Nice to see that this one.
Time in the arena. You're lucky to fight me.
This one, if I sweep this guy, I won't get fucking DQ'd.
I'm going to prolong it.
Oh. Yep, no DQ this time.
I'm just here for the fun of it.
That was fun.
You've plenty of challenges to face.
Whoa, look at this guy.
I know you. I know all about you.
Yet you're still about to find out. These actually feel like real fights compared to the other tournament. Oh, is that it? 2 fights and then he's in?
all you've got.
Oh, okay, no. I'm guessing this is the guy. Yep, there it is. And there go the fucking gloves.
You think a few easy victories makes you worthy?
Not really.
Sense into ya! Filthy rat! Know your place!
Okay, too big to grapple. Got it.
You survive my fist! Let's see if you can take a hit! Stuck on all you want! The bomb's on ya! Getting interested!
Oh.
Don't tell me that's all you've got.
Try one more time. I don't know if I actually can. Like this is actually a legit one. Oh, they make you do the walk-in every time? That's interesting.
Makes you worthy!
Okay, the cheap shot. Oh, God.
tell me that's all you've got.
You makes you learn some sense into ya.
Oh my god. Fucking parry is so inconsistent, man. I'd love to, but they won't allow it. Okay, you can all. So it doesn't. That one doesn't interrupt the animation at all.
Do you not hunger for more?
It might not be worth blocking the charge move because it doesn't interrupt the animation. He just still gets his hit off. I honestly don't know. I don't know.
Youth makes you worthy. I'll punch sense into ya.
Dude, the block. Oh my god. And every time he does that move, somehow I find a way to bounce off of something, and he gets a fucking wall juggle every single time. It actually doesn't matter where he lands that hit. He like knocks me high enough and far enough that whatever I land on just bounces me and juggles me again, so he gets another free hit. That one actually feels annoying. Like, it's uncanny. There's nothing in the arena outside of those like few pillars, which aren't here right now, by the way. And then the fight starts, and then the pillars are there, and then you can just bounce off of them magically. Okay. Promise you, every single time I'm hitting that fucking parry button. Every single time. And it just picks and chooses when it wants to fucking work. There it is. I'm gonna juggle. Yep. Yep, see? See? I fucking landed, and then I bounced off the ground again into a corner where I juggled off of the wall again. It's like, it doesn't, like, that's the actual superpower on that move, is that it guarantees he's gonna get, like, 3 follow-ups. And all his fucking... his moves all have homing.
Don't tell me that's all you've got.
I don't know. I might let this one go for now, because this is just banging my head against the wall, really not getting any kind of progress done. And you have to pay for every single one of these fights. I'm not trying to burn the bank, just losing.
You make our plans some sense into ya.
Yep. He's just gone. There it is. Bounce. Bounce again off the floor. Look at the little spike on the floor. Bounced me like a fucking basketball. Bro. It's uncanny. It almost feels like when he launches you into the air like that, then your body has fucking homing. And your body homes to whatever is on the ground that turns you into a basketball.
You make our plans some sense into ya.
God damn, I saw it and I fucking pressed the B button. Jesus, man, I fucking blocked that. Okay. Oh, God. These extra hits are what really do you in. Oh, my God. Okay. Nope. Nope. Again, in the air, bounce basketball. Nope. Nope. No. No, man. That fucking second hit always lands. It's insane. Oh, thank God. That's the one that has the red. I dodged that. I dodged. No! Oh my god. Need to figure out how to dodge the uppercut. I could actually piece a little bit of this together. So that time I actually did piece some stuff together. He does the overhead kick. When he does the overhead kick, you get a window where you can land 6 hits before he breaks it off with the grapple. Every single red has to be dodged. You have to wait for him to stomp on the gather move before you dodge. I need to figure out how to avoid the uppercut. I can avoid the first overhead kick. The follow-up uppercut is the thing that does 100% of his damage.
You think it makes you worthy? I'll pound some sense into ya!
That's it. Oh. Nope. Fuck. I didn't see that third one coming. Nope. Overhead. Nope. Nope. Third. Yep. Nope. Kick. Nope. Nope. Stomp. Nope. Oh, the uppercut. The uppercut. He still waits. That's insane. He waits. I dodged. Why did he stand there? Oh god, bro. Kick. Yep. Nope. Kick. Stomp. Uppercut. Kick. Grapple. Nope. I dodged that. Kick. Nope. Reset. Nope. Kick. Oh. Nope. Kick. Nope. Oh, I dodged. Not close enough. Kick. Yep. Back off. Reset. Overhead. Yep. Back off. Reset. Stomp. Oh, too soon. Yeah, he's in a fucking follow-up. Oh! It's a game changer. Kick. Overhead. Break off, reset. Kick. Nope. Ah. Kick. No, 3-punch. Back off, reset. Stomp. Kick. Kick. Nope. Fuck. Oh, got the red. Reset. Overhead. Break off. Reset. Kick. Oh. That's brutal. Oh, this. Okay. I actually can't figure this out. I can't figure this out.
Don't tell me that's all you've got.
Okay. Stumbling onto that cloak in the middle might just save me this run. I didn't know you could do that.
You make some sense into ya.
Kick. Reset. Kick. Back off. Overhead. Back off. Reset. Kick. Nope, nope, nope. Yep. Back off. Nope. Kick. Nope, nope, back up. Stop. Block the uppercut. Nope. Back off. Fuck, red. Nope, overhead. Nope. Nope. Kick, kick. Oh, the red again. Overhead. Nope. Reset. Kick. Yep. Back off. Reset. Overhead. Back off. Kick. Back off. Kick. Overhead. Back up, back up. Stop. Nope. Back off. Overhead. Back off. Reset. 3-punch. Nope. Back off. Overhead. Nope. Kick. Kick. 3-punch. Reset. Kick. Overhead. Oh, the red. There we go. Reset. He's gonna stomp. Nope. Red, fuck. Overhead. Let him reset. Back up. Kick. Back up. Overhead. Nope. Red. Got it. Back up. Stomp. Nope. Back up. Oh. Kick. Kick. Nope. Reset. 3 punch. Back up, back up. Oh. Kick. Back up. No, God. Oh, no, no, red. Fuck. Oh, red. No, I blocked that. Stop. No. Nope, 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 nope. That's the change right there. That's the adjustment. Fuck. Reset, reset. Overhead. Back up. Kick. 3 punch. Reset. Kick. Nope. Nope. Overhead. Break off, reset. Stomp. Nope. 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 Reset. Kick. 3 punch. Back off, reset. Nope. Got him.
So, this is how it ends. Enjoy your brief glory.
Oh. That felt good. Is he upstairs? He's upstairs. You.
Damn, I've no more ale. I've been yelling and cheering all day. And my throat's as dry as the desert. And I've run out of ale already. I'd be mad to watch this spectacle without a pint in my hand. Could you get me a nice cold pint that goes down easy?
Light upon you.
Wait, that's something different. Or is it? I don't know. Okay, the quest is already over. This is something to man watching at the arena. Okay, we already got our reward then. Cool. Okay, I can put the review back on. That was fucking great. That was satisfying. I doubted for a second, and then at the last second I started picking up on things. Once I stopped trying to parry and I just committed to blocking, that actually like changed a lot of how that fight was going. The parry is way too inconsistent. Combat Gods plate gloves. And they have the showstopper on them. You deal lightning damage? Holy crap. This can only go to Cliff. It has crit rate on it too. Damn, these are the de facto fighter gloves. Then if you wanted to play like a monk, these are exactly the ones you'd want to use. Or at least you want to yoink, no, you would want to keep these on, actually. This is not one you'd want to steal from. You want to use these directly because they have built-in lightning affinity, which you cannot take away. That's cool. Okay. Take a little bit of a reset here. I will be right back. Apologies, had to go make lunch. Impromptu lunch. Let's get back to the review.
It's not a game where the skill tree is full of stuff that just passively increases your damage output. It's not a game where the best looking weapons and items are all found along the golden path, and it's not a game where you can ignore all of the side content and supporting systems and expect to have a good time. It is a game that demands you interface with most of it in order to just get by, but if you choose to invest proper time in any of these elements, the game will truly reward you for that, but always in a way that maintains overall game balance and difficulty tuning. Obviously, side quests are a good example of that. There are dozens and dozens of them, too many to count really, and they all offer you valuable upgrade materials like leather or ore or abyss cores, which are used in both crafting and in the skill tree. They'll offer you unique weapons and armor that you can't get anywhere else. They'll offer you unique boss encounters that are not bosses that are copy and pasted from the main campaign. They're entirely unique, and they'll drop you unique weapons and armor that have unique abilities on them that you can't get anywhere else. That already makes side content incredibly compelling. Coin is another great example. You know how in most open world games you start out dirt poor, but by the end of the game you have more money than you know what to do with? Well, in Crimson Desert, you start poor and you stay poor the whole way through because money is tight, man. You're spending it on food and upgrade materials and random shit you find from shady roadside dealers. You are never flush with cash, and so hunting down outlaws and collecting their bounties is a really effective way to make money. Probably the most effective, in fact, since I never found a kind of free money hack that made getting rich easy. The economy is very tightly managed all the way through.
You never learned about robbing the nobles.
Camp is probably the best example of you get out what you put in. This is a huge part of the game that does require a significant amount of time to build up, but the rewards are huge once you get it going. You'll run around the countryside collecting lost Greymanes like Pokemon, and when they're back in your camp, they'll begin offering services like weaponsmithing or cooking or dyeing your gear. Hell, the barber system in this game is locked behind a Greymane that you probably won't find until hour 50. Which other game locks character customization behind a 50-hour play wall? Warframe fans, you know the answer. The camp offers the ability to grow and farm specific fruits and vegetables, the ability to capture and breed livestock so that you can then slaughter them for meat, skin, and bones, the ability to cook and brew potions and craft weapons and armor. There's even a trade route system where you can load up specific trade goods and manually cart them across the map for profit. But a lot of the time is going to be spent managing your Greymane flock, dispatching them to missions. Need more food for boss encounters? Send your fisher Greymanes to go fishing for a while. Need to unlock a new mining tool? Send your engineer Greymanes to research it. Need to clear a bandit camp but don't want to do the fighting yourself? Send your Greymane warriors to do it for you. These missions become more expensive but also more rewarding as you do them and as you recruit more Greymanes, and it's also just a brilliant pacing tool because the busy work at your Greymane's camp is the perfect chaser after an intense siege mission or boss battle. In Crimson Desert, the path to player power is a long and winding road, demanding that you tread each step slowly and deliberately. Boss battles will act as a gear check, and there is no shortcut to quick upgrades. You gotta get out there with your axe and your pickaxe, and you have to farm the materials you need to make yourself stronger. You have to complete some side quests to save up some coin. You have to complete some abyss challenges to unlock some skill points. I guarantee you that there'll be at least one boss encounter you'll come up against, which is gonna gear check you so hard that you'll spend at least an hour or two out in the world just preparing to try that boss again. And when you step back into that arena and you do emerge victorious, that victory feels all the sweeter. But all this side content and economy stuff would feel like frustrating busy work if the world that housed it didn't deliver. But this world of Payloon really is Crimson Desert's best feature. There is no part of it that is remotely predictable. Similar to what Dingus said in his tweet thread, it's a world that is always threatening to become samey or familiar, that seems like it might at some point rest upon a set of principles that you can internalize and begin to predict, but always Pearl Abyss ducks and weaves and then delivers a left-right combo that just leaves you thinking, where the fuck did that come from? I remember one time I switched to one of the other playable characters because that's a thing you could do in this game, by the way, and I found myself in a section of the map I'd never been to before, and I was like, oh, okay, a new village to explore, fair enough. All of a sudden, these nearby clay pots came to life and coalesced into actual clay warriors, and they were elite enemies, and they were absolutely trucking me.
I'm not gonna lie, even on Cliff, those guys gave me problems.
And the ore itself came to life and killed me. I don't have any footage of that, sadly, but I promise it actually happened. Another time I'd scaled a cliff and I was taking a bit of a breather when suddenly a shrub came to life out of nowhere
devoured him.
and just killed me. An actual shrub. Another time,
That
I
happened
was
to me
wandering
yesterday.
around when I chanced upon this abandoned castle, or at least I thought it was.
The
Turns out it was
spiders.
actually a giant puzzle box, a factory that produced like bottled wine or something, and I needed to figure out how to turn it all back on by following instructions left on little post-it notes on each of the machines. I have more than a dozen of these stories, and they're just the little ones, where the surprises the campaign has in store are just as impactful for their spectacle, and the simple joy of an unexpected vista or secluded location can hit just as hard if it catches you in the right moment. I said in the intro that this is the closest we've come to Skyrim since Skyrim, and it's because of this stuff. An expansive world offering near limitless freedom, every inch of it laced with unexpected surprises and weirdness. There is no rhyme or reason or rhythm to the world of Payloon. It's deliberately off kilter in a way that never lets you slip into this feeling of comfort or familiarity. It never stops showing you new things or teaching you new things, to the point where after 85 hours, I think I've really only experienced a small fraction of what this world has to offer. And where in many other games, the remaining runtime would be spent doing things that I'd already done before, here in Crimson Desert, I know that what's still awaiting me is mostly going to be stuff that I haven't yet experienced. There are very, very few games that can boast something like that when the player has already invested 85 hours. Combat in Crimson Desert is probably not what you were expecting if you'd seen the previews or watched trailers. I actually played the preview, and even I was surprised by almost every facet of combat as I played through the full game. We had earlier guessed that this was a sort of character action game, since Cliff's moveset is so expansive and he can do so many insane things that something like Bayonetta or Devil May Cry was the natural comparison point.
Swordsmanship. What?
Turns out though, this is actually closer to a Musou game, kind of like Dynasty Warriors, since most of the combat is against scores of enemies surrounding you at all times. And when I say scores, I mean like a lot of fucking enemies, man. Like so many enemies at a time that I'm like, yo, Pearl Abyss, just chill please. But also, how are you doing this? The Black Space engine gets a lot of attention for its draw distances, its fidelity, its lighting, and its performance, but Black Space was like, I got one more in me, and decides to add to that list a truly absurd max unit count that results in these incredibly chaotic feeling battles. Unlike Musou games though, each unit here is an actual unit, and what I mean by that is that none of them are just fodder meant to provide visual flair when you do some big cleave attack. Here every enemy has a proper health pool and a proper moveset, and it feels like a real battle based on real combat, rather than a video game trying to simulate the feeling of a battle with a bunch of chap enemies about. It's in these scenarios
I didn't even know I could do that.
Is at its absolute best. While there are some elite enemies that definitely demand your respect, most of the enemies you'll fight are just a chance to use Cliff's moves, and this man has a lot of moves. 4 different weapon styles, each of them with their own unique combat style and movement, an entire unarmed combat style, a bunch of moves based upon wrestling, archery, not to mention the use of magic abilities like Force Palm, Focus, and your telekinetic jelly arm thing. Being gripped with all of the components of this combat is just the beginning, because pretty soon you'll figure out how to chain combos and abilities and weapon swapping all together, and at that point it does start to feel like a character action game crossed with a Musou game. But it does take a while to get there, because you do need to unlock quite a few nodes in the skill tree for all this to really start working. Or you can just learn new abilities by watching bosses do them, which is such a sick mechanic. You're literally fighting a boss, and on occasion the action will slow down, allowing Cliff to observe a new technique, which he can then internalize and start using immediately. Totally love that. Oh, and also, you get even more abilities by claiming the weapons and armor of bosses you've defeated. A lot of my playthrough, I was maining a one-handed sword I got from the Crowcaller boss, and it sent out target-seeking ravens whenever I did a heavy attack. Another weapon I found would set targets on fire, while a shield I got would panic enemies every time I managed to successfully parry. Between the skill tree and these items and your own personal mastery, combat consistently evolves and gets better and better the more you play. Again, 85 hours in, I am seeing clips on Twitter and I'm like, I have no idea what that move is. What the fuck is that? So that's the major component of the combat experience, this Musou style fighting. But there's another component, and it's the bosses. Now look, I'm going to tell you that half of my playthrough was on the review build of this game. So pre the first big patch where they changed a bunch of stuff, including boss health, some of the early bosses I fought, particularly the Beast,
the Slayer
Chamber thing, and Ludwig the Awakened, these bosses were just absolutely fucked, man. Like, even after I had significantly upgraded myself, and even after I brought like 100 meat skewers in to devour during combat to heal myself, it was still a totally miserable experience. Since then, Pearl Abyss have nerfed a number of bosses, and I could immediately feel how much easier the game was after that patch went live, But even with these boss encounters being easier, most of them are still awful for a bunch of reasons. Number one, most of the bosses just teleport everywhere all the time. And it's so annoying because the controls are kind of clunky in the first instance, and Cliff's animation windups can be really long. It just feels like these bosses were made for a different game. Number two, I wouldn't even say that the bosses were hard if they weren't really leveraged into specific abilities that stun lock you, or empty 2/3 of your health bar in one combo, or just straight up one-shot you. Boss combat is basically all about chipping away at these bosses' massive health pools while they teleport around like lunatics, while also trying to just avoid their overpowered damage dealer mechanic that just KOs you if you get hit by it. Number three, and this was probably the most annoying thing, a number of the bosses have individual mechanics that require you to do a very specific thing at a specific moment. And a lot of the time that shit just doesn't work because it's too buggy. Like this Thunder Tank boss here, for example. You're meant to climb up and stab this thing in its glass dome to like one-hit KO it. But Cliff latching onto that is so unreliable that it's basically impossible to pull it off. And
I
this
wouldn't
tank will
try to
also
climb that at
one-shot
all.
you if you miss that attack. So it's safer to just grind the boss down slowly rather than do what Pearl Abyss intends for you to do here.
Bro, just float up. Just float
You can
on
tell
top
that
of
Pearl
it.
Abyss never really landed on a solid boss design model because when bosses don't teleport and they don't have bullshit mechanics that stun lock you or one-hit KO you, the bosses are actually really easy. You can just parry them and wear them down and it's totally fine. Knowing this, Pearl Abyss piled on some extra bullshit to make these encounters hard, but the way they're hard is bad. And I think that as this game continues to get more patches, I really hope Pearl Abyss redesign a lot of these boss encounters because right now they are messy and frustrating and not good to the point where I think it'll stop more than a few people from sticking with the game, and that's a real shame given how much the rest of the package has to offer.
I'll never touch it again, I swear.
At its launch, there was this fairly surprising discourse that suggested that there's something cynical about Crimson Desert. The idea that the reason this game has so much stuff in it is because it lacked a cohesive vision, and in an attempt to mitigate risk and pull in as many players as possible, the developer just threw in as much as they could, hoping that at least some of it would stick. Now, everyone's going to have their own view on, whether or not that's true. I can only tell you what I think. I do not think there is anything remotely cynical about Crimson Desert. If being risk-averse was your goal in this modern era of ballooning game development budgets and every major studio from Halo Studios to CD Projekt Red switching to Unreal Engine, you got to have some pretty big stones to choose to build your own engine, and I really don't think the technical teams were half-assing it when they made a game that looks this good and runs this well. If you were cynically motivated, you would have stuffed this thing full to bursting with paid cosmetics and XP boosters and gacha mechanics. The Crimson Desert is just a single box price for a game with like 200 hours of gameplay, and that's it. If you were trying to design a game for everyone, you would not have made it like this. You would have made it like all of the other AAA games that are so stuffed with quality of life features that all of the interesting friction has been sanded away. You would have trimmed the runtime, you would have made the bosses easier, you would have made progression faster, you would have nerfed the economy to the point of it being completely optional. At no point does Crimson Desert ever try to be a game for everyone. Instead, it seems possessed of a quiet confidence that no matter how weird or how broken it is, and no matter how much you think it might not be for you, you're going to end up playing it, and when you do, you'll realize that you should have been playing it all along. I think that Pearl Abyss have been vindicated in that confidence, because the more people play this game, the more they love it. When it launched, it opened at a mixed rating on Steam, with like 50% of the reviews being positive. It's now up to 82%, and if you filter for people with more than 1 hour of playtime, it's 88%. There is a narrative already emerging that this increase in review scores is down to the patches that have rolled through, fixing the game's most glaring issues. But I'm going to tell you, I think that's bullshit. I played through half of this game pre-patch when the bosses were even shittier and there was no storage and fewer fast travel points and the list goes on, and I still absolutely fell in love with this video game. Its patches are welcome and they do make the game better, but the shift in sentiment you're seeing is not because we have more stamina while gliding, it's because more and more people have pushed through the game's opening hours and they found on the other side a
I think two things can be true at one time. I think he's absolutely right about the base package being more than enough to warrant all the praise. I also do think the quality of life patches that addressed all the problems are also doing a lot of heavy lifting at the same exact time. Two things can be true at the same time.
Rare, immersive, transportive, open world experience, the likes of which doesn't come along very often. To the people sitting on the sidelines waiting for all the patches to roll through, fair enough. You will absolutely play a more polished game when you eventually come to it. But if you are hungry for this sort of experience and you are willing to put up with a little or a lot of jank, then there's every chance that Crimson Desert's many shortcomings quickly fade from view and you get lost over and over again in the land of Pywell.
You know, that is one thing that I'll give Carrick credit for in his original review when he published it, was that he talked about a lot of the jank and he talked about a lot of small things that pop up. And he was the first person I heard mention that, like, after like 4 or 5 hours, you just kind of get used to all of those small things so much that you just stop noticing them at all. And I'm pretty sure that this game probably still has issues with like pop-in and stuff like that, and I don't even remotely notice any of that shit at all. Like I'm too immersed in everything else to notice any of that crap. Like despite the fact that it may or may not be happening in real time at all times. Good review. Very good review. Copy. Okay. All right. Let me take my plate back. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Rabbit holes. Back to rabbit holes.
This is absolutely deranged by Asmongold TV. Let's check it out. Wait, what? The entire middle school identifies... No. No, this isn't real.
So you gotta put these teachers in jail.
This can't be real. What? No way. I don't believe it.
So you gotta put these teachers in jail for child grooming. I mean, they're going around telling their kids you don't have a gender? Look down. Like, it's so stupid. Like, what are we doing here?
Dude, Asmongold is so fed up, man. Do you guys see this shit? Dude, Asmongold is like, he's like quickly approaching like old man on the like the old man with like the
on the
cane
porch.
on the porch. You know, he's getting there, man. I love it, honestly, but it's great.
Hi, I'm Jinx. I go by they pronouns, and I am the vice president of GSA, and I am Cal's father.
Hi, my name is B.
Jinx?
Pronouns they, them. And I'm GSA secretary. One little fact about myself.
Yeah, what about you?
That I like speech.
Wow.
Hello.
Why are they wearing masks?
Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Well, there it is. Holy shit. It's a contagion. Well, the thing is that,
You know, Leap called it out accurately. That is something, that is an interesting detail. It's almost like they're still existing in a place where they think it's 6 years ago, which is crazy to say out loud.
It is. Ideas are always a contagion. Ideas are infectious. I've come to realize is that all ideas are basically contagious. It's all a mimetic virus, right? So what we have to do is we have to create our own mimetic virus and we have to push it to people. That's the only way. This is what I was talking about with like spellcasters and like wizards, and we need to have wizards on our team. Is we need to create, there's no curing the mimetic virus without replacing it with another virus. People have to have a mimetic virus in their mind. That's just, humanity needs like a sort of framework, a sort of ideology, and we have to create our own and infect everyone with it. That is the way that we have to do things. And the idea that we can sit by passively and not do this is like the reason why we're losing. Well, the reason why we were losing before, right? The reason why we lost so much ground. And the thing you have to consider too, right, is like we have every advantage. Like we really do. We have every, like, guys, think about this. We have every fucking advantage. How did we lose this? Commies don't do shit. They don't do anything. Like almost all of the commies are useless. Like in terms of like production, they're just useless for production. They're genetic dead ends. They're genetic dead ends, and they're insufferable. Like, how did we lose? And obviously the answer to this, the reason why we're losing, the reason why we lost so much is because we just didn't even try. And that's the answer. But yeah, that's the reason, right? Is we have to understand the game. We have to understand how humans function. And we have ignored that for so long because we've been like, well, you know, obviously the truth is on our side, so there's no way we could possibly. That's just naive. It's just not. It doesn't. The truth, when it comes to infecting people's minds, when it comes to the effects on society, the truth doesn't fucking matter. I need everyone to understand that the truth doesn't matter. It doesn't. You might think it does. But the truth only works on reasonable people. The truth only works on people that can process like an idea of an objective reality. So like what we have to do is, yes, we need people like Homath. We need people like Skybrows. We need people like Powder. We need these sorts of people to like take the ideas and market them and spread them. That's what we need. And we have spent far too much time being so far up our ass, not us, I'm talking about the Republicans and the conservatives, have spent so much time with their fucking heads up their asses that they surrendered the entire battlefield. And again, God bless the gamers and the weebs, because we're the only ones that fucking did anything. So like if it wasn't for us, they'd be cooked. We held the line. Okay, but just because we held the line doesn't mean we can win off of what we have. We need to push the culture ourselves. We need to create new culture, create new mimetic viruses, and spread them to other people. That's it. The other thing too, Asmongold as well. Asmongold is definitely he's like the fucking king general or whatever. He's the supreme commander. We need people like him, Donald Trump, Elon. We need these people, right? These people are really propelling us into the future. The other thing too, and the reason I talk about like having kids and stuff, is because that's our other strength, is that these people don't reproduce. They're all genetic dead ends, right? So luckily we have that. So like we can but the problem is, the other problem is too, is like if you have kids, you have to raise them right, because you don't want them to get taken over by this, right? Because the way that they reproduce is by taking over your kids. So you have to, it's both. Mimetics is better than genetics. It's both. It's both non-fat. It's both. What do you mean by that? Wait, what do I mean by what? How they spread is by taking over your kids? Are you talking to me?
Indoctrinate.
I know you're talking to you. What do you mean they do to the kids? They spread their ideology to the kids. That's why they took over the schools.
That's exactly what it is. They go into the school system to get around you and then change the programming while they're still in the developmental stage. And then what ends up happening is that they get radicalized without realizing it, and now the kid that you sent into school fundamentally becomes a different person when they come out of school. And it's not even just the kids, it happens in colleges too. College is probably more noticeable.
It's so obvious. What do you mean? Yeah, they take their mimetics, and they infect the kids in their minds with their ideology. So they reproduce by injecting their ideology into their minds, because they can't reproduce physically.
It's the saying like, "Oh, evil cannot create; it can only corrupt." It's basically that.
All of them can. Well, they can. Some of them can, but it's a lot of the times they're genetically impotent because they don't want to reproduce. A lot of them either don't want to reproduce, either end up killing their own babies and stuff. So like either they don't want to reproduce, or they can't. So it's like one or the other, right? In a lot of cases, there's very few of them that actually do want to reproduce. So the way that they reproduce is by mimetically infecting your kids, to like literally make your kids into them mimetically. This is a mimetic phenomenon. It's not genetic. I mean, it might be a little bit genetic. I don't know, but it's mostly mimetic. Maybe I think too darkly, but my theory for the mask is it's a control and identifier. It's the version of the Jewish star on the sleeve. It's so they can recognize who's on their side and who's a mortal enemy. I see. I mean, that's what the flags are in the bio and stuff, right? It's uniform. It's like army uniforms. It's like I said, guys, I see this entire like culture war thing as like a literal battlefield in my mind, because I'm a huge weeb. So like I see like, okay, like there's that battlefield, there's X, there's YouTube, there's like this is like the younger generation, this is the culture, anime, video games, Hollywood. I see all of these as like little battlefields, and each one has their own generals, has their own people fighting on that battlefield, right? Like mine is obviously streaming. That's like my battlefield, right? So it's but it's a very particular brand of streaming, which is like my battlefield, which is like kind of more moderate people. I don't really cater to the ultra hyper religious people. I don't really do that. I'm a little bit more moderate, and that's my battlefield. I'm not saying that it's bad to do that. I'm saying that's for someone else. We'll let Celestium handle that shit. You know what I mean? Like, not me.
I mean, again, the more you allow people, like oh my god, bro, like you gotta do something about the mass psychosis. I don't even think this is mass psychosis. I think it is just as simple as, I mean, middle schoolers. I mean, you're going in there for the execute whenever the boss is at like 1% HP. Like, telling middle schoolers that they don't understand their sexuality should be fucking illegal. Like, they barely, even if you tell them they do understand it, they won't believe.
Dude, that's actually hilarious. Like that they're literally camping like the low-level zones. They're literally camping. This is like some fucking Terran Mills, like. The fuck is this?
So like, it's the easiest thing to do, right? I mean, god damn, you're spawn camping them, exactly. And so you're grooming them. Like, you got they're adults that are doing this. It's insane.
Everything in WoW terms. So the reason why people like me and Asmon speak in these terms is because we know our audience, right? Asmon Gold's audience is very gamer.
You
so
gotta
is
be
mine.
able to
My
translate
audience
it
is
for
very
people
gamer
that don't
and anime,
understand.
right? So if I speak in anime and gaming terms, it translates like concepts that are like a lot harder to understand and makes them a lot easier, more relatable. So it's actually really good to use these terms, at least for our audiences, right? Because we understand it.
How this is happening. It's a hidden maps that are trying to sexualize children and groom them. I think that if you made a Venn diagram between the people that want to introduce this type of gender ideology to children and people that are pedophiles, and you did another Venn diagram of the general population and pedophiles, I think the people with the gender ideology and pedophiles, those two circles, they'd be closer together.
My name is Ash or Rohan, depending on where you know me from.
Ash or Rohan? What, from Lord of the Rings?
Fact about me is that I'm an artist. I like to draw.
Yeah, what, furries?
Yeah, that's it.
I'm Sox. I'm the 8th grade representative of GSA.
Oh my god.
They pronouns. And one interesting fact about me is that I was one of 3 cuttable characters in the play.
Yeah?
Wait, hold on. So if they use she pronouns, do they want to use the women's restroom? But like that?
Yeah?
Hi, my name is
Can you believe that? He's a theater kid. I would have never guessed.
Clover. My pronouns change often, but if you just
Jesus Christ.
That's the most annoying, man. Like, it's whatever, dude.
Whatever I
it's
feel
such
like
a
at the time.
narcissistic move. It's such a power move. To be like, my pronouns change whenever I want, and you just have to adhere to it. You have to figure it out every single time. You have to keep constantly changing the way you address me based on whatever I feel like tomorrow, which is crazy.
you don't know, just say they, them.
I'm gonna use retard.
Oh, I'm the 6th grade representative, and
Yeah.
fact about me is I love manga.
The
Wow.
president did not want to be in this video, but their name is Cal, and they have.
Oh my god, isn't it outrageous? It's so he's stuck in his last role now. Yeah, I guess so. Future school shooters, I mean, maybe some of them, right? I mean, like it's again, I think it's the it is the unsuper.
You know, this is a kind of I just gotta be a little nitpicky here, but this is a little bit misleading that the entire middle school identifies when it isn't the entire middle school, and it's obviously just like a club or whatever. But at the same time, it's a banger headline, isn't it?
Supervised, uninhibited
right, guys?
interactions that are sexually charged with adults.
The problem is you have to consider the pros and cons of it, right? The pros being like, whoa, big headline, crazy. People get really mad at it. People get really worked up. But on the other side, it kind of undercuts your point a little bit, because then like more reasonable people will see it and be like, you're bullshit.
I mean,
This is a problem that I actually struggle with right now, is because of my need to like argue and like discuss things in an honest nature. I actually am one of those guys that will call out a small tactic like that, where you like you essentially lie in a headline to garner and foster outrage, even if the result is something that I would approve of. I still would call out the lie and try to make a case for like fighting on a more honorable term, and like we are way past the point where fighting honorably actually gets anything done. And I think that's something that I need to square away personally, is that maybe there is a little more nuance that I haven't discovered yet, where you can have spots where you fight dishonorably, but it doesn't make you a dishonorable person. I don't know, it's something that I kind of wrestle with on my own mentally. I haven't like landed on a solution with that just yet.
I don't see how any reasonable good person can think that
It depends on your target audience, I think. You have to really tailor it to like who the specific target is of that mimetic payload. So like if you're doing something to rile up the base, you're doing something to get people impassioned, then something like this makes sense, I think. But against people, if you're trying to convert people like away from the middle or from their side, it's actually against it actually cuts against you. So the proper setup, the proper loadout for like each mission. Can't approach, and again, like I keep saying this, we can't approach every single situation as the same mission. They're all different. They're all different targets. Each one of these fields, each one of these battlefields is a—
This is where I think Leaf actually has the best take that I've seen anywhere so far about this, is like changing your loadout according to like what you're going to do, and you have to send in a different person for every individual different task, which is why she breaks it down into like spellcasters and tanks and stuff like that. Like I would not consider myself a spellcaster at all.
Completely different battlefield with its own topography, its own like quirks, its own modifiers, right? Its own modifiers, and we have to, as people fighting on those battlefields, we have to consider the layout and make a tactical decision, and not just have a whole army position like on every single front, because that's how you lose, right? They feel like you don't actually tailor your strategy to like the specifics. My audio is popping again.
Yeah, it
and I
was.
messed up the cable. Israel's attacking my cables. Yeah, probably. All right.
It's a good idea that you have a bunch of random teachers that are going around telling your kids they don't know what gender they are. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Absolutely insane. Like, I get that, like, if you're 19, if you're 21, if you're 18, you know, you're an adult, right? You can vote, you can sign up to be in the military, you can buy a gun.
Who the fuck is
You can decide
Jared?
what gender you are at that point, right? You want to go through trans surgery and do that and, you know, go through all this crazy shit?
Here's a hot take. I totally agree with him. I totally agree with him on this. And I know a lot of people here won't agree with me on that, but I totally agree. And the reason why I agree is because I don't want other people telling me what to do. That's why. Whatever it is, because you can use the same logic to prevent me from doing what I want to do. Which is like, listen, when I can get full dive technology and like get like that chip in my brain that lets me like that lets me play Sword Art Online, that I'm fucking playing Sword Art Online. When it comes out that I can become a bunny girl, I'm doing it. All right. I don't want anyone telling me I can't.
Go ahead. Like, who gives a fuck?
Still won't be. I mean, sure. Yeah, sure. But what does that have to do? I mean, you're just like changing the goalpost. That has nothing to do with like if they what they want to do with themselves. Again, like if that's their aesthetic, then fuck it. Like okay, go ahead. I don't have anything to do with that. Like, what are you gonna say? Like this is a bad thing. This is a bad thing to do because God said so. That doesn't work on them. They don't believe in that. You have to make a secular argument. What's your secular argument? That the government can make the decisions for you? That's the point I'm making.
Right? I don't care. But the problem is whenever you're doing it and you're 12. That is the issue. And the problem with that...
Yeah, and the reason why it's different for kids is because we confer to children a special status in which we understand that they're too retarded to make any important decisions, which is why they don't have the same rights as adults. They're a protected class. Yeah, they're effectively they're not capable. They're considered incapable for a lot of different things. First off, if they commit crimes, it's a lesser penalty because we consider that they're retarded. We don't give them any sort of freedom. Their parents have a lot of control over their lives. Like the parents can say, "Don't go outside," and then actually hold them to that, and like that's not going to get you in trouble. That's not like imprisonment, like unlawful imprisonment, right? To do that, we have a special status in which children cannot consent to sex because again, they're too stupid to make life-altering decisions. This is why parents have to sign off for them on like a lot of things.
Is that they learned all this vocabulary from an adult. They didn't. You think it just spawned in? You think this just happened on its own? That they just all came up with these ideologies and these perceptions on their own? No, these are.
Are you okay with stopping someone from unaliving themselves, or do we have the duty to stop the harm to themselves because they are not in the right mind? Where is the line in letting someone do whatever they want to themselves? So for me, and I think this is a
I would say that that one is an easy one for me. I don't know where she's gonna go with this, but that's a very easy one for me. I have a general rule of thumb with everybody, whether I give a shit about you or not, that like you are free to do whatever you want to do as long as it is not actively hurting or killing you or actively hurting or killing anyone around you. As long as there is no harm being done to you or anyone in your near vicinity, it is what it is. But if you are actively hurting yourself or killing yourself or actively hurting or killing people around you, that is an instant no. That needs to be like, you need to step in and stop that. That's very easy.
It's an interesting line of thought. I think for me, it depends on the reason behind it. Like, is the reason behind it, is there any benefit? Like, in terms of, is there any good that comes out of it, right? So you might say that there is no good that comes out of the trans thing. I actually don't agree with that. I think that the good that comes out of that is a couple things. Like, one is that it allows for differences in human expression. If they want to do that to themselves, it gives us valuable data for humanity. And I know that sounds kind of cold, but it's valuable data that we can use in the future. If they're willing to fuck themselves up, I guess at least in the way we would see it, right? In the way some people would see it. It depends on the person, obviously, right? But if they want to do that, then that's up to them. And the other reason is for aesthetics. Is that if their aesthetic is that, like if they're what I would consider to be a reasonable trans person, like this is what I would consider reasonable, is that they're aware of the reality of biology. They accept it, but then it's their aesthetic that they're striving for. Their aesthetics is to be as close to their ideal as possible, and their ideal is that form. And so they work towards getting that form. But then they understand that they're not actually getting like a biological shift. Does that make sense? Should it be normalized? In my opinion, I mean, sure. I don't think so. It's weird as fuck. Just like how I want to be a fucking rabbit girl. That's weird as fuck. My point is that weird people should be allowed to exist. Like, I don't really think like people have the right to tell me if I can be weird or not. You want to be a dog boy? I feel it, Leaf. Yeah, but see, if I became a dog girl, people would call me a bitch. Like,
Get me out of this. Get me out of this.
Do. So it's just, I don't know how I feel about that, you know? Yeah. You gotta fight for your right to party? Well, I mean, again, it's like, it's for everything, right? Like, if I want to one day, if I could get, like, you know, a cyberware arm and I want it, I don't want anyone telling me I can't do it.
Oh, these guys hit hard.
Telling trans people that they can't do this is like the same thing, basically, as telling me I can't have a cyber arm one day. That's my point. I'm looking ahead and I'm looking at who has the power. If the government has the power to stop that, then I don't fucking want that, because I don't like the government. I'm not a big fan of the government. That's my point.
30 on 30.
And again, like, think about, in terms of benefits, think about, like, okay, well, if they want to try to advance, like, some crazy-ass technology on their own, we'll take the data from that, we'll use it for other things. So, like, basically, like, if a person, like, wants to kill themselves, there's really no benefit to that. Do you see what I mean? It doesn't really have an effect on making anything in the world better. That's why I would draw the line there. Seems terrible. Cyber arm is evil unless it comes equipped with a flamethrower. I'm pretty sure I read that in Leviticus or something. Yeah. But yeah, that's kind of what that's the difference, really. Is that you just killing yourself doesn't do anything for anybody. Doesn't help anything. You could say it's a net negative to humanity. It's also really dark because there are other negatives that can come from that, right? As in, like, which you see now with Canada, right? It's very obvious that there's negative externalities to, like, a person being able to kill themselves, and you're seeing that with, like, the organ shit, and, like, people killing themselves due to, like, certain mental states that they're in, like, temporarily. It's just, yeah, and that one too, like the Spain situation. There's a lot of negative externality to that. And again, like, this is why I kind of draw the line with biology and, like, being able to understand that. And that I don't think that trans people, well, people who call themselves trans, should be able to do it if they don't understand what they're getting, because it's not really it's not proper knowledge to be able to make a contract to do the thing. Do you understand what I mean? So, like, if they want to transition or whatever, right, they should understand that no, they are not becoming biological women. Because how can you consent to a thing that makes you, like, they're consenting to a surgery that they think will make them into biological women, but it's just not true. And because of that, they're making uninformed consent. Exactly. So, like, I think that every single person that wants to get these things has to sign a thing that says that they're not gonna, that they understand that they will not become biological women from the procedure. And then whatever, if they want to do it, I don't care. Whatever. Good for science, I guess, for us. Anyway, I'll keep going.
Other people, like, if these people didn't have internet access, would they still be this way? The answer, in my opinion, is obviously a no. So if you have internet access that is enabling these girls and boys to have this, like, fucking myopic, deranged view on their own sexuality, I think
that means no going to opposite sex bathroom, sports, and prisons. I think you can make a good argument for sports and prisons. I think it would depend. At least this is how I would do it is it would depend on the
God
point
damn it.
at which they are. I think there should be like an objective point in which we determine as a society where like it would go in terms of prison. And the reason why is because I think for pragmatic reasons, if you put a trans person, like a trans woman in like a, you know, that has been transitioned for a long time, you put them in a jail with a bunch of men, it's very obvious they're gonna get raped, right? So like you could maybe make that argument for that sort of a setup. And then for sports, I think it's just, we should just ban it like completely, because there's obviously like a physical strength difference there. So I think it makes sense for that.
Bro,
now, with
I'm blocking
restrooms,
that.
this one's a little bit different. I think.
Why
the
are you
reason
on
why
their
it's
side,
different
by
is
the way?
because do I really want the fucking? Do I really want some kind
Dumbass.
of biometric scanning system like to use the restroom? Like that's kind of weird. Like how would you enforce it, right? So. It's kind of rough. The ideal is I think trans people should just use net neutral restrooms. I think to not really impose on society. And again, the problem with this is the imposition on society, right? Is people ought to not create situations in which they impose on
You gonna
society.
run?
So
You wanna
it's kind
stay?
of like, how would we do it? Only make neutral restrooms.
Your choice.
No, I think that's inefficient. That's like business inefficient. I don't know. Like I'm gonna be honest, I don't know how to solve that problem. And the reason why it's not so clear cut again is like, how do you enforce it, right? Like how do you enforce it? Like if there's like a woman that just looks man enough, like, you know, there are women that kind of do look like that. Like what do we do, right? Like do we tell them like, oh sorry, like we need to check you, like go into here and like take your pants down, like let's check. You know what I mean? Like how do you enforce it? That's like the problem, right? Do I want the government to do something like that or have biometric data and like which you have to scan in order to, like, how is it enforceable? Again, it makes me think about, it makes me really think about things like red flag laws, right? Like how the enforcement of
I
such
don't
is-
like
is
these guys with
important.
skulls.
Penis inspection day, yeah, exactly. Like how the fuck are you gonna do this?
Problem. No public funding though. Yeah, go ahead. Don't expect me to pay for it. Well, yeah, obviously.
This guy.
Like, I mean, yeah. Let's.
No, man.
Do I think that we should pay?
Oh, the controls
for
are
cancer
betraying me.
treatment or trans surgeries? Do you want to cut a
I
cancer
can't
off,
sprint.
or do you want to cut a dick off? Ah, geez, guys, it's a really hard decision. And so, yeah.
Yeah, and again, like my idea behind
You.
this solves this because it would turn the
Get away from
transgender
him.
thing
Get
into an
away
aesthetic
from him.
choice, which would be like along the lines of plastic surgery, which we shouldn't pay for. It's an aesthetic endeavor.
I think everybody's on the same page with that. But I've seen this, and I think that, like, again, how are we not going after these people? How are we not going after the students, and not the students, excuse me, these are kids, right? They're not, these kids are victims, really. I mean, they're victims of this.
Oh, your face is
they're
open.
victims of grooming. But why are we not going after the parents? Why are we not going after the teachers and like really going as far as, again, we allow it. Yeah, we allow this to happen. We do. We allow this to happen. And I think that we should be absolutely militantly aggressive against this. We should. This is deranged. And if they brainwash a new crop of freaks like this to, you know, hate themselves, hate their gender, hate the world, hate society,
then you won't be
I
missed.
don't think that's a W for anybody. It just makes the world a worse place. And the doctor, too. Oh, I am a...
And by the way, like one last thing to kind of tie everything together that I was talking about. This all leads to like my idea that we have to like become spacefaring as a civilization, as a species. We have to become spacefaring as soon as possible. And like if you set up situations that would trans people from doing like body modification stuff, then you are then limiting like any sort of other biological / technological advancement in like biotech, which would lead to us getting to space later. Like it basically cuts against the important thing, which is to get to space.
I am a very big advocate of...
And again, if you want to use a religious point of view from that, which like I have thought of the religious point of view of that, is that going to space is necessary to show your love to God. Because if you love God, loving God is not about like sitting there and telling God how awesome God is all the time. It's about actually showing love for what God loves, which is creation, God's creation, and so you should, as a steward of God's creation, you should be interested in preserving it as far as possible, which means getting to space as soon as possible, because that is like the biggest thing that could like destroy all of creation, is if like something happens to the planet. But then once you're spacefaring, you can have different colonies on different planets, and humanity as a whole is a lot more resilient.
Saying that as soon as the as soon as you make a law against like the detransitioning minors, I think that we retroactively charge the doctors. I think that we do that and we charge the parents as accessories. I think you go as far as you possibly can. Like, I'm talking about scorched earth. Like, and people will say that it's unfair, and I'm gonna say good. That's what you get. You shouldn't have done it.
Thank you, Walla, for the 300. There's also the other part, God's command of multiply until your children are as numerous as the stars. We literally can't do that without going to space. Yes, exactly. Space is very important. Not only that, it's important from both a secular and a religious standpoint. Again, like I've already explained the religious standpoint, but from the secular standpoint, if you're American, this is like mostly to Americans in the chat, the American idea, like freedom, liberty, the ideals of the founding will always be at threat unless we have a place to escape to. And you can already kind of see this with like the Quangos trying to enforce their law. Like, what happens if they get into power? And they get into power, and that what happens if like we got the bad end? They were able to control all the votes. We would have nowhere to take the American ideology to escape with. Space gives us infinite places that we could escape to as Americans, where we can carry on, you know, the American flag, the American ideals. We can carry it on to another planet if the Quangos take over. But the problem is, right now we're stuck. There's nowhere to go because the planet is too accessible at this point.
Then their
escape what humanity?
expression?
Yeah, escape the Quangos of humanity. Like, there are these people that they want to create a system in which everything is boring. Everything is exactly how they want it to be, where you have to do what they want, and the ideas of freedom no longer exist. And this is on both sides, by the way. So like, let's say that like Islamists took over and they made everything Sharia, then it's over. America's over. Let's say the Quangos take over and then they make it so you know, they get their socialist paradise, or, you know, hellhole, really. They get their socialist hellhole, and then they force everybody to use whatever. They force everyone's language, to take away our freedom of speech, our gun rights. Like, America's dead. I want America to live forever. I don't care about race. I don't care about any of that shit. I care about America living forever. My mimetic DNA is American. Does that make sense? And I want the children of our nation to have that mimetic DNA. And if there's too many fail conditions without space, because without space and the ability to flee to like a new place, we either have to win the war or it's over. And there's other things that can happen too, like, you know, nuclear holocaust could happen, right? All life, you know, you could have a fallout situation. You could have a meteor hit the earth, and then a solar flare, like all sorts of shit. The sun dies out eventually. There's so many things that could happen, and we don't know when, right? Like, it's possible that like the moon like falls down and crashes into the earth at some point, right? And it's all over. My point is, I don't want America to end.
You shouldn't have done it. Transitioning to minors, not detransitioning. Excuse me. Yes, transitioning. And do you think history will go back at this and look at that the same way they look at lobotomies? I think that the idea of a person being trans and thinking that they're another gender. So to the extent that, and we'll get big picture for a minute here, right? So if we ever live in a world where the digital expression of a human being is more important to their identity than their physical expression, then I think being trans will become normalized, and it will just become an everyday thing, because some people will just simply want to be that way. It's the same as people play.
I've seen some interesting things around this, like, recently.
Female characters in video games,
see if he
right?
talks about
I think that's, I mean, like, and this is a big picture, conceptual, like Ready Player One, you know, fucking, you know, like Sword Art Online perceptual. So, like, I think that there is a world where that happens, and I think that, like, if you ever got to a point in the future where somebody could genetically change their gender 100% male to female, I think there would be people that would be like uncomfortable about it, but I think think that culturally it would become normalized in that time period over like
Yeah,
30.
and I'd be totally fine with that as well. I'd be totally fine with that. But the funny thing is like I brought this up before, that even in that case though, there would still be a need for the label transgender, because you would need a language to communicate that a person was born a certain way. So you would still have to have that term, which is like the term that they keep running away from. But I think really they should just embrace it. Like they should just understand like that they were born that way, and then it's fine. That's what I really think should happen. It's the only way they can be happy. And you know, I'm talking about like specifically like people who are actually trans. I don't know about the people who are trending it and stuff. I don't know anything about that.
Years, right? And people would just accept it. The same as people accept hair transplants or breast implants or things like that now. But you'd always have some people that would be uncomfortable, right? That would just kill you. Well, we're talking about scientific theoretical fantasies, right? But the more realistic outcome is that I think that science and like society will look at the transitioning of underage people.
500 Drunkman, thank you so much for the 100. I almost always play female characters, rather look at a woman's ass. 2, they tend to be slightly slimmer. Dude, I wonder how many people will be futas. Like in the future, when like that thing's possible, like I wonder like how many people are like, yo, I'm like so straight that I don't even want to look at a man in the mirror. But then I still want to have a dick because like, you know, because I like women. I wonder how many people will do
to another gender as like basically a lobotomy. I do think that they'll look at it from that direction.
Bro, that's a different
now, I'm
level.
Not saying with everything. And
That's an entirely different level.
Just be
Jesus
like kind of
Christ.
one of those like unspoken things.
Well, no, like straight as a man, basically. Like straight as a man, not like, you know.
But for kids, I do think people will see that. Yeah, that's the way I would look at it. You can't change your chromosomes. Well, look, I'm inventing science so we can have a hypothetical conversation, right? I mean, again, like you can go into like the biology of it,
Oh, yeah,
or
the
the
good
science of it, or everything else. But I'm just simply inventing this for a conversation point. And again, I don't think that's what's going to happen. But I do think that like for kids, people are just insane, right?
Yeah,
and
I agree.
can't change my species. Well, theoretically, in that case, you would be able to, right? I don't know. You're inventing science just like they are. Yeah, I think you're right. And do you think that?
Yeah, it's a hypothetical. What the fuck are you talking about?
Russia and
Jeez,
China had a part in this to make it easier when they attack. Russia and China having a part in this. No, I actually think that. So I think that the reason why you're seeing a lot of this like transgender stuff and you're seeing identity stuff happen a lot in the West. So there's a number of reasons why, but the main reason is that we've been defeated by success.
Let's explore futas.
The
Well,
West-
futas are interesting because, like, you know, the data shows that people that like futas, it's like strictly an anime thing. Like it's strictly like an on-screen thing, but like they don't actually like trans people. So it's like there's something about futa being not real that people are attracted to. And that the moment it becomes real, it's like no longer as attractive.
European countries, Western countries, United States of America
those
primarily,
gatherable?
and also Britain and other places too, like Germany. We have been defeated by the amount of absolute luxury and lack of struggle, striving, effort, and danger that the life creates. Right? There's no danger in our.
And the reason behind this, like, you can distill this further. The reason behind this is people need telos. They need a reason to live. They need a function in their life. They need that objective function in order to like keep going forward. And the objective function was easy to understand. Like before, when things were scarce and like, you know, we were living, you know, in like, you know, pre-modern era, it was easy to understand that you had to do things to live, which is like no longer the case, right? Like we live in such an awesome society right now in the West that like you can really exist while simultaneously being absolutely useless. Whereas like previously, if you were absolutely useless, you died. You starved and you died.
She's not wrong.
So like, people have to have people have to search themselves for that reason, for that objective function, for that telos. They have to search within themselves for it, right? And this is why I tell everybody, like, mine is to get to space. So now everything's contextualized around that for me, right? Like, I don't get depressed anymore because I'm thinking about that. What's my goal in the end is like that. I have that North Star that I can always look at that North Star and say, like, okay, like, I need to get to space. Why? Because I love America. I love I love America, and I love God.
Danger that the life creates, right? There's no danger in our life anymore. There's no saber-toothed tigers. There's no mammoths. There's no invading hordes of Mongols. There's no, I mean, like, I guess if you live in Ukraine, maybe. But, like, in a general sense, like, that's not really the case. And before you say, I'm not talking about, like, migration or, like, you know, illegal immigration. I mean, like, a legitimate war, right? An actual real war. We don't have any of those things in Western countries. There's none of these things. And I think that people take, I think that the human mind has the concept, like this is an idea that was explored in, you know, a lot of science fiction, right? The Matrix, for example, is that like the human beings, and I agree with this, is that human beings have the desire to struggle. Human beings want to struggle. They want to have something that is stressful.
I don't really think it's struggle. I think it's human beings want something to strive for. Human beings want to dream. To a dream. I guess if you think about it, yeah, I mean it is sort of true. Human beings do want to struggle, but towards that dream. I think you can distill it further.
And unpleasant and problematic that they have to strive towards. And I think that there's a lot of points of psychology that lead in this direction.
That was a really good video, actually. I really like that one a lot. Okay, guys, that was a 10-minute video. Did we make that 10-minute video like an hour long?
From going to Japan, it's not that great. I feel like people gas Japan way too much.
What? I 100% disagree with that. What are you talking about?
Okay, first of all, I feel like Japan is definitely not Muslim friendly, like at all.
I don't like it just because it's not halal friendly.
Okay, I think food is like one of the biggest reasons why you go to a certain country, no?
Oh god.
I'm having a brain aneurysm. I need to see a doctor. Be right back. Okay, so this lady is a eater. Like she likes to gorge. It's her life pleasure. She is a hedonist, and the reason she travels to other countries is not because like she appreciates the culture or that maybe she is looking for another opportunity or you know to leave the place and start a new family. So you go to other countries to eat, to gorge. Holy shit. Okay.
Like,
exactly, 7-Eleven's banging.
No, stop lying. 7-Eleven gets tired after 2 days or lunch. You're telling me we're having sushi, yeah? Sushi.
You can see like she went on a tangent there, so he had to clip it. But okay, you're going to Japan to have sushi.
It's supposed to be seafood, yeah? And I'm asking the lady, oh, is there pork in it? I even asked for bants, yeah? Everyone's telling me, oh no, there's no pork, there's no. I asked for bants, and she tells me, oh yeah, like the rice is boiled in pork water.
Okay, so because she is not tolerating or she's not comfortable with your desert level mysticism, right? Like she does not believe in the same spirits and the same, you know, cosmic forces that you do. That means that Japan as a nation is not welcoming to you as a person. I mean, that seems pretty legit. Now, here's the interesting thing. A lot of people are criticizing this lady and for her way of thinking. But the reality is, her way of thinking is actually successful and is actually nation building and is actually winning. And I'll explain how before you get upset. You see, people like her, they form a community. They have like the Muslim community, right? And they put money together, like she literally probably, well, not necessarily her, but like people like her, like they donate money, they put money together, and they manage to fund NGOs, and they fund mosques and stuff. And those people use that money in order to bribe politicians, in order to do activist pressure, in order to bribe university professors, in order to bribe social media moguls, in order to push their ideology and make their worldview happen. And so, this is not a bad thing, by the way. Like, this is actually how politics work. Like, if you think politics is just about sitting in your house for, like, 3 years and doom scrolling on the internet and bitching about things, like, I got news for you. Okay? That's not how politics work. Voting, people say voting doesn't matter. It's like, no, it does matter, but it isn't the only thing that matters. This level of activism also matters, right? Like, her ideas are being put in her head by other people who have money. Where do those people have money? Well, from individuals like her that donate to those institutions, right? And so those institutions then, they push for change. So like they initially start pushing for tolerance, or they will go to certain countries and be like, oh, well, you know, our university professors say that you have a demographic decline. Like we have some really good workers in our nations, you know, just sign a treaty, sign a contract, and we're going to bring you workers. And then you have workers from that nation. And then those workers, you know, they start complaining, they start bringing up stuff like this.
Remember,
and the NGOs, the activists, again, they go with the money to the politicians. Politicians don't really care about anything else besides cash anyway. And they're basically saying, you know, like, look, our people are getting pressured. They're getting suffocated by your culture. Like, can't you make some concessions? If you don't make concessions, we're going to sue you. We're going to give you bad PR. And that's pretty much how it works, right? Like, people need to understand that every single politician, every single NGO, and every single activist really cares about your freedom. Some people want you to have freedom. Other people want to take your freedoms away. The question is, how much money is going to one side and how much money is going to the other? And if the conversation doesn't happen like this, then the conversation doesn't have a point. Because this is the only way that you can talk about politics. And so I've noticed that there is actually a very viral trend of videos now on social media with Muslims complaining about Japan. And it's very interesting because this trend didn't exist 5 years ago. It didn't exist 6 years ago. It didn't exist 7 years ago. And so the reality is that someone is pushing for it. Whether people are legitimately paying activists in order to say this, or maybe they paid the social media mogul themselves in order to tinker with the algorithm and have these videos popping up. The reality is that, well, the videos do exist. There are a lot of people, even in Japan now. Like I saw that a growing trend after Elon Musk helped use the AI to translate what Japanese people are saying, and now they understand what we are saying, right? So like
bridges are being built, the cultures are crossing over now.
Connection between the
it's
West
actually
and
really
Japan
fucking
right now,
cool.
where for the first time ever, people are communicating with each other.
Yeah.
And I've noticed that there are a lot of leftists in Japan, and they're extremely similar to the leftists that we have here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how is
And
that possible?
they despise
Now,
these
like,
people the
look
same
at
way we do.
right-wingers. The right-wingers in Europe are very different than the right-wingers in Canada. They're very different than the right-wingers in Japan. They're very different than the right-wingers in Africa, right? Like, when you look at right-wing culture, it is very different because it's nationalistic. But for some reason, left-wing culture has the exact same talking points, sometimes
No
even in
matter where
English,
you find
right?
it.
The exact same talking points in Eastern Europe, the exact same talking points in the UK, the exact same talking points in the United States. How is this possible? Well, because it's coordinated at an institutional level. And it's not grassroots. It's not something that most people genuinely believe. Instead, it is something that people are being educated to believe in school.
And that is the fundamental issue. Because it then hits a point, when it festers so hard, it hits a point where even if you can show proof that something is not what people have been led to believe it is, you can show definitive proof that something does not work a way that you're told it works. You're shown definitive proof that everything you believe is false. It does not matter. Because the programming is already solidified. People will just look at definitive proof and say, I don't care. I'm still going to think and believe what I want to believe. And that's why we can't speak. We can't really speak to these people on the other side past a certain point.
In academia, through the media, through the social media algorithms. And this is how you get to that point. Right-wingers do not coordinate. But still, I guess this is why maybe they want to shut down Elon Musk's platform, because a lot of Japanese are absolutely shocked to see that Americans and Eastern Europeans have the exact same takes that they do in their own countries. And the things that they were saying, they thought that they're in a minority.
Oh.
But it turns out that no, nationalism being good is not a minority position. Loving your culture and your nation and your
Okay,
values,
but this is pricey as
not a minority
fuck.
position.
Jesus.
Like, apparently this is actually normal. Everywhere around the world, people are doing this. And so it's wholesome to see Japanese people almost breaking down in tears, thinking that, oh, well, I go on Japanese forums and Japanese media, and I was generally thinking that I was weird. It's like, no, you're not
Nope,
weird.
you're not.
You're actually normal. This is why the current person that won your election behaves the way she behaves. But anyway, right. So also the demand is interesting, right? Like Muslim friendly. Do you know how expensive it is? Like this is a thing that most of these people demanding things don't realize. Like if they had the business, if they had the restaurant, and they needed to make food friendly to all the religious on planet Earth, they would realize that their costs are going up by 50%. And then the customer ends up paying for it, right? And so you end up with fewer customers, and they go to the place that's exclusive rather than inclusive. Anyway, right. Unless BlackRock gives you subsidies, yeah. Let me know what you guys think, though, and as usual, I will see you in the comment section. Take care.
We had the Supergirl trailer released this week, and it was completely overshadowed by one statement from Millie Alcock. It's Alcock, guys.
Alcock.
I'll say it how I want to say it.
Not
okay?
all.
All the cock.
All the cock.
All the cock. Supergirl star Millie Alcock says, I really can't stop backlash and understands why Scorsese, Ridley Scott criticize her movies. Not every film is for everyone. It definitely made me aware of simply existing as a woman in that space is something that people comment on. We have become very comfortable having this weird ownership of women's bodies. I can't really stop them. I can only be myself.
You're in showbiz.
Well, yeah, my favorite part of this, though, is everyone was going, what do you mean we don't own you? And then the media came out and went, yes, you do. You're proving her correct. Because I've never been told that I own someone before by the corporate media.
Millie, I need to have some laundry done tomorrow. If you could pop round between 10 and 12, that would be great.
Whoever
She's
pays
kind
you
of
is
straddling,
happy
the
with
conversation there is straddling two different franchises there. It's straddling the Game of Thrones with House of the Dragon and also Supergirl. But like, it's really difficult to pick apart what she's actually referring to there. Because, like, did people comment on the fact that she was in House of the Dragon?
That's what they're alluding to, is that people make comments
really?
about, I guess, her looks or her body or
And
something.
nobody did. That's not her. That's
I was
not
about
her.
to say, I didn't see that anywhere.
A single thread or a single...
She was like the most popular thing on the show. I think so much so that when the story advances and they go to the adult versions, people felt like there was a bit of a fall off with the Rhaenyra character. Because the non-binary actress wasn't really as good with the role as Millie was in the younger version. There was a noticeable fall off with the character once they pushed the story ahead. Everybody was a fan of this person. So this is all complete bullshit.
I haven't heard anything about this either.
I think Variety was just trying to throw that in to say she's part of a fandom. I don't know if she even said anything because we all covered House of the Dragon and we all said she was great, and I never heard a single complaint.
No, not about her.
Criticism for what's her name, who plays older Rhaenyra.
Yes, that's what I just said.
100%.
There was discussion surrounding, well, not a ton of criticisms, but a lot of discussion surrounding whether this was the right person and blah blah blah. But in terms of Millie Alcock, it seemed all fairly positive.
She was good in it. She was the better Rhaenyra too.
Yes,
be real.
Clearly,
and let's be real. Even if a couple people say something, even if a bunch of people say something, if you're going to promote your female-driven superhero movie, this is the exact wrong thing to say. Right? Because this never happens for things that are good and successful. It doesn't seem to happen, right?
Nope.
These comments only seem to come out before things that the people making them are very, very worried about failing.
Yeah, it sounds like she's insecure about her performance, so she is just like padding the critiques by putting this out there.
Like, yeah, particularly in recent years, these female-led superhero movies generally haven't had a great track record. Like, there's always the occasional
skill
one that
required to
bucks the
use.
trend, like Wonder Woman, that did really well.
Wait, what didn't
But
I
generally
fucking-
speaking, things like the Marvels,
Oh,
or like Birds of Prey, like all of those things.
I forgot you need one of these
disastrous.
guys, not one of those
I think
guys.
They know the same thing's going to happen here. Partly, well, it could come down to a number of things. It could be like the DC brand isn't particularly strong under James Gunn because like it's been mismanaged for years. There's a degree of superhero fatigue. The movie itself might kind of suck. We don't know. Like the test screenings haven't been great. And well, there's no getting around the fact that your audience for comic book movies, for superhero movies, is predominantly male. And if you don't appeal to them, you're not going to have a successful film. So all of those things are working against this movie. I think they know that. I think they know it's going to underperform, if not outright flop, and they're trying to cover their bases early. They're trying to get the excuses in early.
Because this makes no sense. Corn Sweat got all kinds of people talking about him, and he's a man. He's not a woman. People trash that movie.
This is what they do, man.
Exactly. Existing in the space.
Yeah.
It's a silly thing to even say.
If you look through it just using a microscope, not seeing the broader picture, and zoom on women getting criticism in movies, you think, oh, look at all this sexism and misogyny. When you expand the picture, look at everything in context, you're like, everybody gets criticized. So they're setting her up to be a victim, and it's the old shit we've seen for years and years and years. It's deflection of their own failures.
And if she were brown, it would be a comment about that.
Yes, right.
Well, and it's like it's a playbook that's so fucking used up now. Like this stuff was viable maybe in 2018, 2019. Now we've seen it a million times before, and it never works. People are wise to it now. It's such a pointless play.
It's like a copy of a copy of a copy, you know. Like back then, at least it was kind of coherent in some way. You know, and trying to give
photocopy of a photocopy.
But it's like this doesn't even make sense.
Ryan, what were you gonna say, Ryan?
I was just gonna say it was really ironic that Drinker mentioned Wonder Woman because I think that Gal Gadot probably had more discussion about her and her body and all of these things leading up to that movie than a lot of these other female superhero movies that we've had out there. But I didn't hear I didn't hear a bunch of complaining from her. I didn't hear this like whatever. And the movie went on, and some people like it, some people don't, but it was very successful.
Yes.
And she again, I think she had probably more comments about that and about her body type to play that particular character than any of these other people we're talking about.
Can I also point out, Ryan, that a lot of people that are defending or going after us for what we said, how are they criticizing Gal Gadot now just because she's Israeli? So like, it's such a bunch of fucking bullshit. That's all it is, right? Platoon had the best comment on this, I think.
Say nobody did that. They shit on her because she's a terrible actress. Is this gonna register it? Okay, it's a different cutscene. Okay, that's what it was. I did wrong.
It will fatten up fine on its own. Get a few of them together, and you might have a litter before long.
Okay.
Now and then to see how the beasts are faring.
Okay, so the middle guy sells, the right guy keeps. I didn't realize that's how it worked. That's why this is empty, despite the fact that I've dropped off like fucking 3 goats already. Tell of the results of the registration.
At last, the ranch is starting to look proper.
So what's the point of the sell guy then? Is he just for money?
If we have enough numbers, they might even breed on their own. Not only that, some animals provide us with useful resource every day. Like how a female goat gives us fresh milk every morning. But of course, sometimes we've got to butcher them if we need the meat.
So what do you find for that?
Today's meal, in fact. Could you take one of them down to the butchery? Just take it over to Gunner and he will handle the rest.
You can take livestock to Gunner to butcher them for provisions. Obtainable items can be viewed with Ben in the menu before taking them to him. Once butchering is complete, the items will be sent to your private storage. So is that what the ranch menu is meant to do? Hang on, let me max out your rep. Okay.
Glad to see you, as ever. Take it already.
It's kind of questionable, kind of sussy that he gave me 5 rubbers.
Who'd raise the cattle if I went around?
Buy livestock, baby pig. A chick.
Stock's in fine shape.
Oh, here we go. Butchering results. Small bones. So it's like skinning it. He gives milk. Livestock qualities 1. How do you raise a quality? Slaughter. Maybe I'm gonna find another animal to bring in and butcher that one rather than butchering the one we just caught.
Who'd raise the cattle if I went around?
If you buy a pig,
Anything for you.
livestock registered. So the pig hasn't really turned into anything yet. Didn't they say you could go inside and like make sure that they're fed? How do you do that? They also said you could go inside and a saddle. You could use the feces as fertilizer for the other spot. Is this the feeding thing? Yeah, here we go. Fill the feed bin. Oh, I could use my old food. Is that the only one? Feels kind of vile giving meat to a pig, but is this water? No. Okay, they'll stay in there. So the butcher guy's the guy on the left, I'm assuming. Yep. All right, let's go find another one.
Our friend Little Platoon. It's like some invasion of the body snatchers type thing. Young women go to Hollywood seemingly normal, even quite talented, and then they come out saying not only the same asinine things, but in exactly the same asinine ways. Nobody who has not been body swapped by a pod uses phrases like ownership of women's bodies.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
pod speak. You can always tell pod speak because the words are the same and the
Can I
speaker
not?
is totally interchangeable. They do not think, they recite. Well said.
That's it. They're given talking points. That's all it is.
Yeah.
They're given talking points by publicists, by studios, and that's what they have to recite, and that's all they do. Platoon is 100% right. There's no thought put into it.
It goes beyond that, though, because this is entire ideology which has set up deliberate minefields and landmines for people to step on. These aren't just words. These are like essentially magic spells that have always worked. Like, do you notice how online...
Literally what Leaflet says all the time about spellcasters.
Bullying was a big thing and then it vanished and it was replaced with online harassment. It's because bullying didn't work, so they stepped up the language to make it seem worse. What she means by ownership of women's bodies is talking about her body. When actually, if she just said that, that would be perfectly reasonable. No one is talking that there's a problem with a woman playing Supergirl, as that's just a fact. But why is she on the screen? She's there for the enjoyment of the audience. And so obviously the audience are going to critique what's on the screen in the first place.
Yes.
And if somebody better could have pleased the audience more, they should be in the role instead. And yet this is a whole point of, you're no longer playing essentially a character, which is just an object on a screen. You want to make it about you, because now I'm assaulting a person rather than a product that I'm paying money for.
Well,
and that is an entire social difference.
And it overlooks like the insane pressure that's put on guys as well to look
Yes.
buff, to look amazing, to look like bodybuilders,
Henry
and all of their shit. There was this ridiculous like report from Variety that just came out the other day from Lily Reinhart. She says a male director came up to me on set and said, "Just suck in your stomach a little bit." Like that was some fucking national emergency that we should all be like deeply concerned about. Oh, I'm sorry. Have you seen what the guys in like the Marvel movies have to put themselves through just to do their completely pointless but obligatory shirtless scenes? These guys are putting themselves through the kind of regimes that would buckle professional athletes. And they're just expected to do it.
Daredevil? Oh,
yeah, he got ripped.
That guy could have been a dairy farm. He was that yoked. Fuck yeah. No.
And that's the thing, like, do they complain about it? Do they say,
No,
oh,
they don't.
people have this weird ownership?
Oh, they
of-
they demand that you do it with
No, they just
livestock.
fucking go to the gym and work out like they're told to.
And for the most part, the women in these superhero spaces don't go through the physical regime that the men do because they're not asked. They just don't. They just don't. Brie Larson didn't go through the work. I know there's that one video of her pushing up a Jeep up a stuff.
Lots of videos of her stretching.
She's not required to do it.
Like I said, lots of videos of her stretching.
No, the only one like it's a terrible movie, guys. It's a terrible movie. But Mackenzie Davis in Terminator: Dark Fate at least went out and like worked out.
Yes,
got yoked.
She was insane for that role. Absolutely good call out.
Look at Jessica Biel in
Jessica Biel,
right?
Yes,
she was fucking jacked, but she looked amazing. She put the work in. Guess what? Like, she didn't complain about it. She didn't be like, "Oh, I'm getting objectified in this movie." She was told to work out and get buff, and she fucking did.
The actress who played
Imagine
the actress who played Colleen Wing in Iron Fist. I always complained that she looked like she just got back from shopping at the fucking mall and she's kicking the shit out of dudes left and right.
Hey,
throwing her 80
shopping
pounds
is
around.
exhausting.
I know it can be, but it's listen, they aren't put through the same shit, but this is I mean, this is women in Hollywood, dodging that accountability. Just let your work, as I pointed out to Angry Joe, Hugh Jackman, Heath Ledger, Michael Keaton, Ben Affleck all got a ton of shit, and they just did the role. They just shut up and they did their thing. I don't know what else
finally
you
expand the
want to talk
camp.
about, like them shaving Michael. Yes, they were saying Michael Keaton was too short. He was too bald. He was too old.
Every time any somewhat relevant superhero gets cast, we have these discussions. And usually it's about men. And people don't have any problem saying, I don't know if Ben Affleck is big enough to play this character. I don't know if David Corenswet is big enough. Like, we have no issues discussing these, and it's normal because we're talking about a visual medium that is brought to life.
Okay, I gotta wait for the other guys to finish the other job.
Well, yeah, of course it is.
Gary, did you send to Joe an extra large packet of anus solve just for his massive butt?
Maybe. Well, he's gonna need an extra large package.
Joe, you fucking has-been.
He's gotten bigger.
I don't care what you think.
He's gotten a little bigger. I ain't seen him in a while, and
it's like Grace Randolph, and then it's Angry Joe when it comes to worst movie takes in the fucking world ever.
Yeah, I just hope he wears a
She-Hulk reviews. He does change his commentary depending on what the audience thinks.
Yes, he does.
This is a guy,
and then he wanted to chew me out. He wanted to chew me out about authenticity and being disingenuous. And then he called me angry and did a wall of fucking tech. I didn't read the whole thing, to be honest with you. Okay.
These great comments,
2K
subs. And then when people were coming going, yeah, it's not a very good film at all, it's just like, no, actually, and his audience just like, what? Actually, I've had a thought. It's now an 8 out of 10. I got fuck off.
Dude, any interaction with Angry Joe goes, he spurgs, you respond. He spurgs again, you respond, and then he spurgs.
No, Jeremy. Then he DMs you. Then he goes into your DMs and goes, I thought you were one of the good guys. I thought you were one of the nice guys. I thought you weren't a Trumpy poopy papa poo poo.
The advantage is I don't follow Angry Joe, so he can't DM.
Neither do I. There you go. Do we want to see the Supergirl trailer again?
No.
Okay.
No.
It's underwhelming.
It's not the worst. It's not the worst trailer ever. It's just very meh. It's just meh.
Well, you notice they took out the dog pissing on Superman.
Oh yes.
Yep.
Only for that trailer though.
I'm betting that's not in the movie. I'm betting they took that out of the movie.
Plays movies today.
Do you like movies? Of course. Well, we're making a new movie. Okay, nice. What's it about? We're spending $250 million on this movie.
What's it about?
Okay, what's it about? That's a lot of money to spend on a movie, right? Yeah, it's a lot.
It just swallows at him.
So what's it about? Don't worry about that. Okay, well, for $250 million, I bet you can shoot at some pretty cool locations. No, we're gonna do it in front of the screen. But it'll look really realistic, right? No. You're not even gonna be able to tell where the sun is.
Okay. Literally Marvel right
Pretty
now.
cool, right? Why does that cost so much money? Because we usually have to roto out all the actors and then replace the backgrounds later.
Wait, why was there a firework there?
Yeah, just do it twice. And it still looks bad. Yeah.
Yes.
Will the costumes be good?
No.
No, they're also going to be CGI. What about the music? I don't know.
AI.
Is it at least an original idea?
No.
Why don't you just go to the? Why don't you just pay $30 and go to the?
Accurate. That is
That's basically.
Whose post is that? That's great.
Stop asking questions.
So,
Live it in a nutshell,
Talking
baby.
end it like, why don't you just pay the money and then die?
Talking about getting
$30
ahead
for
of
ticket.
stuff. And if you, by the way, with Papa Esidu or Eswidu, I don't care. I don't care. And Millie Alcock. If
Don
you think that,
Eladio.
if you think they were just talking off the cuff in these interviews, you're crazy. Okay, these everything is planned. Absolutely everything is planned by a marketing team. They know exactly what they're fucking doing with these movies. And the thought from Hollywood, it doesn't work. But the thought from Hollywood, when you get out in front of these things, is you can make your movie a movement. And it shields you from
I don't have
criticism.
zero trust with you.
This worked once to great
Black
effect.
Panther?
It was
Oh,
called
she doesn't want
Black
anything.
Panther.
Yeah.
Marvel convinced America that if you went to see Black Panther, you're fighting racism and defeating racism.
Yes.
So-
To this day, there are people that will defend Black Panther to the death. as
And they use the
greatest
same
movie ever
marketing
made.
for Captain Marvel, just for women, and it worked.
Yep.
And remember
it's
they were
also,
busing
though-
inner city children in to go see Black
Oh, yeah.
Panther, and they were
Oprah,
busing
yeah.
little girls in
Oprah
to
was,
see.
was finding black kids and just
see
like,
it.
let's go,
Yeah.
black kids, is loading all the black kids. up.
Nothing.
Go back home and go hungry.
Nothing
Yeah,
from
exactly.
Hollywood is authentic. And this is something I always kind of believed, right? Until I talked to somebody pretty high up at Amazon. The approach with the Rings of Power, when they went out and got in front of it by basically having certain handpicked Tolkien scholars call the fandom. So Amazon didn't call the fandom racist. The handpicked Tolkien scholars who were didn't even work for them, were just chosen for them for the interview, came in and called the fandoms racist and questioned Tolkien. That came straight from Jennifer Salke, who has a background, who had a background, not anymore, in marketing. That's where she came from. So
And she test run that on Wheel of Time as well. It was the exact
Uh-huh.
same thing run all over again.
Uh-huh.
With a smaller franchise, they were able to get basically all of the biggest YouTubers on their side. With Lord of the Rings, couldn't do that. It was too distributed.
Sounds
The
like
people
it's
they had,
soft.
like I did not recognize any of those fucking influencers that they had.
We've seen 2 trailers for this now. It looks abysmal. Like absolutely the Marvel's level of abysmal. This film.
Yeah, I mean, I get the impression that it's less like disgust or like hatred for this movie, that no one even feels that. It's just apathy.
Yeah.
Like people have watched these trailers and just said, nah, it just looks like another generic James Gunn style superhero flick, and we're so fucking over that.
That's
I mean,
exactly
an open
what I
bar,
was
we
like.
speculated the other night about like final box office numbers for this. I think my initial estimate was like 400 million, like 200 million less than Superman. I think I might have been optimistic on that one.
Yeah, I think
Some
so.
people were saying like
60%,
Yeah,
60% of
300.
Superman. Yeah, I think
Right.
that's about right. And that's why they came out and said, oh, the budget was only $100 million, guys.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Horseshit.
Mm-hmm.
No one's buying that, especially the
Mountain wrote
reshoots.
off on those.
I was expecting that trailer to be much worse, but that doesn't mean it was good. It just was whatever. But it did.
It's
only feel-
underwhelming.
It just felt like Guardians of the Galaxy 4
It
with
did.
women lead. That's
It did feel just painfully generic. I am like really, really blackpilled on all of this shit right now, so I gotta like put that at the forefront, like in terms of like biases and stuff like that. But at the same time, it just felt painfully generic. Like I watched that shit and I felt nothing the entire time. And I hate saying this because they used to be cool seeing this guy pop up and things. But it feels like Momoa has been typecasted in all the worst ways now, where he just feels like he's playing the same role over and over. Like we've watched him play Lobo 15 different times now, and now he's officially casted as Lobo, and it's nothing special or magical about it because he's just playing the same character he was playing the whole time.
really all it felt like, and that's
Copy
not
of a
even.
copy.
Yeah,
I don't think it even looks like a film. I mean, in as much as I don't think it looks like a film that should be at the cinema. I think it looks like a Saturday afternoon matinee that if you just so happen to be in, you might turn on. It doesn't. It looks like something that the CW would have in two installments over the week. It just doesn't look remotely palatable. I can't see why somebody would say, yeah, I'm gonna fork over $20, $30, whatever it is, to go see this generic fucking crud at the cinema. It just doesn't compute with me.
It looks like the 20th movie in a line, and not the second movie.
Yeah, it's the contrast between what is like subversive and current versus what is timeless, right? And the problem is the movies like this, that James Gunn style of superhero flick, where it's like everyone's just a bit cynical and like, I'm not here to live up to your superhero expectations. You know, that sort of thing was very much timely 5 or 6 years ago, probably more like 10 years ago at this point. You know, when you wanted to get to the subversive, almost the parody stage of superhero movies, it was different. It was a bit like edgy. Okay, fine, that worked in its time, but that has a very limited lifespan, and now that lifespan has expired. And a movie like this just feels like it's playing catch up with an era that's already come and gone. Whereas a timeless kind of movie, like something like the Donner version of Superman, where it's just genuine heroism. It's like an old-fashioned movie by every measure, but people would still watch it today because it's got those timeless themes in it. This movie doesn't. It was.
That's kind of how I feel, and I think there's more people like me than even these guys realize. I think there's a number of us that feel this way about Man of Steel when it comes to Superman in particular. Like that was basically our version of what they feel for the James Donner version of Superman, the old school Supermans. Like this Man of Steel is basically that for us. It's just they hate the director with a passion, which is a different thing. So it's like it'll never get that kind of acknowledgement ever.
Timely, but that time has passed and it's missed it.
I think the other thing too is that they basically have spoiled the plot in the trailer, and it's like nothing about this makes me want to go see the movie now.
Well, it's because it's the same as Superman. The fucking the big impetus behind all that, the driving action in Superman and the big discoveries is when Krypto gets kidnapped and Krypto's in trouble. Now in this fucking movie, the second movie in this universe, Superman and then Supergirl, Krypto gets hurt and Krypto's in trouble and they have to fucking save Krypto. And by the way, Krypto isn't actually Krypto, it's James Gunn's fucking dog.
Yes.
Right? So now the projects that we have in the fucking DCU, 2 of them are about James Gunn's dog, and 1 of them is about James Gunn's wife getting fucked.
He's not wrong.
Knows how to do is like write about
At
himself.
least it's not about James Gunn's dog getting fucked. Okay, I guess.
That's the next step. Small wins.
Yeah, like John Cena's still available, by the way.
We all know it's about James. It's only about James Gunn because he said that when he announced his.
This is what I was trying to find before. This exact spot.
He announced was followed by because I like this, because I do this. We're gonna have a Brave and the Bold with Damian Wayne as the Robin because Damian Wayne's my favorite Robin because of Grant Morrison. So it was just about stuff that he wanted. This DC universe was never created based on what we think is going to be good and interesting for the fans, where this direction's going to flow because of that. It was just all the stuff that I want. And you wonder why all of this stuff is just a fucking mess.
Well,
it's because
I've said before, like,
though.
I would put, like Disney as Disney's tenure over Star Wars as like one of the biggest pieces of brand mismanagement in modern history. But I think ultimately James Gunn's DCU might end up topping it.
Oh, it could be high.
Because like at least you know, Disney swung for the fences with the sequel trilogy. It's like James Gunn is determined to do the most irrelevant, pointless, uninteresting stuff.
The problem with this talking point is that the expectations on the DCU are nowhere near in the same fucking sphere, realm, era, anything. They're nowhere near where the expectations would be for Star Wars, and that's just never gonna be a thing. the expectation for a brand new Star Wars project is always going to be like at the very, very, very top of the fucking chart. And so the failure with Star Wars is always going to be magnified as a result. It's never going to be on the same level.
Side stories, rather than make use of his biggest properties. It's like, hey, you want to do a Wonder Woman movie? Nah, I'm good. You want to do a Batman movie? We'll get to that at some point. You're going to do a Superman movie? I guess. Like, I'll do that. I'm more interested in doing, like, you know, Peacemaker Season 2 or The Authority or, like, Creature Commandos or Clayface.
Or
like,
Booster Gold or something.
It's because he likes characters which focus. He likes characters that focus internally rather than externally, which are heroism. So at least Superman, when he was going around saving a dog, he was saving somebody else's dog. He was saving because he liked them. Everything focused on things that weren't him. Supergirl isn't saving the dog because she likes pets or because it's somebody else's. It's because it's the only thing that I have. It makes me feel nice, and so she only engages in pro activities to save her own feelings. And that's nobody wants to see that in the cinema. Just some selfish narcissist go around and kill people so she doesn't feel bad.
It's a strange choice for a second movie, and I think it'll be hopefully it won't as frustrating as She-Hulk, because you take a character that people like quite a bit from the comic books and completely fuck it up. And this is based on a Tom King story that I don't adore, and there might be more to it, but I think the biggest tell in the trailer is how much Lobo's in it, because he's not in the movie that much, unless they put more Lobo in those reshoots but like they focus on Lobo at the end.
I heard that they did add more Lobo reshoots though.
Like,
they added more Superman.
He's the only happy person.
Yeah, they had Superman as well.
Yeah, but we're going to get a Lobo that, to be honest with you, I think more people would want just to have a Lobo film, and that way you could actually make Lobo more Lobo-ish, as opposed to this, where they're having to make Lobo more Supergirlish to fit in with that tone. I think we'd rather see, you know, some real fucking Judge Dredd-esque kind of kick-ass Lobo than this sort of one-liner crack. You gotta get the Marvel one-liner cracks in, you know, because it's just poopies.
It's like putting Mephisto in Ironheart. Waste. Yeah, not the worst trailer I've ever seen, but it's not exactly inspiring, and it's really a strange choice for your second movie when you still have Wonder Woman, Batman, Flash, Green
Lantern, not muddy Green Lantern, Brown Lantern.
Wowing us. We should have seen that Superman film, been talking about how fucking awesome that Superman film was. We should be talking about whichever the second film is. Let's just forget it's Supergirl, because this is the most retarded decision ever. Let's say this is going to be Superman. No, let's say this is this is going to be Batman now, because of how it should be positioned. So we're waiting for Batman or something like that. We should be going, fucking hell, these trailers are they're looking on point, can't we? You know, looking for, fingers crossed, it's looking really good. But we're not. We're looking at something which looks like Marvel's level, which was film number 31 or something, or 32 of the fucking Marvel Brigade. And this is DC's second offering. And then when this fails miserably, which it's going to do, what we're going to get next? Clayface. We're going to get a Batman villain that no normie knows about. I haven't got a fucking clue.
With no Batman
whatsoever. And then,
low budget,
again, still no Batman. And then after that, what we're going to get? We're going to get Superman again. Are we going to Superman take 2 to try and make
but
it
it's an ensemble
tomorrow?
But he has been.
Whoever said, I can't remember who said it, but I think you're right. I think this is ultimately going to become Superman, Man of Tomorrow.
It
this
has
is not
to be.
just going to become Man of Tomorrow.
No way.
You can't get demoted in your own sequel after you had such a successful movie.
And yeah, here we are.
Well, remember,
the
original name for this Supergirl movie was Supergirl, Woman of Tomorrow.
Yeah,
right.
And then they dropped that. They just stuck with Supergirl, and I agree. I think it's going to be Superman, Man of Tomorrow. Same like they changed Superman Legacy to just Superman.
Yeah, because Superman Legacy was the most retarded name possible. Why would you have a legacy when you're introducing a character? Your character has to go through journeys to create the legacy.
It's a meta commentary on superhero movies and our awareness of Superman. Don't you understand?
Don't make it then.
Sure. Is the prevailing wisdom still going to be that Gunn is going to be out after Man of Tomorrow?
It'll decide his fate.
Right?
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to decide his fate. I think he's out.
Chris Gore made Angry Joe mad, though, over this. because he said Rachel Zegler energy, which it was. I mean, it's not as
It'll be like that.
you know.
I think that was the comment that made it into the Hollywood Reporter article.
Yeah, like Joe, like a long time ago, me and him got into it on Twitter, and Ripa was involved in that, and then we jumped on a Discord call with him, me and Ripa. It was the most painful discussion I've ever had. Like we weren't yelling or we weren't arguing, but it was just like everything we
Pulling
tried to
teeth.
explain to him, he just kept ignoring everything we're saying and bringing up racism and disrespect of black people. I'm like, Ripa is black, motherfucker. Like, what are you talking about?
I know.
It's shit.
The response to Chris Gore was talking about Gary more than it was talking about Chris.
And my response
Yes,
to Chris
actually.
was essentially bringing up Heath and Ben Affleck again and all the shit they went through, and it was just all they did was let their performance do the talking. They shut up, and I mentioned that I thought Millie Alcock's casting as Supergirl was really good. I said it at the time, and all she had to do was just do the best she could in a movie. Unfortunately, she's in a movie that's adapting Tom King's work. Based on a Tom King story. That's the biggest problem I have with it.
Captain Oedipus, if there ever fucking was one.
My dude, Oedipus.
Jesus, that guy wants to kill his dad and fuck his mom. I swear to fucking God.
Oedipus.
Look up Oedipus complex, Chris.
I think
This is just the enunciation. We know about Oedipus.
Angry Joe was ranting about. None of us are upset about it. We just kind of roll our eyes and laugh. Every time we see something like this, because we just saw it play out last fucking week, the same fucking thing, and we've seen this play out with so many. I thought of one instance, Ryan, where there was some heat and it turned out to be okay with not everybody, with some, is House of the Dragon with Corlys. With Corlys Valerian, because they made it kind of work in the story. It's still fucking ridiculous that they wear blonde wigs.
It's retarded and stupid. However, unlike almost every other race swap, at least there's an element of the story where if these people are black, it actually highlights and plays up this this other drama. You know what I mean? Which makes it a little more obvious that the king is just blind as hell. That makes it more obvious that Rhaenyra is a fucking slut whore bitch. So at least there is that, but it didn't need to happen. It shouldn't have happened.
No. And as far as like the tone of Supergirl, where it's this messy girl and she's going to be bad and then she'll figure out it's going to be good, and that Clark wasn't so dumb after all, maybe just kind of dumb at the end, and she'll figure it out. The problem is when you have that character arc in a movie, then she's going to have to revert back to being messy Supergirl because that's her personality. So everything you see in this movie, she's going to revert back and be the cynical one to Clark in the future, I predict. And it sucks because this year we have 3 great examples of, not everybody's going to agree, and that's fine, of 2 TV shows and a movie that just have a lot of heart and have heroism, genuine heroism in it, with Project Hail Mary, with One Piece Season 2, and A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. If you approach Superman or Supergirl with the approach they took towards Dunk in A Night of the Seven Kingdoms, that would go a long way to rebuilding superheroes, because we've lost the hero part of superhero.
Well, I think we've passed through that stage of like subversion and mockery and satire, and it's like, okay, what's left at this point? There's nothing left to do with this apart from go back to the roots, which is genuine heroism.
Yep.
Which is what we ultimately want, man. Like, I'm so fucking tired of like characters like Supergirl, where it's like, she's this messy, cynical party girl who just like wants to, sleep her days away, and like she doesn't want to be a hero. She's not here to live up to your expectations. And it's like, fuck off. That was cutting edge like 10 years ago. I'm so done with this crap now.
Yeah.
Like, I look at her now and just think, what an obnoxious arsehole you are. I don't care about your trauma. I don't care about your emotional fucking problems. I'm not interested. You've got nothing about you that makes me feel inspired. And I don't care if you eventually get to a heroic arc by the end of it. I don't like you as a person from what I've seen of you.
Yeah, she doesn't come off as really likable. And then if we say that, it's, well, you're saying that because she's a woman. No, she's just an unlikable
she's just
person.
unlikable.
Yeah.
She's just a prick.
Yeah.
That's all she is. Guys can be pricks, girls can be pricks.
Yeah, in the trailer, she just, and that other girl that's in the trailer, that little fucking girl that's in the trailer, like, Who, when,
Yeah,
why?
oh my
don't
God, why?
fucking give a shit. Why are you even there?
What was that line?
She could have not been there, and it would have been the same trailer.
No, what was the line where she says they killed my innocent family?
Yeah, my innocent family.
What the hell is that?
That is some mad
We know they were
crazy.
crazy.
When they were researching spiders in the Amazon. Right?
Hey, at least they had the good sense to not put that in Madam Web. It was only in the trailer, so
Yeah.
there you go. Which I was disappointed about.
They should have gone with it.
I think so. Maybe we can get the oh God, who directed Madam Web? It was.
Who cares?
No,
can't
she was
believe
going to
Ryan
direct a
doesn't know.
Spider-Man.
Ryan knows.
She was going to direct a not a Star Trek.
Oh
movie.
shit!
God,
I don't remember.
it's a lesbian.
Jesus.
It doesn't matter.
It was.
But they did ask
Don't do the lesbians.
It was
They
SJ
did ask Dakota
Clarkson.
Johnson about that line though, and she was like, "I just didn't see anything wrong with this. I see all these memes of people quoting a section of the trailer. It's like, what is the point of this?"
S.J. Clarkson.
Clarkson, that's right. Where's the Clarkson cut? Let's go. All that for bad.
I'd rather
joke.
have Jeremy.
Would that be called the
Clarkson.
It's Jeremy Clarkson cut. Yeah.
I would go for the Jeremy Clarkson cut. Hell yeah.
All right, let's see what's going on with this guy. Yep.
1 second, I don't have my headset on. I see that you joined, but I can't hear you.
You know what? No.
Hello.
Yeah.
Happy Easter, motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
That's that you just that. No, it was Easter.
Sure. I knew that.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I was definitely gonna say that to you first, and then it just slipped my mind. You just spoke too fast. Beat me to it.
You know, the thing Richie said is kind of funny. I woke up. That was the first thing I saw, and I just laughed my ass off.
Oh yeah.
I fell back asleep like 2 seconds later. So. I honestly wasn't sure if you were gonna be on today because of the fact that it was Easter. I wasn't sure if your family.
Have you ever known me to have any kind of holiday where I'm not around because of a holiday?
That's true. I don't know. Listen.
I don't really have very many redeeming qualities, but if there is one redeeming quality I do have, it's that I'm always there until I'm not. Oh, this is where I was yesterday. Okay. Where I got sidetracked. I hit a bit of a high this morning with this game. I came across a part that I was made aware of before in advance, watching other people's experiences. It was a very rare, almost borderline one-off boss fight that serves as a genuine skill check more than anything, because it is a hand-to-hand fight in a tournament. You can't use any of the stuff that you were using throughout the regular game, so you have to fight the guy head on and like fairly, and there's no healing, there's no nothing. You just have to win the fight based on learning his patterns and nothing else. And it was designed in a way where it actually feels like there were people that worked on fighting games that also worked on this boss fight. Because there was stuff that I was noticing as I kept losing over and over and over again that I noticed from watching as a secondhand guy when I watched Tekken.
Interesting.
Yeah, it took me like 8 attempts, and I wasn't even sure I was going to get it. I was basically at a point where I was like, you know what? I think I need to come back to this later when I'm in a different headspace. And in the very last run, I was going to fail one more time and then call it because I wasn't picking up on things as fast as I wanted to. And 2 things happened in the same run. One of them was deliberate, one of them was accidental. The deliberate one was that I stopped trying to parry, and instead I just committed to blocking and just dealing with the block and not going with the parry, because the parry is very inconsistent, where sometimes it comes out, sometimes it doesn't. And if it doesn't, it's very, very bad for you, because again, all of your damage that you take and deal is final. You cannot heal. The guy obviously hits way harder than you do. So it's like, in the damage sense, it's like Mike Tyson's Punch Out from back in the day, where when you fought Tyson, every time you hit him, it did like little tiny increments of damage to his big health bar. Whenever he hits you, he absolutely annihilates you. It's one of those. So the deliberate thing was like committing to blocking, where I was like, you know what, fuck the parry, I can hold block, and it will, for the most part, block anything as long as it's not an unblockable attack, which he does have. And you have to dodge those. Secondly, he has a specific move that it took me like 6 times to realize what was happening. He has one specific move that actually does the lion's share of his damage output, where he charges his attack. He then lunges at you with an overhead kick. And then the overhead kick is something you can dodge or block, which is fine. But the second part is an uppercut that launches you into the air. And this attack is the thing that essentially makes the fight feel as hard as it does, because if he gets you into the air, the minute you hit the ground, it does the same effect as like Tekken, like when you hit somebody on a wall. You know how they get stunned and then you can basically get off more free attacks because they hit the wall?
Yeah.
It's the same thing. When you land on the ground from the uppercut, any terrain you touch effectively becomes a Tekken wall, where he just juggles you and then gets off another 2 like ginormous hits. And this, as it turns out, is what actually chunks your health bar. So the entire time that you're trying to learn his mechanics, the one that you absolutely do not want to get hit by if you can afford it, is that uppercut that sends you into the air and then starts the chain of unblockable damage. The mistake came in. In the middle of getting launched into the air, I felt like a fucking basketball. In the middle of getting launched in the air, I accidentally pressed the X button while I was floating in midair. And then realize you can snap Cliff out of his animation and open up your glider / parachute to float in the air. I did this completely by mistake, and it completely changed everything about the fight. So when you get launched into the air, if you float, it resets his pattern. You never hit the ground because you're slowly descending, and you can choose to hit the ground safely on your feet where the juggle never happens. And that completely changed the fight once I realized you can do that. And it's not illegal. They don't disqualify you, because that's the other thing, is if you use moves that are deemed illegal, they disqualify you and you lose the fight by default. The glider was not on the list. It was a complete fluke. I pressed the button by mistake, and it guaranteed that I would eventually figure out a way to fucking win if I just studied his patterns, because now I had a way to avoid his 1 to 2 shot mechanic entirely. So it took me like 8 tries, but when I like a combination of one deliberate decision and then one accidental decision completely turned the tide, and then all of a sudden it was just basically doing everything right on one run and then getting it done like that. And I eventually did, and it felt fucking glorious when I finally got it right. Because the other thing too is that you can't, like, when he flashes red, you have to evade. Like, there is no, it's non-negotiable. His red moves are all of his grappling moves where he slams you onto the ground, and then he does the same thing where he juggles you and chunks you. So you cannot block, you cannot parry, you need to dodge. So he weaves it in a very weird way where you don't see it. Like, he has one that's front facing where he just glares red from a distance, but then he has combos where he'll hit you 3 or 4 times and then weave in a red at the end at it's a very quick red flash that you can very easily not notice. So you'll block the 4 attacks and then he'll flash red very quickly, grab you, and still do 100% of the damage that he would have did if you hadn't blocked anything at all. So in the middle of all this, then I had to figure out, well, where, because everything I'm telling you right now is all defense. It's like, where the hell is offense? Where do you go to hit him? And I realize it's after every one of his kicks. Whenever he throws a kick, his character model has to reset. So it gives you an opening where his defense is turned off. You can run off, and this was trial and error, you can run off exactly 6 attacks. 6, no more, no less. You have to run off 6 attacks and then either stop or dodge to break away before he grabs you, because his counterattacks turn on after you hit 6. And then it became a constant loop of waiting for him to throw kicks so that I could get off 6 shots, get out, and go back to playing defense. And if he launched you into the air, turn on your glider to safely land on the floor and start the process over again. And eventually just whittle him down till you eventually win. But it felt like I was playing a fucking Tekken match, seemingly out of nowhere. Because a lot of his shit has homing and tracking on it too, so it's like you have to see which ones have homing to know, like, okay, you cannot dodge this. He's just going to track you. You have to block that one.
I see. So it's like, yeah, I get what you're saying then.
Some of the stuff you can sidestep, some of the stuff you have to block. And it's this extremely complete one-off that, and I'm like in 160 hours in, and I found this. And it's a complete one-off that plays where you have to actually like study what the guy is doing, figure out how to counterplay it, and eventually put all of this together in order to eventually win. And then the reward for doing all of this is you get the best item in the game if you wanted to run a hand-to-hand build for the rest of the game. A complete one-off pair of gloves that essentially like fully enables a fighter build if you wanted to go for that. But you can only get it by beating the hardest fighter in the game.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. And by the way, this isn't main story stuff, it's optional. So you could play through the entire game and never come across this. You have to opt in. It's like everybody, the longer everybody plays this shit, the more the comparisons come. Like, this is basically the Skyrim part 2 that we never got. It's this. It's just funny how that works. I literally did the meme of the guy digging through the fucking the rocks, and like the 2 versions of the guy where one of them on the bottom gives up, not realizing the diamonds are like literally 1 more foot, like 1 centimeter away if he just kept digging, but the other guy did keep digging and then he did find all the diamonds. It was literally that. I was about to fucking stop attempting it because I didn't think I could do it, and then right when I was about to stop, I stumbled onto success, and I was like, wait, no, I can actually do this. And then like 1 to 2 more tries after that, I actually got it done. It's a very rewarding feeling. I do think that if I didn't watch Tekken as an outsider, though, a lot of that shit would have felt a lot cheaper than it was meant to feel, because I wouldn't have been familiar with how like certain things are designed in fighting games. Had I not actively just watched as an outsider, like different various fighting games and hearing like far better and far more educated people talking about mechanics. All of that would have just came across as cheap without that knowledge. Like a homing attack seems like complete bullshit to somebody that doesn't know that it's designed to do exactly that. I don't know. I'm like one of these guys that like if I notice that something is designed in a way where it's like there is no way to like effectively counterplay it, it stops feeling like something that's frustrating because I know that I can't beat the design and that there's simply a win to be found somewhere else, and you just need to take that one loss and find your win elsewhere. But if you're telling me that there is nothing like that, but it still feels that way, that's where the frustration like fucking boils over. Is that a boss? Is that a dragon? Are we already at that point in the game? Uh-oh. It is a dragon. He's asleep. He's got Bismuth on him. Someone tried to fucking stab him. Or not tried, they did. And he's awake. Nice, he flew away. Face the guardian deity of... Okay, that was a casual mention. Okay, we had the backhand now. How do you do that? It's a grappling move, right? It is. Get closer while airborne, press YB or AX to latch onto a specific target. Okay, so just basically just grab while you're behind something massive. And it'll naturally do it. Copy that. So evidently I'm gonna have to grab onto this dragon and stab it in the back, is what they're telling me. Oh shit, I can still see him flying away. Where's he going? Is he gonna land? He is landing. Wait, is this a thing like Dragon's Dogma where I could just go where he lands and find him again? Interesting. What is this? Something on the ground here. Indigo bottle. Oh, it's bullshit. Oh no, he's just roaming around. He's not landing. He's just flying. He's getting a tad bit closer. What are the odds this fucker's gonna fly right back here and not be happy that I'm standing here staring at him? Oh, thank God he made a left. Okay, so climb up to the dragon's back. Wait, where is it? I don't see it. Why is everyone dead here? Riding. Oh, okay, tutorial. You can ride a dragon with the aid of the Axiom Force. Grab Black Star with the Axiom Force, then press X to mount him. Well, oh my God. That is a massive fucking hole in the ground. This is a terribly designed building. This is like the Eyrie in Game of Thrones where they had that fucking hole in the ground. They just chucked you through that shit and you just fell into the nether. You seem awfully casual for a guy surrounded by dead bodies.
Oi, mind yourself now. Hey!
That's not nice.
May every soul feel God's love.
Couldn't see a damn thing. Then they were on us from every side.
This room looks important. Some of this shit looks like the thing I fucking did at the Spider Castle.
A goblin suddenly leapt out from the storm.
Piss off, Fleabag!
Don't your beetles have the prettiest colors?
Bandits, beasts. Something's always trying to kill me out here.
Well, there he is over there. What is that? Who are they shooting at? Okay. All right.
We've all discovered our own paths to immortality. Booze and rage just fuels me. It's like I'm too angry to die.
People are like, "How old are you?" And you're like, "I don't know. I can't speak to that, dude. I don't know."
I feel like the mouth of Sauron. Like I had a name once, but like I've been subsumed by my new identity. Well, anyways, since we're here and has become the tradition, shall I hit you with some facts, some pointless knowledge? All right, let's do it. Things that happened in 1979. 1, the Iranian Revolution. So, basically, Islam forfeit the second game to the Detroit Tigers because of this stunt. You and I have experienced this cultural phenomenon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess furnish us with a little bit of background, right? Because you have also seen the first Mario movie, so have I. What was your experience with that, and what did you expect going into this, and then what did you actually get out of it?
I'm not very much a fan of Illumination as a studio, I guess. I don't really think their work is that great. A lot of the time it's very generic, and if that could be the best thing you could say about them a lot of the time. The Mario movie getting made by them, I was like, because I can kind of, it's like, I think I've seen that movie already. I already know what they're going to do. And I saw it, and see our coverage, we were like, they did some stuff okay. There's some stuff in this story where it's like, they kind of it, but like a lot of it is just pulled and stitched together, and all these choices that are so like hyper mainstream appeal bullshit, like all the pop songs they just shoved in there, all the like original soundtrack that gets butchered into pieces in order to like briefly play on particular levels, like the world and art styles that are just taken from the resources of the original stuff are sort of haphazardly thrown in, and you know, no storyline that can remain coherent. But the best part of it, I thought, was just the connection between the brothers, which was kind of not that fantastic, because you get about 20 minutes of it, and then a gap in the whole movie is like an hour long of them not even being on screen together until they're back, you know, working together to save the world.
Yeah, I would.
Chris Pratt and fucking Seth Rogen. You know, it's like, God, you couldn't. First of all, the original voice actors, you're like, well, I guess we can't have Charles Martinet because that wouldn't make any fucking sense now, would it? But it's like, if all the people you choose, Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong, and he has this stupid laugh, and then Jack Black as Bowser, you're just like, God damn it.
Yeah. I mean, what I'll say is, with this one, if you are like a 7-year-old kid with ADHD and you're a massive fan of Nintendo, you are going to have an absolute blast with this movie. It's going to be everything you've dreamed of. It's just a never-ending cavalcade of action and colors and loud noises and big like pop songs and stuff, stirring music, and a plot that's like, I guess, like simple enough for you to follow and just like get invested in it. So it's fine. Like, as a kids movie, I think they'll have a blast with it. If you're the adult that has to take them there, you're probably going to be a bit lost and you're probably going to be a bit overwhelmed by it, because what I would say is, like, in terms of pacing, this movie just does not fucking let up for 1 second. Not a single scene has a moment to breathe. It's always on to the next thing, the next set piece, the next plot event, the next character exchange. There's never a moment where they just, like, you know, slow down a little bit to let a scene happen. And this is like coming from a guy who, I guess, I grew up in like the early 90s, so I got like the sort of Disney Renaissance era of animated movies, you know, stuff like The Lion King and stuff.
What the hell do you carve?
You know, it's fun. It's got like the song and dance numbers. It's got like action sequences and stuff, but it also has a plot and it has character moments and it does mean something. This is very much just like, you know, sugar-coated fucking nonsense for the most part. But for kids, it'll be fine, I guess. A lot of people in chat are asking, like, what's Brie Larson like in it? It's fine.
She's not even
playing
in it for that long.
No, she's not. Nobody's in it for that long. That's the weird thing. It's called Super Mario. Like, the brothers themselves, as you alluded to, are hardly in it. It's really Princess Peach's story.
I was actually referring exclusively to the first movie. I didn't got into the
it's
second
this one
yet.
as well.
But no, the second one's got even more issues. It's like you just said, it's a fucking weird patchwork of a bunch of stuff they clearly prepped for. Like, we need to have this scene, we need to have this scene. It's like, how much work do you want to put in connecting them? They're like, not much. Just
Nothing.
get there. Doesn't matter. And it's unfortunate too, because as you just pointed out, we have to have this conversation every single time. People are like, why do you care? It's a kids movie. And it's just like, why do you never say that about good kids movies? It's kind of weird, isn't it? Like, it's the only time that it's defensive when it's the bad ones. And it's like, I think it should be better. I always think that everything should be better if it can be, for fuck's sake. Especially if it's this bad.
I think so. And, like, Christ, I'm not going to pretend that, like, the world of Super Mario is, like, rich with lore and storytelling and stuff. Like, it's not really like that. It's just there to facilitate fun action scenes. And that's really what you get from this movie as well. But like you say, you could tell a story. You could go a little bit deeper into the characters. It's not really interested in doing that. And like I say, it works fine as a kid's movie. I think they'll have a lot of fun with it. There's a ton of references. There was a few that made me smile. You know, the bit where they have to go through the lava level and stuff, and it's like represented on screen as a video game. It's like, oh, okay, it's fine, it's fun. Fox McCloud was nice to see as a character. I wish he was in it more. He doesn't show up until like the final third of the movie, and he only gets like a couple of dozen lines of dialogue. He's barely in the movie. Yeah, same with like I say, same with the brothers. Like, it's really Peach's story. It's about her trying to get back to her sister and save her and reconnect with her. It's interesting because it neatly sidesteps the problem of having to have a female character get rescued by a man. She doesn't have to get rescued by a man. She gets rescued by a woman in this, so that's fine. It doesn't break any of the golden rules of Hollywood, you know? So that's all good.
We have to concede, right, that Peach is the most powerful by far, by orders of magnitude being in that universe. Like, holy fuck, is she powerful?
I'd assume so, because nothing phases her. She's just got like ninja reflexes.
In this movie, she has like a Kill Bill scene where she takes on like 1,000 enemies and beats all of them, and several bosses. I was just like, calm down. Like this, you know, where you have at one point, she leaves the kingdom arbitrarily. It's really fucking weird. She abandons everybody and doesn't say why.
She just flies off into space, which she can do apparently.
Now, she runs the Mushroom Kingdom, and I know it sounds fucking retarded if you don't know what I'm talking about. And then Mario, Luigi, and Yoshi, who is basically like them. He's not like a dog. He's more like an actual full-on character person who has his own agency, that sort of stuff. He can think about things and communicate. Those three have to take her role in Mushroom Kingdom, and they borderline fail. Like, her job is managing all these different, like, combats that happen. It's all specifically, like, fights. And the three of them try to do her singular job, and they can't. And I was like, Mario, Luigi, and Yoshi can't match up to Princess Peach altogether? That's a bit fucking retarded. But no, she's like a cosmic being with immense power. I don't know why they're doing that. Like, it kind of makes it, because you remember they have to take on like Dry Bones Bowser and Bowser Jr. together. I was like, if only Peach was there, she could have insta-killed them both.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Bowser and his son kind of get a decent amount of screen time as well. And so, like I say, it just all factors into this idea of, like, it's not really Mario's movie. Like, the brothers don't really get any character development. They're just along for the ride. It's really between Peach and her sister and Bowser and his son. Because Bowser, at the end of the last movie, was shrunk down to, like, little tiny Bowser, and they got him hostage. And he's been working on himself to try and be a better person. But then his son, who's like, wanting to carry on his legacy, demands that he be that he be handed over. He tries to rescue him. He does eventually break him out. And so he's going along with his son's plans, but he's kind of not that into it because he's like developed a bit of like empathy for Mario and Luigi. But like it doesn't really go anywhere because eventually he just decides, nah, fuck it, I'm just evil again.
Well, yeah, the summary of the story is, Mario, please release me. I'm a changed man. I'll be good. And Mario's like, no. And then finally he's like, okay, fine. They release him and it's like, oh, he's evil. You're like, oh, damn it.
Who could have predicted this?
It's very just like, okay. And then the first thing you'll think is like, yeah, but it's for kids. It's like, holy shit, dude. Like, you can do better than this.
Well, we were all kids, I'm reliably informed, once upon a time, right? And we were probably not as retarded as you might think. Like, kids are actually surprisingly savvy when it comes to movies and bullshit and stuff. And I don't know, if you want to say like, okay, this movie's for 5-year-olds, fine. Okay, they're not going to be analyzing it on any sort of deep level, and they're not going to be expecting any real storytelling. But like any older kids are maybe going to expect something a bit deeper or a bit more cohesive.
Well, we were obviously graced with the incredible Bob Hoskins Mario movie when we were younger, so only the kids could experience that.
Dennis Hopper.
We're talking about that,
When you say it's simple and for kids, would you say it's similar to like Deadpool and Wolverine? Because I like that movie, even though I knew I was being manipulated via nostalgia. Is it that kind of effect?
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, because it's like, I feel if you just like allow it to wash over you and don't think about it at all, you'll have a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, I'm sure.
And again, if you're a Nintendo fan as well and you remember all the references, especially if you've played Super Mario Galaxy, you'll get so much of what's in this.
Because I can, like, if it's meant for Nintendo fans and it's like, well, Nintendo fans will like this because of nostalgia, I could see why that's a perfectly good argument of like, well, it is a good film for the audience that it's intended for. And I'm not sure that's a bad thing necessarily.
Tired.
It's like, yeah, it could be better and appeal to more people. But at the end of the day, if you're just pleasing the audience that you intend to please, you kind of...
Didn't realize I had Richie Jr. in here.
Sorry. Let me say it. Man, work got me tired.
I was exhausted.
Like hell.
Beating my ass.
Me. Here, let me fall asleep in my chair too. I'm gonna...
Did I overshoot the... No, she's right there.
Succeeded in your intention, surely.
Well, there's going to be countless movies you think are absolutely worthless that probably achieve that, though, right?
Well, yeah, but I think one of the issues of modern Hollywood is that you get this attitude that everything's got to be for everybody. Like, Barbie shouldn't be for me. It's not. I'm not the target audience. So if it pleased me, like if John Wick came in, like I said before, if John Wick came in and wiped everyone out, I would really like it. But you would be failing at your intention. And so if Nintendo fans do just want something full of nostalgia and that kind of thing, and don't actually want this complex plot that could distract away from doing all the Nintendo stuff, you may actually water down the thing for the intended audience to get a wider
complex plot. I mean, all we're gunning for, make it good. You know, Deadpool and Wolverine, you can keep all the payoffs you enjoy and not make it stupid. You can make it smart. It doesn't need to be complex.
If
my favorite movies are simple.
Well, I mean, if I had to place this in terms of comparable movies, this is on par with the Minecraft movie. In fact, it might be slightly less cohesive than that.
Whoa! But
even the Minecraft people didn't like that though.
Yeah, but it made shit tons of money, and
exactly. And I
the
think
actual core fan base did love it. Loads of Minecraft fans adored that movie.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Is there something
as opposed to a Sonic movie, this is nowhere near the level of like heart
sooner
and
than you think.
writing. Not that was
no, it's not near that. No, because like as I said earlier, like the pacing is insane with this.
Yeah.
I don't think I could even give you a 3-act structure to this movie because it's all just one act because it never lets up. It's like just a beeline to the end. I had no sense that like at any point there's like stakes or there's any sort of rising tension or there's a big setback or anything. It just all rockets towards that finale. Again, the kids will love it, like because it's just colorful and bright and like happy clappy and loads of like things just getting thrown at you constantly. If you're looking for any sort of like storytelling, you're probably looking in the wrong place.
You're out of luck.
Yeah, but like I say, I mean, I think it'll probably make $1 billion. So, you know,
sure will.
Not bad, I guess. If people enjoy it, no problem.
Yep.
Let me. What's this? Yeah, I was just gonna like look through a couple of super chats here. Are they?
Get some opinions from the people, perhaps.
I know. Well, people are talking about this quite a bit. Yeah, it's like if they like Teletubbies, they'll like that, I guess. I mean, it's kind of the level you're at, yeah. Galaxy's the one I never played. I can't tell if I care or not. I mean, you know, if you're an adult, you won't care about this. This is for kids. 100% a kids movie. If you've got kids, take them. They'll love it. They'll thank you for it. Otherwise, it's, you can miss it, you know. I did love, though, everyone's bad take factory. Grace Randolph had an interesting take on this movie. I'm going to see if I can bring it up here.
She's been on a roll.
Right. A lot of the separate scene. Saw that.
Press right there. I honestly thought he was just going to live forever. Like he was going strong right until the end. Pretty sure his last video was like him training and like beating the shit out of.
I think it was
punch
climbing a
bags and stuff.
mountain or something like that. Like he was some advanced hiking. Yeah.
Went out strong. 86 was it? 86 years old.
Yeah, something like that.
Pretty awesome. Melvin Deep Play, one of my mods here, says, I'm a chud. Charming, humble, hung like a donkey. Anyone else ready for a Game of Thrones show beyond Westeros? One that leans into the extreme fantasy and magic of A Song of Ice and Fire. I want to see places like Asai, etc. I mean,
sure.
like,
If it's good.
I'm perfectly happy with Night of the Seven Kingdoms. That's nice and grounded in reality, but hey, give me some good characters. I'm happy.
Yeah,
that's all I need. Excuse me. Hail Drinker, can't wait to be blamed for when Supergirl fails. I get more hate on my vids from gun fans not liking what I say than any other topic. They're pretty die-hard, that group of fans, aren't they?
It's a
Gun
very
fans.
interesting dynamic where I would never go into a sub or something like that, or a channel where they really liked gun and were extolling its virtues, but boy do they like to come in to any video that's daring to point out maybe some things that didn't resonate. They get so upset that you don't like it.
Me am women. Me am not able to exist in man's space. Misogyny, something, dark side. I thought our casting was fine. Not anymore. I do wonder how many people that's put off, actually, because probably most people were pretty ambivalent towards Millie Alcock, but maybe not so much now. I don't know. Could you end up with a Captain Marvel situation or the Marvels? I don't know.
Oh no, it's going to be like straight white men. This isn't for you. Why didn't straight white men see? This is going to be a Charlie's Angels type situation at the end, For sure.
Possibly.
That could be the media, like they take this as the signal to light the fires, and now they just go full speed. And so something that was just a couple of lines of remark from an actress turns into something it never was. This is why I know it was earlier that this was said within Vanity Fair, and so they were speaking to their audience. And yeah, but then you have to ask the question: should you really be speaking to Vanity Fair about Supergirl? Is that the audience, the target demographic of Supergirl, or should you have been doing some lads mag and be like, no, you should? There's a reason why I'm wearing a skirt. I think you'd get more fans that way.
Yeah, I do like this one. Now that Artemis 2 is launched, we have just 9 days to get every person on Earth a Planet of the Apes costume so we could pull off something absolutely hilarious when the astronauts return. Man, I loved watching that launch though. I stayed up to watch it, and you know, I don't know if you guys have ever experienced this, but like when you're watching a manned space launch, you got that sort of tension in you. Oh yeah. Like when you watch it, like, you know, it's getting higher and higher, and you're just willing it to keep going, make sure everything's okay and stuff. It's a proper like little adrenaline rush. I can't even imagine what it's like for the people actually strapped into the fucking thing. I know.
Robert probably remembers Challenger, so he right. Like,
oh yeah, I was. I'll never forget that day. I was in college, and we had just gotten up, and we were in my dorm room at the time. We had 2 dorm rooms that were connected by a bathroom, and my friend Chuck Bender, who I later went on to make movies with, we were in his room because he had a TV in his room, and we were watching that live. And I had built many a model of the space shuttle when I was growing up. I built the Revell model when it was the Enterprise on the back of the 747. And what was maddening about that was when the external tank exploded and the 2 boosters went off, I knew exactly what had happened. And I was trying to explain that to everybody. I'm like, oh, the astronauts just died. They're gone. And nobody believed me. Because on TV they wouldn't say it. It took a long time for them to admit what actually happened. And I was sitting there, I was completely distraught. I didn't go to class that day. I was just beside myself because I grew up, I was a huge space fanatic. I mean, when we saved Skylab in the 70s, that was a huge deal for me as a little kid too. And that accident really put the zap on me, man.
It's nice to see us going back. Like that is.
It's the first step towards going back, because obviously they're just orbiting the moon this time.
No.
Like they will eventually land on it. And it's like it gives you some of that feeling of what the Apollo missions must have been like back in the 60s.
Well, what's interesting,
man,
you counterpoint that with the TV series For All Mankind, which is going to have the 2nd episode of its 5th season. And the whole premise of that show is how would our lives have been different if the Soviets beat us to the moon and we continued on with the space program. And one of the things I was arguing with about people on Twitter today, or X, is that space research has so many byproducts of things that when they have to figure out, okay, how can we keep, when you're in a small capsule and you're breathing out, when you have 4 people breathing out, how do we stop their breath from condensing on the electronics, the systems that are in that capsule? So they had to create things like monofilaments that would, well, this is for Apollo, monofilaments, little pieces of wire that would heat up to stop that condensation. And then someone figured out, hey, we can take those same monofilaments and put them in a hairdryer. You know, and it would be light, and suddenly you've got women can blow their hair dry, men can blow, we could get that cool 70s poof going. That was a direct result of the space program. So there's so many different things. Why do we spend money going to space? There's so many different byproducts of space research that trickle down into every part of our civilization. And it's amazing.
I think we need it as well. Like, what are we going to do? Just stay on this one planet for the rest of our existence as a species? Like, I think at this point, we kind of need something bigger to aim for. Like, not just like as a species, but culturally as well.
Oh yeah.
You know, I get the feeling like, you know, we've clearly conquered this planet. Like, there's no real natural forces that present much of a threat to us. Like, you know, maybe earthquakes can, you know, damage buildings and stuff, but like, you know, it's not going to wipe us out as a species. Yeah, no. It's like, but, you know, we're not, how can I put this? We're not like hiding from saber-toothed tigers anymore, right? And the result is, well, where does it lead us to? We end up getting bored We get bored with like our lot in life, and maybe we get a little bit bored with ourselves as a culture, and we kind of need the next step now. We need something bigger to aim towards, and I think that is it. It's going to be reaching out into the solar system, colonizing the moon, Mars, onwards out into the outer solar system.
I want to meet sentient rocks and make
We're
friends.
also one coin flip away from being completely wiped out by either a polar shift or any of the fun things that
There
could
is that.
have happened before. So you should probably have continuity of civilization by able to go off.
I would say never underestimate the unifying force of like getting behind a common goal, because that on a cultural, societal level, man, it is so powerful.
A common dream.
Yeah,
a dream too that will continue to expand.
Wait for the fake alien attack that'll unify us all.
Yeah.
Project Bluebeam will come.
When you're nudged to revisit Star Fox 64 and realize Fringy is most of that game's cast rolled into a single person.
Those are fun, man. Those games. Star Fox was great.
How does Mario contact his dead brother? He uses a Luigi board. Happy Easter, everyone. I like that one.
I often call it a Luigi board, and every once in a while someone will be like, do you not know it's called Ouija? And I'm like, no. It's a Luigi board.
Drinker, Mauler, and the rest. Do you know that the Mario Galaxy movie is a terrible film according to the Times, where they gave it a 0?
A 0?
Wow. Fucking hell, that's joyless. Jesus.
Damn.
Yeah. I'm finally able to catch these live. Two things. One, I hate the fact that these actors take any form of criticism about the characters they're playing, they take it personal. And who you got, Robert or Boromir, in 1v1? Ooh, right.
I thought you meant Robert by Burnett versus Boromir.
I know, yeah.
I was going to say.
I don't want to fight Boromir.
Robert,
So we're saying-
obviously.
So Robert Baratheon, peak Robert Baratheon versus Boromir?
Gary had this question as well. Generally, right, like, it seems that there's an advantage for the men of the Lord of the Rings fancy, but Robert is one of the top warriors of all time from Westeros, so yeah, it's a tough one.
I think Robert would probably take it, but I think it'd be a hell of a good fight. Yeah.
AI will do that real quick now.
I know, yeah. Loving Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers takes on Mario. It's fun, not a great film. Took my kid, 4 p.m. show. Families were there enjoying it. Last time Disney did that, lol. Yeah, exactly.
So the Times headline for Mario is this the end of cinema? Chris Pratt, Anna Taylor, and Glenn Powell joylessly bleat their way through this supremely vacuous anti-movie, which is at times physically painful.
Wow. They're not entirely wrong either.
They didn't like it, I assume.
No.
I thought you were going to say, is this the end of civilization instead of cinema?
That's probably towards the end.
They were that alarmist. Yeah, Angry Joe is going after Chris Gore and Nerdrotic for criticizing the statement Millie Alcock made about fans. He's a simp for anything DC. Bumped up his Superman score from a 6 to an 8 out of 10. He also trashed the audience. Angry Joe is fucking... He's still
he also lied about the quote. He said, "What's wrong with the comment? I can only try my best," which isn't what anyone took issue with. So his entire response was a bit odd.
Yeah,
Joe's a weird one. He's an odd one. I hope it helps him get his channel back up and running though, because man, he could use the help.
I apologize on behalf of the Angries. We don't claim him. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Got some One Piece Season 2 live action. I very much enjoyed it. I thought it was a whole lot of fun. It's complete silly, over-the-top nonsense, but like if you embrace that world and you just realize that this is a live action anime, it all slots into place and it just becomes kind of awesome. So I liked it. Yeah. Did you all celebrate the 6-year anniversary of the movie Bob McDonald's Challenge? Cheers, lads. Also, Mauler, did you hear that Major Lee lost his channel?
No, I didn't hear that he lost his channel. It's unfortunate. As for celebrating movie Bob's McDonald's Challenge, I wouldn't recommend it. Could hurt yourself.
Have you ever attempted it?
No, I haven't. But I keep telling every time Mel comes over, we should definitely do it together. See if the two of us can defeat the single person challenge. We always forget to do it.
I think if I head down, we hang out for a bit, I think we should attempt it.
We should try it. All right.
Oh, are you getting tired over there?
Somewhere there'll be a list of all the things in it, right?
Rough?
Like it'll still be.
Oh yeah. Dude, there's like 4 large fucking cokes in and among it.
The drink is going to be the hard part, I think.
Yeah.
Like,
God, this thing is so fast.
Anyone planning to go to the Denver Fan Expo? Close to a dozen Lord of the Rings cast members are scheduled to attend.
Well,
not planning on that one. Most of them were actually at MegaCon. Although I think a couple had to drop out due to like illness or something. Like who was the guy who played Denethor? I know Gary was scheduled to
John Noble.
Yeah, Gary was scheduled to meet him and do a photo shoot with him, but like he had to bail on that. But I think he did see the Hobbits. Like they were all there.
Yeah, there was a lot of. I didn't go, but there was a lot of interesting celebrities there. Alec Baldwin.
Where's
the signing? I was like, wow.
Yeah.
Shout out to ABF.
I gotta do this from the bridge.
Yeah, both going like this. Like, oh, brutal. Master of Puppets just finished One Piece Season 2. I thought it was better than Season 1. I hope they get Season 3 out quickly and don't fuck it up. I thought the casting of Nico Robin was spot on, one of my favorite characters from the season. No arguments here. All good stuff. Is Hollywood collapsing? The new Kathleen Kennedy is retiring. Now she's pretty much gone. That's 2 questions, but yeah, Kathleen Kennedy is pretty much out now, I guess. Like she's out of Lucasfilm and stuff. There is this handy graph actually that I got, which charts the amount of new productions and production activity in Hollywood over the past 4 years.
Oh no, this is not what I need.
Graph, man. Look at that
really
trend.
Fucking overcast.
21 still under lockdown and stuff, so that was already a low.
The reason I'm fucking yawny is because like you gotta earn everything in this fucking game. So like there's a spot that I'm in right now where I need to mount a dragon while it is flying. I need to jump in the air over it like fucking Avatar 1, full Jake Sully. I gotta fly over it, latch a hook onto it to then grapple my way onto his back to do the rest of this. The problem is that I have to wait somewhere high enough that he flies by that I can get an angle to even attempt this. And if you miss, you gotta have to stand around waiting for like 30 to 40 seconds for him to loop back to the spot where you can attempt it again. So there's a lot of standing around doing nothing, waiting for this dragon to fly by to attempt to try to get on his back.
Low point.
Well, and specifically in Los Angeles, because they've taxed everyone to high heaven, so they're in Georgia or your guys' fine country. Yeah.
But yeah, Californian productions are just decimated by this. I mean, yeah, television in particular, that's a drop of like 2/3 almost.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Awful.
Wait, there's a wait button here?
Comes to that. It's
I mean, good. Can they ever turn it around if they just like drop all their
Oh my god,
taxes
wait,
and
what did that do?
give them incentives to come back?
I honestly am dubious about that. It's just Los Angeles, you know, we took production for granted here for so long that everybody has their hand out, and that wouldn't change if you bring. It's not just the fact that people aren't shooting here, it's across the board.
Oh my god.
The entire city is unfriendly.
Fuck!
It's not even like, I don't know if you heard, there's a story about they're making a new Baywatch, for instance.
Yeah.
And they had new tax credits, and they were all getting ready to shoot down in Venice. They had their production offices down there. And then it was all like the city permits. You know, they were given tax incentives by the state.
Come on, buddy.
But then it was the local
Jesus, that was
government
close.
of Venice that made it impossible, where they had to like pull out, and not shoot.
Okay, and then I hit wait again.
Because they all and that is the problem with Los Angeles.
Oh my
that
god, these
there's no
devs.
concerted effort
They
by
had
the
a wait
entire
button to
city,
make him fly
especially
back.
the different municipalities to sit down and go, okay, we are going to help you make this work. And if you have a
Okay,
statewide tax
eventually I
incentive
have to
that
get this
brings
right.
your production into Venice, and then the local city turns around and screws you at every opportunity.
Yeah.
And basically says, we don't want you here. I mean, I think they're like going to a foreign country to shoot the beach stuff now or something, and that's what LA did.
What happens if I fucking wait right
Shot
here?
ourselves in the foot.
Isn't that what
Rob
Mel
Lowe
Gibson said
talked
was
about
cheaper?
this, didn't he?
Was it Rob? Was it that it was cheaper to take them to another country, film for 3 days?
Yeah, it was Eastern Europe, I think, or something.
Yeah,
it's
and
cheaper
well,
to
Oh,
take
it just
the
puts you
entire
back up.
production
Oh,
team
thank
there than it was to
these
film
fucking
in LA,
devs.
like right
That's
in their
not good.
back lot.
Yeah, and
Insane.
that's, I mean, and then they wonder why. And then the problem is, it's not just the fact that people aren't working, it's all the restaurants, the dry cleaners, it's everything that services individuals that make money through the entertainment industry. LA, if you go through,
Oh my God, why didn't it
Melrose, these
latch?
places that were celebrated,
Hold, wait.
even
Puts me
West
back
Los
up.
Angeles,
Puts me
every
back
place
up.
in the
Okay.
city's almost a ghost town.
This is one of the issues with anyone that is that way economically inclined to be like pro-tax, is they don't realize that if you don't tax them, then they go out and they employ people and they spend things, and that's where you get your tax anyway. So you actually end up with more tax, giving them less taxes. But they don't think that far ahead down the chain.
God
All
damn
they
it.
see is, I want this money now, and it kills everything.
Yeah,
COVID decimated the restaurant industry.
Am I doing
and
this
the
wrong by
wildfires,
jumping on
and
this
then the
side?
Taxes, and then no
And
one
the
wants
strikes.
to shoot right across the street from all the crackhead fentanyl addicts. So you got to pay for security.
Yep.
It's like, bro, I'll go to Georgia. I'll go to Texas. I'll go
I mean, on
somewhere
the
else.
plus side, if you're doing a zombie movie, like it's free extras, so like there is that.
but it's really ugly.
Drinker, do you
Fuck.
prefer a super chat that has just one question, or do you mind? I just noticed that recently some with 2 questions are not answered. I mean, obviously it's easier if there's just one direct question. Like sometimes you get a super chat that asks us like 5 different things, and you might go off on a tangent for like the next 10 minutes, like answering one question, and by the time you sort of circle back, you've forgotten what the other ones were, and then you like move on to the next super chat. It's just, we're only human
it's all-
ultimately.
It's all relative because like they give you one question, but you'll get some people who are like,
Oh,
hey,
I'm
so
on him.
for
I got
5
him.
What's your top 20 movies?
Wait, resist? What
It's
now?
like, yeah, we've
Hold the
got
top thrashing dragons back.
Yeah, Drinker, thank you for your Mr. In-Between review. Now get on to experience the goodness of Dimmies. Yeah, man.
Easy, buddy, easy. What's he doing? Am I supposed to hit him? Is he flying? Is he landing? Fallen abyss. Hold. It just says hold. It doesn't say to hit him. Am I supposed to break the spear off of him? What happens if I hit him? Nothing. He didn't even feel it. Basically a fucking fly on this thing. Can I just climb up? Can I scale up? Okay, I'm just gonna hold. Am I holding? I think I'm holding. Oh, he's doing the thing now. Oh! All right, well, what's the play here? Do I just hold on? Focus, force palm. Thank you. Oh, he has a health bar now. Okay, he's officially pissed off. Use focus, force palm to manipulate devices through structures or purify corrupted targets. LR to focus, then press R, then press and hold R to maintain. I remember this. Wait for the light to appear, then release. They want me to do this? Focus the mind and purify the taint. They want me to do this on the back of a dragon. Did that work? Oh, it worked. Now what? Oh, he jumped off. Okay. That was fucking cool. Wait. Are we friends? I do not want to smoke. Okay, he fucked off. Maybe that was a thank you. That was fucking cool. Black Star, knowledge acquired. Wonder what you have to do to get him as a mount, because I know that is a thing. They gave that away in the trailer footage. No longer remember why they began to revere it. I mean, it's a fucking dragon. So what the, if that's a prominent resident, what the hell is the other one?
Yeah, my mom sent me snacks today. Pretty nice.
Something to compliment your PB&J?
Yes, I got Cheez-Its, and I can have Cheez-Its and a PB&J. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I could be full-on kid today. Fuck you.
I'm not judging.
Yeah, you are judging.
No, I'm not. Why would I? Where would I? Hold on. Stop and think for 2 seconds. Where would I get off judging anybody on something about a sandwich?
This is fair.
Thank you.
Sandwich.
Please remember who the fuck you're talking to.
You also judge. You judge me about my hot dog eating.
Yes, because that is fucking gross.
Really not that gross.
I just, I could be wrong, but I'm just gonna know my narrative is overholding on that one. I don't care.
See? Yeah, it's all about
that one. No,
narrative.
that one I will be unreasonable. Out of the package and not boiling it or frying it or grilling it and just eating it raw? No. Not unless we're in like a dystopian future where there are no more fucking stoves or fire.
Yeah, but if there's no more stoves and fires, there's probably no more fridges either.
Yeah.
So
you're actually eating raw. I mean, at that point, you might as well just fucking hunt the animal directly, open his ass up, and just start fucking chomping down, and hoping to God you survive.
Okay. To be fair, it's not raw meat; it's cooked though. That's the difference. It's the equivalent of eating like bologna.
So then, if there's if this hypothetical works. There's no stove, no fire, no fridges. There's no way to cook that meat. So it is actually full raw.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not eating a hot dog at that point. If we're talking about this hypothetical scenario.
You need something way more grotesque. Still, doesn't change the fact that a hot dog right out of the package, uncooked or unfurther cooked. No. We must have standards somewhere, Ted.
It's like bologna.
Well, I don't eat bologna, so sure, not to your surprise at all.
I don't really eat bologna. I mean,
you're just full of it.
Okay. Also, they're fighting. Bologna has carcinogens in it, so
turns you into a woman.
No, it gives you cancer.
Well,
has cancer-causing agents, I should say. It doesn't give you cancer, but it can. Like, if you were a person who really loved bologna, ate it every day, it would give you cancer. I think having it once in a while isn't like bad, but
I'd imagine not. It'd be pulled off of all the shelves. By the way, that woman Barb was because you said estrogen, and I just kind of cut out the first part and just heard estrogen.
Estrogen. I think that they would pull that shit off the shelves.
Or they would mass produce it and hope nobody was looking.
The good thing is our government regulates what we eat really well.
You think so?
Yeah, they do. Like they don't simply let things that will straight up kill you. I mean, like, for example, like, you could look at like how McDonald's shit is made. It's gross, mind you. It's not it doesn't look like it should be good to you, but it's not going to kill you. Like, eating a burger once is not going to kill you.
A McDonald's burger. Be very specific about that one.
A McDonald's burger is not going to kill you.
Not directly in the sense it's not like eating actual poison, but it is like eating indirect poison.
Yeah, I mean it's fucking terrible. Like it's terrible for you, but it's like again, like you could also eat ice cream every day, and that would also kill you, right?
Yeah.
I mean, obviously not an equivalency, but it's completely different. But my point is like it's not going to kill you after one thing of eating.
Yeah, right. It's not like rat poison. Yes. No.
If there was a chemical that was physically altering people in our meat, 100% FDA would catch that shit. They're so strict.
Unless there was monetization and a cure. A cure they had direct access to, like in real time. That's exactly how that works. That's like a taboo thing to bring up around a lot of people.
I mean, I work for a pharmaceutical company, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, yeah, this is something that I've kind of squared away. There's certain subjects that you will be out of a definitive position off the strength of I worked there or I've been there firsthand. So therefore, I have seen 100% of like every scenario, and if I didn't see it, it doesn't exist. That's fine. That's totally fine.
Yeah, like for me, right? Like I can tell you one thing: the fucking price of insulin is like ridiculous for whatever. Like, consider it's not hard to make insulin, but the issue is that like I think there's a patent. There's patents on the way insulin is made, so you can't make insulin the same way somebody else makes insulin, which makes it difficult because even though it's so easy to make, if you go and start selling it just the same way other people are making it, you'll get sued.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason that insulin should be as expensive as it is, but it is because of stupidity.
Yeah, they found a way to monetize it, which was my bigger point. If you can find a way to monetize a cure effectively in a way that it doesn't hurt your coffers, you will allow for the poison to be out there because you have the remedy for it. And you can sell that. Now, if you don't have a remedy for something and you do catch a problem like that, yeah, absolutely, they'll pull it off. There's nothing to be gained there. You're just losing people. And then the optics of you letting something like that happen when you don't have a solution for it it's terrible. It's atrocious.
Well, that's the thing. That's why I'm like saying I don't think they would do that with food, just because of the fact that food is really difficult. Because, like, for example, like, think about it like this. You don't know where your food is coming from. Like, for example, right? If you go to a restaurant, you don't know where they're buying their food.
But you mean in a literary sense, to clarify?
No, I know. I mean in a literal sense. You don't know where. Like, if you go to a restaurant, you don't know where they're buying their food.
Because you haven't like sat with them to watch where they got it.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay,
they know
got
where
it.
they're buying their food, but you don't know.
Okay,
You have no idea.
I'm just making sure there's clarifying that. Yeah.
Because you don't know where they're buying your food, you could be getting like if there was some benefit in selling a cure for it, you don't know what food is getting like put into your meals, which is part of the problem. Which is why I don't think food is like something they would fuck with ever. Like, food is like one of those things where it's like like, for example, it's just kind of like it's almost like poisoning the well you're drinking out of. It's like if you do something like this, you put yourself at risk by doing it. And
unless the target zone is deliberate, like that's exactly what happened with the crack epidemic in the 80s.
Yeah, but the problem is with food is that actually a lot of food suppliers are exactly the same. Like the people who are selling the high cuts of beef are also the people who like the high quality cuts of beef are also the people who are selling the low quality cuts of beef. They are just simply like, because there are cows that are just like better raised. Some cows go to shit.
Yeah,
right?
like grass-fed
You can't-
cows, open. Yeah, they can move around and shit. They're better exercised. Yes,
But-
absolutely.
no, but sometimes like you just have a cow who doesn't like put on like gain fat well. Like it just doesn't get fat because it doesn't eat as much as another cow for whatever fucking reason,
Mhm.
right? They still sell those cows to get butchered. I mean,
yeah,
a cow's a cow. It's gonna, and you don't know which quality of meat you're getting. Like especially like for example, a burger they just take like fucking meat from any like meat from a cow.
Well, okay, so this works if you're going to a restaurant. Yes, 1,000,000%. If you're shopping for your own meat, no, this is the exact opposite. You do know what you're getting. You're paying
But
for
the
it.
thing
Like
is the people supply. But my point is, the people supplying the grocery stores are also the people supplying the restaurants.
yeah, sure. But
Which
they
is
don't.
part of
But
the
with the
problem.
restaurant, though, you're getting the final product. With a grocery store, you're getting it before that, where you basically determined
Yeah, you
what
can
it is you're
determine
getting. Like,
what-
there's more leeway for you to figure out what you're getting because you're getting in earlier before the process is at the final spot, like it would be at a restaurant.
Exactly. I know that, but like my point is not that. My point is that it would still be difficult because it's like again the analogy I'm basically using is you're poisoning the well you're drinking out of. Like
Sure.
you don't know where the food where the food you're getting is, right? I think food is like a difficult one because everybody has to eat food. Like there's no option there, right? Food is
Mhm.
necessary. Because everybody has to eat food, it kind of makes it if you fuck with food, you essentially put yourself at risk for doing something like that. I can understand like for example, the crack epidemic is a good example because it's like, they like the government basically kind of encouraged the selling of crack
Mhm.
in like specific areas in order to target a specific demographic.
Mhm.
But the issue is that food doesn't get distributed to a small area; it goes fucking everywhere. So that one cow in
does, but
California.
it does, but it's a little naive to think that they can't track where certain batches of food are going to certain batches, certain.
No, I mean you can go back like again you could go back and track to where our cow is from, like what cow this was.
No, I know. I'm talking about the other side. Like like a corporation can deliberately sell if they wanted to. They could give away tainted product to specific areas. I'm not saying they do. I'm saying they could. It's not this thing where it's like, oh, we just mass produce and then we just send it everywhere and then we don't know where it's going. No, they know exactly where everything is going. So by default, they could know exactly where all the bad product is going.
And also I do think even more so than like you have whistleblowers in like the CIA and NSA who like call them out on their bullshit. I think the FDA, which has like these aren't even people that they hire to keep secrets. These are people they hire to expose shit. They are people who they hire to expose problems.
So you think because they're the exposers that they have no corruption? Just genuine question.
They can have corruption, but I would also say that if there was corruption, like if there was blatantly obvious they were poisoning our food.
Well, we see it in the body counts, so we know that's not. We know that ultimate extreme is not happening. People would be dying, and somebody would have to answer for that.
When I say poisoning, I don't mean like either, but like doing things to our food to cause illness intentionally, like that. I think would be something that would be a little harder to hide because I feel like because of the fact that it's I as a Joe Schmo, if I see somebody dying, I'm going to say something. Whereas these like people in the CIA or the NSA, they're trained and told and know the consequences if they don't keep their mouth shut.
Sure. But the bigger problem with that is that you can't hide the result. So if you have one area where people are just massively getting sick, and especially in today's culture where everything is on the internet, This is the one thing that's good about the one thing that is good about the current era is that people document everything, whether knowingly or unknowingly. This shit will find its way out into the surface. Some mass wave of people will see it and start asking questions. It can't be this thing where like one area is isolated. Everybody there seems to be getting sick and nobody questions why they're getting sick. That doesn't happen anymore. So eventually questions will start getting asked and it will eventually lead to whatever the answer is. Like, it's very hard to get away with tainting one area and nobody knowing anything and nobody asking questions. The results ultimately like kind of prevent that from happening.
That's what I mean. Like, maybe I could imagine, like, if you told me 80 years in the past this was happening, I'd say probably more likely than now, because now it is like, unironically, it's just really hard to hide things.
Yeah, everybody films everything now. I don't necessarily like it, but I mean if there's one benefit to that is that like it is very hard to lie about certain things. Like, some asshole in the world is pulling out his goddamn phone and recording something that's happening, and they're all looking for this is the again, I hate giving credit to clout, but they're all looking for clout, and sometime every now and then you get a person looking for clout. They post something that actually happens and it's contrary to whatever like you're being told is happening.
Fucking sometimes those guys
they end up being the fucking heroes that they weren't trying to be at all. The heroes we didn't deserve, but they're the ones we got.
Those motherfuckers who are just recording what happens to see a fight that happens.
Yes. Exactly. Those guys. Those are exactly the guys I was referencing. I'm glad you said that.
They just sit there, just try to get their clout from their 15 minutes of fame from the one fight that they're gonna record. But by the way, which I think the funnier part about all of this is that the reality of what's gonna happen is that a bigger account is going to find that video, repost it, and they're going to get 0 credit.
Yeah, well, but the original person getting credit is not the part that's important for us. The important part is that the footage surfaces, and then we see what is what. We see what happened. The person's clout is not our problem or concern.
No, I meant like when if they do get a fight recorded, like I say a fight because like I would mean something actually important. I mean something that's bullshit.
Oh yeah, if somebody else sees it and then they could yeah, that does happen all the time where like a small account will post something. I don't know how they do it, by the way, but then a bigger account will post the same video, but they'll give credit to the smaller account. And every now and then I'll look at the difference in engagement. The bigger account has tons of retweets and quotes and shit and favorites. And then you look at the original account that they linked that posted the original video, and then there's like nothing. It's like, damn, that sucks for you, man.
And by the way, that's only in the times that they do give credit. Most of the time, nobody gives credit.
Yeah. Again, circling back to me though, and my part about that is that that's not my problem. Their clout or their successful clout or unsuccessful clout or getting fucking hijacked out of their clout. I don't care about any of that. That's their problem, not mine. What was I about to do? Let's go up here. Try not to land on these guys. Is this a whole town? Trading post. Yeah, it is. You guys have any vendors? Oh, I feel like we've been here already before.
What can I help you find? My thanks. You'll find it useful. My thanks. Have the tales of my wares reached you?
Crit rate. Okay. I can give that to one of the other two.
What can I help you find? If you've seen enough, don't let me keep you.
Out to you and all.
Bandits, beasts. Something's always trying to kill me out here. I just want one day without needing to sleep with my spear.
What's all the commotion about?
You're a welcome sight, Greymane. It's quite a mess we're tangled in. There's been a theft within the Merchant Guild.
A theft, you say?
They made off with some...
Oh, another investigation?
Goods.
You know exactly what was taken?
A chest of gold and several contracts are unaccounted for. Naturally, those items are crucial for the Guild's dealings. Without any clues, this mystery is gnawing at us. Could you help us?
All right.
Gonna give me a list of people to fucking interrogate? Yep. I like these missions because at the end of them, it always culminates in you finding out the guy that did the thing. You walk up to the guy that did the thing. You talk to him for a second, and they always try to run away from you. And every single time, I laughed the first time, and then I grew to appreciate it because I realized it was a constant loop where the guy always tries to run past you. Your character just puts his foot out at the last second, trips the guy as he's trying to run away, and then he backslaps him on the ground before arresting him. It's fucking great. By the time the third time I saw Cliff do it, I was fucking crying. So I'm like, wow, this is just his thing. He loves doing this. Just always a fucking foot sweep backslap.
Foot sweep backslap.
Fine day, is it not?
Are you the branch master, Rasheen?
Yes. What business do you have with me? Well?
I've heard about the theft at the guild.
So you've spoken with the captain of the guard. Goods have been taken from one of our strong boxes. But there were no signs of anyone trying to force their way in. So I presume whoever it was must have had a key.
Is there someone entrusted with the key?
Yes, Mahmoud holds it in his care.
Mahmoud? That's
He's
a
been a
name.
trusted friend for many years. Yet the truth must be found, I suppose.
I just realized how on the nose this is. I've apparently come across the Muslims of Crimson Desert. And they just so happen to be all the people living in the desert. Sand people, if you will. Just the next guy they want me to talk to, or did I talk to him already? That's okay. That's the next guy. Who's this guy? At least all these guys are local.
Barley never keeps you full for long.
Are you the guy? Yeah, you're the guy.
I'm investigating the theft at the guild. Word is you hold the key to the strongbox.
I do indeed. It never leaves my person. It's kept very safe.
Do you recall anything unusual that day?
At dawn, I stepped away to see to some business. But I'm certain no one came by.
You're quite sure of it?
But just a chosen few know where the strongbox is. The branch master, Shahina, and the guards. Perhaps they took from a different box altogether.
looking into the strongbox theft. Could you tell me what you know?
Greetings. I'm Shahina, the Guild's scribe. I look after the Guild's papers. Actually, there is someone whose behavior was troubling me. Not long ago, a porter named Paisel asked me where the strongbox was kept. He had no need to know that. So I didn't tell him, of course. Yet with all that's happened, I can't stop thinking about it.
I'll bear that in mind. Thank you.
Greetings.
The other way, this. Actually, this does look better.
Yeah? Cassim, what is it? Were you on duty when the guild was robbed?
I was at my post all day. Not so much as a flea slips past me. Is that it? Is that all you need from me?
Who came and went that day? Do you remember?
Not a soul left the post the entire day. Not have known about it. And not a single trade took place either.
Do you know where the strongbox is kept?
Ha! Of course. Though I'm not the only one. They all pretend they don't, but everyone knows where it's kept.
Out to you and all.
Doesn't appear that that guy's the problem.
Cursed thick-browed rogue.
Pardon me, do you know anything about the guild theft?
That day I was trading far out at the desert's border. You might be surprised, but I'm quite a talented apothecary.
Can anyone vouch for your whereabouts?
Well, I've lost the records I kept for that day. And my customers will have moved on by now.
So...
Is there anyone you suspect?
Well, they say Mahmoud's neck-deep in gambling debts. I think it's just talk. Nothing certain. That's all I know.
That sounds like bullshit. So far, this guy sounds really sussy. Fuck! Fuck! What the f- Okay. You guys are just fucking with me. Those birds are not there when I'm running by, and then all of a sudden they're flying away when I fucking walk. Bullshit. Oh, god damn it. Alright, Paisan.
Fish to ever touch my tongue.
Excuse me, but do you know anything about the theft at the guild?
You asking me? Well, I'm only a porter. I was sorting goods in the storeroom as I usually do. We had a big move ahead of us to prepare for. It's no small task packing up all that stuff. The strongbox has to be relocated too. Look, it was nothing to do with me, right?
Witness anything unusual that day?
Thinking back, do remember the apothecary lingering in the camp at dawn?
Ah.
Which is strange, because he's usually gone well before sunset.
So it is the guy that I think it is. All right, let's find out the correct answer. See if I'm right. Contradiction. Wait. This is not the right place. Is that the name of this quest? This ain't the right one. This is the old one I did. Hmm. Okay. Okay, let's try the truth on the sand. Yeah, there we go. That works. Oh, fuck. It's gonna show me the old one, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. Oh, wait, no. Armin? Which one's Armin? I thought it was fucking the apothecary.
Greymane, have you wrapped up your investigation?
Yes, but the pieces still don't quite fit. Too many tales are being told.
Shall we try to put the pieces together? Share what you've learned, and we'll mull it over. What did the branch master have to say?
They're suspicious of Mahmoud, the one with the key.
He's keeping a level head, it seems. He's been part of the guild for many years. Did Mahmoud give you any statement?
He was away briefly at dawn, but insisted it's not a problem as... Oh, wait, what? He was away... He said everything was fine. He kept his message till dawn. He was away briefly at dawn, but insisted it's not a problem as only...
True. Its location should be kept to the chosen few. The scribe must have felt the strain. What did she say?
Faizel's been poking around, wanted to know where the strongbox is kept.
The strongbox's location? Perhaps it was linked to the upcoming move. Did the guards share anything useful?
Nobody left the trading post that day, and everyone knew where the strongbox was.
So it's common knowledge where it's kept. If that's true, it's a serious concern. Why bring that up only now? Right then. What did the apothecary tell you?
They were away on a trade and heard a rumor that...
If there's truth to it, That's a fair motive. What about Paisel?
They saw
He works late into the night. He must have seen something.
herb merchant at the camp at dawn.
Spotted at dawn, you say? You've given me plenty to go on. I still can't believe everyone knew where the strongbox was kept. That's almost as shocking as the theft itself. Still, something you've said doesn't sit right with me. You seem to have realized it as well. Indeed. What reason would he have to lie? Bring him to me, and I'll take the inquiry further.
Yes, speak.
Aha.
We don't have much time.
The apothecary. Yep, I was right.
Correct documents, I presume.
I got it all. The contracts and the gold. With all this, we ought to corner the trade.
Not on my watch.
I should be going now.
Yes.
Every move leaves a trail.
He got me into this.
Every time.
Wait! Let me tell you something.
So, it truly was him.
I caught him talking about the robbery.
While you were tracking him down, I went through his belongings. He was a spy from a rival merchant guild, come to take our gold and contracts. Thank goodness it wasn't one of our own. It's a warning for us to tighten our defenses. For everything you've done, you have our thanks. Please, accept this as a token of our gratitude.
Go! Up! Yeah! Yeah! Faster! Up! Get going! Up!
You've been asking for this!
I do recommend Mr. In Between. Now that I've finally experienced it, it's really fucking good, and I think you would enjoy it a lot.
Have you finished it?
Yes.
All right. Okay.
Season 2 was the highlight for me. Like the final episode of season 2. Fuck, man, that's a heartbreaker, but it's good stuff. Very well done. So if you ever get around to watching it, I think you'll enjoy it a great deal.
These guys. Fuck.
B-Buster says, I was at Disco Demolition Night. Yeah, and you survived. Yeah. You still have a chunk of the field, yeah. Drinker, it's intriguing you've never seen Avatar The Last Airbender. It's one of the greatest series of all time. Masterclass in storytelling, world building, and character development. It is true. I have not seen it.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
I 100% believe you. I do want to watch it. If I just had an extra of like 10 days where I can lock myself in a bunker and watch it all, great. Looking snazzy tonight, Mauler. Yeah, I can tell you've dressed up well.
Oh yeah.
Maggie's in the mud. Love you both. Got me through working my crappy job in a bar. Will you be going to see Game of Thrones prequel? Will there be a meetup? I mean, I'm not going to go anywhere to see it. If we get a prequel, I'll watch it. But
I think some of those thugs are still lurking around.
We've got no further meetups planned just right now. Gary and I are going to be at a con in July, though. We're going to South Carolina, so we'll announce more about that soon. Next year, we want an orange I Love Drinkers shirts for MegaCon. Well, we already had Ryan's one, so I deserve one now.
I'm a merchant
What's
from
the
the
next
Salt
one?
Road
Yeah, I've done
trading
these
post.
next couple here.
I've never run into trouble when traveling with a
Yeah,
large caravan.
I was extremely underwhelmed by the first Mario movie. Afterwards, I turned to my wife and was like, that was boring. I mean,
God.
Fair enough. What's the next one? Drinker, have you ever watched the Pendragon Cycle? I would have loved to see you review it. I thought it was really good. I watched the first couple of episodes. They're super busy. They're trying to cram a shit ton of lore and world building into like a very short space of time. I think it's a little bit overstuffed with all that stuff. But yeah, overall, I think they did an okay job with it. The acting was decent in places. I think the lack of budget showed through in some of the battle sequences, but overall, it's all right. It's definitely a good start for them. Be interested to see where it goes. I need to watch the rest of season 1 because, like I say, I've only watched the first couple of episodes, but it's not bad so far. It's not really in the same league as like Knight of the Seven Kingdoms or House of the Dragon or anything. Now, let's see. Lego, no lore, great movie. What's Mario's excuse? Doesn't need lore, but it does have story. It does have characters. So, and it lets it breathe occasionally.
I truly appreciate
yeah,
it.
I decided to check out an Invisible Man happy hour, but discovered the Great Bly Manor debate of 2021. A surprise to be sure, but a welcome one.
Ah, memories.
I'd forgotten about that. Yeah,
dude, 2021. Jesus.
That was 5 years ago we did that shit. Jesus. Yeah, her screen, my eyes. Okay. Yeah, there's a couple here that we've already done. Oh yeah. Why are you guys talking about Captain Mar? I mean Supergirl. Isn't Spider-Man coming out? Yeah.
Actually.
Mo, are you excited for Spider-Man? Is the panel excited?
I don't know. There's a lot of little tells as to what that movie. I feel like it's in trouble for a lot of reasons. We'll have to see what's going on in it. It feels really overstuffed. I feel like we might be heading to like a Spider-Man 3 situation.
It's what I wanted, but there's a lot of red flags that I could potentially see.
Yeah, check out Hunting Matthew Nichols, as it's clearly everything Stuckman wanted Shelby Oaks to be, and maybe he plagiarized it, but that's unconfirmed. You guys heard of that?
No.
Hunting Matthew Nichols. Longban, explain what happens when you look outside.
It hurts.
What's happened?
You don't want to go out there. There's all kinds of people walking around. You never know what's going to happen. Yeah.
People.
Oh, I know. That's what I've heard anyway.
Yeah. A couple of weeks ago, you were talking about actresses who aged well. Check out Catherine Deneuve in The Hunger. Astonishing beauty and sophistication. Wait a minute, I'm going to have to look for it then. right. There we go. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I get where you're going with this. She's an older actress, but she's got that kind of classic, you know, it's like a 1940s sort of classic pin-up beauty about her. So,
That was
yeah,
also
okay,
in
nice.
1983, and people used to have way less surgery then. I think surgery is a lot of the problem with older actresses looking.
The problem with the
strange
younger
now.
actresses these days, like, holy shit.
Yeah, the preemptive surgery and stuff is wild.
And they look, it's
When
insane.
they
It's
get
like the
that fat
weirdest.
removed from their faces and they look like
Just
fucking
more
Skeletor.
Ozempic
Now
too.
they have what is it? Preemptive Botox, and they don't realize that paralyzes your muscles, so then your muscles atrophy, and so you sag earlier. It makes it worse. It's crazy.
If you're factually true, you're morally correct. They don't care about morals. They want to force their will on the world. Typical Luciferian arrogance. Yeah, I think that's
their morals. They just have different morals than you do.
Yeah, they want the appearance of being correct, you know, rather than actually being factually right. As soon as Kreger said he was going to diverge from the main story, I was out. Why can't we just adapt the first game? All the pieces are there. Here.
Yeah.
The hill, it's silent, and its residents are evil. It seems the evil is within. Oh my god.
Did you guys
Resident
see the Return to Silent Hill that just came out?
Yes.
Last month?
I did.
That was painful
Hated that.
to watch.
It's
I
so
didn't
funny
even know
'cause
anything about the games to get annoyed by. It was just a horrible movie.
the director was super passionate about it as well. This was like his project that he had to work his ass off to get made.
Yep.
And I thought, why to make this? Yeah, I mean, the lead actor did a good job. Like, he gave a pretty good performance, but aside from that, blah, yeah.
Brutal.
Yeah, Resident Evil. When an apartment tenant refuses to pay the rent, how dare they? Yeah. Who is the Resident Evil in the first game, Mauler, now that you've just recently played it?
Spencer. What a prick.
Is he resident there, though?
I
Or
don't
is he
think
just evil.
Is he even there? I don't know. Well, whatever. You know what? When I was playing it, I was like, the guy who orchestrated all of this, the one that like horribly experimented on all kinds of people, including little girls, to the point of just killing and torturing all these different people to create bioweapons to horrify the universe. I feel like there's a redemption arc there.
you'll help me.
Maybe one that takes place right before he
I'm
dies
a
for a few
merchant from the
minutes in a
Saltburn
new
trading
game. We could do
post.
that, right? What do you think, Drinker?
I was taking a
I
short
think that
rest
could
when
work.
a sandstorm
Let's do
blew
that.
in and
Work.
my cargo
Yes.
fell down into the canyon.
Yeah, it should be this hard to make a Jill sandwich.
It's really
Apparently it
important.
is, though.
I must get it back.
Do a movie about Hunk. That'd be fun. Did
Before
you
the
like when he
wind
showed up
carries
in
it off any
Requiem
further,
Mauler and then
please,
just instantly
hurry.
got killed by Leon?
It's a rare
fucking great.
thing to have this epic action fight.
This
You know
way.
what? People are gonna hate me for
Please
this. It reminded me of The
follow
Last of Us 2 because I didn't want Hunk to die.
Finding
I was
someone
like
to
having to
ask for
fight him, and I
help
was like, I don't want
out
to.
here in
And
the
then you just
desert was
fucking
like
like
looking
slice
for a
the shit
needle
out of
in
his
a
neck, and I was like,
haystack.
aw.
It's
so
all right.
bright and
I'm
steamy.
sure
be
he's
back.
fine. I
Bring
know because
myself to
Resident Evil fucking
climb
rules.
down
But
alone.
the reason I bring up The Last of Us 2 is because when you play as Abby and you have to like escape Ellie, and it's just like, no, kill
Right
me,
down
kill
there,
me,
beneath the
kill me,
cliff.
please.
Come on,
Would you
kill
go down
me.
for
I'm
it?
here. Hail to the bar. Have any of you watched the latest episodes of Invincible? If so, what did you think? Haven't watched it. I got through the first 2 seasons. Haven't watched the rest yet.
I say I checked
not
out at
sure
the
what-
third season. I didn't watch.
I've seen the first, I think it's 5 out. I think I've seen like 4.5. I like it so far. I know there's a lot of people had a problem with it. I don't think I've got to that part yet, or I just didn't see it as an issue myself. But then again, I don't know the comics, and so I've heard there's loads of swaps and everything that I think annoys people, which I won't even realise.
Let me finish with this one. With regards to objective criticism, George Bernard Shaw said, "The sign of a fool's brain is reducing art into pedantry. How do you balance objective criticism with the danger of measuring art against pedantic standards?" This is a question for our resident objective longoid, I think.
Well, why couldn't pedantry come into any analysis? Why would it only be trying to represent without bias? Like that's how I see it. If you get bothered by specific things and you talk about that, that's totally awesome. I think this is a part of all kinds of reviews. But then if you're also trying to be clear about what things happen and how they relate to other things and you misrepresent it or something, it's like, well, could you try, because you hate, let's say, a particular actor, and so you just like, God, they were awful throughout the whole fucking movie. Like if you hated Heath Ledger or something, you were just like, God, he was awful as Joker. He fucking messed up everything. It's the kind of thing that's like, okay, well, maybe calm down if you can just try to. I guess what I'm getting at is just like, I don't see why trying to do your best to use theory and history to create an analysis that's really like detailed. Just saying, oh no, pedantry. Like I think that just comes into anyone's commentary on anything.
I think it becomes difficult as well because your definition of pedantry is by definition subjective as well. What one person would consider pedantic, another person might consider fundamental to like the story.
I have an excellent example, Drinker. Remember when Red Letter Media went at Ryan for hating the changes with Ki-Adi-Mundi? And then people were like, you guys went crazy over everything to do with Star Trek. And they're like, yeah, but that's different. It's like, is it though? Is it really? So, you know.
If it's a detail that seems small, but then that overlooked or changed detail fundamentally changes everything going onward, then it's not a small detail.
Yeah.
Case in point, Ki-Adi knowing that there were active Force users using the dark side out there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I think we will probably finish up right there. But panel, guests, it's been lovely having you guys here, as always. I appreciate you giving up some time for this. And Rob, I appreciate you like fighting your way through LA traffic to get
It was
back.
you know what? I thought I'd get back here sooner, and then suddenly, as LA traffic is wont to do, it just stopped. I'm sitting there on the freeway, and there was no movement at all for like 20 minutes. Turns out there was an accident, which I still don't understand. When you had a black Ford like F1 pickup truck all smashed up, facing me as I'm driving into it, and it was in my lane.
Ooh.
How does this happen? I don't know. It happens every day on the 91. Every single day.
LA be crazy. But yeah, for everyone that's joined us as well, appreciate you guys as
Too many parents have had to bury those that they love the most. We cannot accept this as normal in our city. We cannot grow numb to this pain. Today is a devastating reminder of just how much more work there is to be done to combat gun violence across this city.
Before we get started, I just wanted to take a second to wish you guys a happy Easter, or as they now call it in New York City, Ramadan. Earlier this week, Kaori Patterson Moore lost her life in Brooklyn. A woman who loses her husband, she is called a widow. A man who loses his wife, he's called a widower. A young child who loses both parents is called an orphan. But a parent losing a child, especially a child that's only 7 months old, the anguish is so brutal. There are no words to describe it. I cried for a week when we lost our Yorkie Chewy to cancer. I cannot imagine what the parents of Kaori Patterson Moore are going through right now. As you just heard, from the lead destroyer in New York City, Zoro Mamdani, we cannot accept this as normal in our Islamic Republic. We must continue our dedication to combating gun violence. This young child, this baby, lost her life due to gang violence. Now, sure, a gun happened to be involved, but this was gang violence, which was something that Zoro Mamdani conveniently chose to leave out of his speech. Did you notice that he didn't talk about fighting crime? Zoro didn't talk about combating the gang problem in New York City. The only thing Zoro Mamdani wanted to talk about was guns, guns, guns. This is strange because, according to the most recent crime report from the NYPD that was released last night, during the first quarter of this year, New York City had the fewest shootings in history. Murders are down 28%, burglaries are down 21%. According to the media, New York City is one of the safest major cities in America.
Wheels and box are completely ruined. No idea what
If
to
it's
sort
so
out.
safe, why is Zoran Mamdani committed to taking away your guns? New York already has some of the strictest gun laws in the country. Down here in the South, I can walk into a sporting goods store or a pawn shop. 5 minutes later, I can walk out with a gun. In New York City, it takes 6, 7, 9 months for you to be approved. And that is if you get approved. So, why is Zoro Mamdani committed to fighting a problem that's already been fought? Supposedly, murders are down in New York City, violent crime is down, major crimes are down over 5%. So, why is Zoro committed to fighting guns when guns are already pretty much outlawed in New York City? Perhaps this was false bravado. Maybe Zoran Mamdani was reading from the typical script that is distributed by doofus Democrats anytime a gun is involved in something. Or maybe Zoro Mamdani is renewing his commitment to fighting those evil firearms to distract from one of the very real problems in New York City, which is the city being on the verge of a financial crisis. Make sure to like and subscribe. You can follow me on Twitter at KC_BTL84. So I get to the sponsor for today's video, my good friends at Antelope Hill Publishing. As a content creator, one of the primary requirements of the job is a large variety of books. It explains how they...
I think I need to go in for an hour or two. It was...
No problem. Do your thing.
I'll be back.
Yep.
Operate and why they focused on promoting their ideology to kids. Hard to find historical books, so Hill Publishing. According to the Comptroller of New York City, the city is facing significant financial crisis. For 2026, the budget gap is $2 billion. Going into 2027, the city is expected to have a $10 billion shortfall. Now, in fairness to Zoran Mamdani, the financial crisis, it's not his fault, but it is his problem. The question is, why is New York City having financial problems? Wall Street alone generates almost $7 billion every year in tax revenue. The economy in New York City generates over $2 trillion every year. Where in the hell is all the money going? Have you noticed that we don't hear Zoro Mamdani talking about free buses anymore? We don't hear about free education. We don't hear about free health care. I wonder why. I wonder if Zorro has figured out that he doesn't have the money to offer those free services. And Zorro, he wants to make the financial problems significantly worse. One of the main reasons that New York
2 seconds.
City is facing a financial crisis. They are spending billions of dollars every year providing shelter and services to illegal immigrants. Translation: Zorro is taking care of people financially who aren't supposed to be here. Supposedly, there are over 110,000 undocumented migrants being subsidized by New York City. If I had to guess, most of them are not working, unless you consider the conversion of oxygen to carbon dioxide or producing toxic ass gas to be gainful employment. Since 2022, New York City has spent $7 billion caring for illegal immigrants. Last year, they spent $3 billion. It doesn't take an accountant to figure out how to solve this problem. Quit giving money to people who aren't here legally. According to some estimates, the city spends $371 per household per day in some areas. If that number is accurate, it means that some migrant families are receiving over $11,000 a month.
Hello there.
How many of you guys are making 11 grand a month? Better yet, how many of you guys are being given $11 a month, much less 11,000? It is absolutely ridiculous. No wonder normal people are leaving this dump, which leads to the next problem. Thousands of people have left the city and they took their money with them. Who in the hell can blame them? The city's turning into a dump. The Islamic call to prayer is waking you up every morning at 5 a.m.
That's not happening.
Square on some nights has turned into a mosque, and the people working in the city paying these exorbitant tax rates to live there, their tax dollars are being used to feed the Islamists who are trying to take over the city. I was having this conversation last night. We were at dinner and someone asked me why I pay my thumbnail designer so much money every month. I spend a lot of money every month to not have to worry about creating my own thumbnails. They were asking why I don't just use AI. I said, the money I pay him every month, it's a nice tax write-off for me every year. It significantly decreases my tax burden, and I would rather give him the money. I would rather help him support his family than give the money to the government so they can waste it supporting someone who refuses to work. Like I told you guys before, what is happening in New York City and other major cities throughout America, this is not an accident. This is not a coincidence. The other day, the Boston Red Sox, they uploaded a video on social media showing the history of the franchise. A few hours after the video was uploaded, the Red Sox turned off the comments. Why? Because the video reminded people of what America used to be
about.
In the 1970s, the population of Boston was 80% white, 16% black. Immigrants made up around 4% of the overall population. Today, Boston is 44% white, 22% black, and immigrants make up almost 40% of the population. You want to know how Michelle Wu, who has been an absolute disaster as the mayor of Boston, you want to know how she gets reelected? Want to know how Zohran Mamdani gets elected in New York City? This is the reason. While Americans were not paying attention, and when I say Americans, I'm talking about all Americans, white, black, Latino. While we weren't paying attention, doofus Democrats, they were completely flipping the demographics of major cities. When I was growing up, they used to tell us that America was a melting pot. America is the beacon of multiculturalism. That was a myth. Millennials, we were the last generation to experience real American culture. America was a country that consisted of Americans who carefully selected immigrants. If you were from India and you were highly skilled, educated, and you were looking to move here to America to create a better life for your family, you were looking to move here to assimilate and to contribute to the culture, you were more than welcome to join us. But over the last couple of decades, and especially during the 4 years of incompetence with John Biden, we started accepting thousands, maybe even millions that were seeking asylum. The southern border was wide open. We started accepting people from Somalia, countries in the Middle East. Instead of tech geniuses from India or Japan, we were getting rock specialists from Baghdad. And look at the end result. Last I checked, I think Donald Trump had deported around 3 million people. The dude is trying to clean up this mess, but it's hard to do that when doofus Democrats are not only turning our major cities into sanctuary cities, they're also turning them into charity cities because your tax dollars are being used to support people who are here illegally. Sound off in the comments below. Have a great Easter. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Now, I'm watching the new season of Invincible, and I noticed that the algorithm on X keeps showing me that people are very upset over a new character. And I generally didn't know why, because we're talking about this chick. And I gotta say, like, she's really well made. She's not transcoded. Like, she doesn't have, you know, those masculine shoulders, masculine features. She genuinely acts like a girl, like she's not a girl boss. And she seems to be a potential romantic love interest for another character that's in the show called Oliver. She's pretty cute, you know, and I was like, why are people upset? Like, what's going on? And I find out that the reason people are upset is because in the Invincible comic book, this character was a guy. And people definitely are sick and tired of having the source IP constantly race mixed and now transmogrified and gender transmogrified, and so they're voicing their concerns, right? Now, I actually know why this is happening, and it's happening because Invincible is on Amazon. And anyone that reads the Amazon's TOS would know that they are forcing the writers to hit gender quotas and race quotas. Like, I'm not kidding. Making art now is kind of like building a furniture. Like, you need to look at the manual, and you need to look at what your story must have. And so, gender is interchangeable, race is interchangeable, and if you actually look at a script of one of these new productions, you will literally see that for casting, they will say, for example, like when they made the new Powerpuff Girls, right? They said Blossom can be any race. Buttercup can be any race. Mojo Jojo has to be straight white male. This was like from the original scriptwriters, right? And so people that understand this, they're not really upset because of, you know, is the new character well written or not. They're basically upset because they vehemently disagree with the core assumptions of the ideology. Like, people would prefer if artists are just allowed to create. Like, if some black people just want to get together and write a story like The Prince of Bel-Air, no one is complaining, right? Like, no one is saying that's racist. But if you are going to take an already established IP and you're just race swapping or gender swapping, not because you think this is what the fans want, not because you think that this is what sells, but it's because you're forced by the publisher to do it, well, people have a problem with the publisher now. Like, people want to bring up to the conversation, like, why do things have to be this way? And I gotta say, individuals like this are definitely not making it any better. In fact, I definitely believe that people would accept this bullshit ideology a lot easier if people like this wouldn't be this obnoxious. Now, you're probably wondering who is this person. And apparently she is Catherine Snodgrass, right? She is a storyboard revisionist for Invisible. And she had the take, which we're going to listen to right now.
And this fandom is like wildly sexist. I knew that there was going to be a reaction to Zoe. I knew it was going to happen. But I think the thing that's annoying me is seeing so many comments that are like, oh, I'm fine with it because she's obviously there to be a love interest for Oliver. Or she's obviously there to serve the interest of other male characters in the show.
Okay, as a writer, if you don't want to be replaced by ChatGPT, you gotta understand something. You're not writing human beings, okay? Like, you're not God. You're not creating life. You are making a product for entertainment. And yes, every single character needs to serve a function if the writing is to be good. If you're just like writing characters for the sake of writing them, then you're going to end up writing something bad. And so people that are basically saying, well, I'm fine with her because she's a love interest or something like that, they're basically analyzing it from a literary perspective. And their analysis is absolutely correct. You know, a character that is just written there and doesn't serve any purpose for the story is a badly written character. But of course, she's going to be butthurt over the fact that people are providing genuine criticism to her work.
Women are autonomous beings.
Right? Like, again, she generally can't comprehend this. Like, she literally believes that as a writer, she is God, just creating life. Like, she looks at this, and she genuinely thinks this is a real woman. She cannot separate fact from fiction. This is a mental disease of this new generation. And the problem is that she is not a woman, right? Like, if you look at this and you see a woman, you're a fucking retard. She is a product, okay? Like, when I buy my Amazon subscription, I'm not buying women. I'm not buying human beings. I am buying stories and entertainment, right? Like, Prince Charming is not an actual man. Prince Charming from the fairy tale, from the fables, right? He is not a human being. When Prince Charming gets stabbed, he is not an actual person in distress. It is just part of the story. It's part of the dynamic. This person is unable to comprehend this, and I don't think it's her fault. I think, like, academia fucked with her brain. Like, people on Tumblr and university professor gave this poor lady brain damage. She can now not be able to differentiate between a product and a real human being.
That can do things for their own reasons that don't actually have to involve men. And when you are writing...
And by the way, like, this whole argument, this whole ideology is also cancer. Like, putting aside this nonsense about, you know, writing and shit, let's talk about what she says, like, women are autonomous beings. No, that's incorrect, okay? Not a single person on Earth is an autonomous being. Human beings are social creatures. You are part of a net. You are the daughter of a family, right? The mother and father created you. You are a person living in a neighborhood. You are a person that goes to work. Like, you are surrounded by a network of people. Now, in order to live, in order to survive, like someone, a farmer probably, grows some crops to you. I know you think like food magically sprouts from the supermarket. It's not true. Like, there are other human beings making sure you get fed. There are other human beings providing security for you. Saying that women are autonomous beings is flat out false. If you take a woman and you place her alone on an island, chances are she will die, like most other people if you place them alone on an island, because human beings are social creatures, right? Now, what she basically tries to say is that love is not something that people should aspire to. No, that's incorrect. Like, the purpose of life on planet Earth is to replicate. Doesn't matter if you're a human or an amoeba or a plant or whatever. The purpose of living organisms is to pass on their genes and to have offsprings. Now, if you don't like that, that's fine, but you can say that, well, you failed at life. Like, if you go through life and you don't have a child, you're a failure. I'm sorry, it's harsh. Oh, but what about people that can't conceive? Well, they're failure as well. And my ideology is very harsh and very consistent, and you know what? Deep inside, people like her believe it as well. Why do you think they call men incels as a pejorative? Like, what is an incel? It's a man that is incapable of getting a woman. Why can't he get a woman? Well, there's something wrong with him. There's something broken with him, right? Well, the same thing, like a woman that's at the age of 35 and she still doesn't have a husband, I will also assume that there is something wrong with her. Like, you're telling me that out of all the men in the human population, and when you have access to social media and you can literally date any guy whatsoever, you couldn't find a single man to settle with? Like, get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here, right? So, anyway, this is just, like, not about discussing the Invincible show. But, like, if she just opened that can of worms, like, sure, we can unpack it. And so, basically, like, her ideology is cancerous because her ideology leads to depleted demographics. And it doesn't matter if you think you're a moral person and you believe that you have the answer to how to be a decent human being if you don't have any grandchildren in order to carry that ideology forward. Right? So, like, at the end of the day, if your government ends up not having kids and not producing kids and then your entire civilization ends, well, I guess, like, those people in the Middle East that have completely different takes than you do are the ones that are going to still have their ideology in the year 2400, for example. Anyway, right, it's just another show. And yet you have to go into politics because the writers try to take you there.
Writing a story, your characters, regardless of gender, should be there to service the plot as a whole, right? So her being there doesn't mean that she is going to be a romantic interest or a sister or a mother. There are other things that women can be because...
Yeah, but she's literally written as a romantic interest. Like, she is actually seen flirting with Oliver. Unless, of course, like, you're so detached from humanity and you don't understand what flirting looks like. But she is actually seen hitting on Oliver. And just because she's a romantic interest, yes, doesn't mean that she can't do anything else. And no one is saying that, right? You can have a romantic interest and they can actually do things together with her partner. But, again, I suppose, like, this vision is... not okay, right? Like, the correct vision in Western writing is that the female character is the girl boss, you know, kind of like, I guess, Arya in Game of Thrones, right? Where she just gets to fuck the guy that is in love with her and then dumps him and moves on. Because Arya is a strong woman and needs no man. And that's, like, the hallmark of every single feminine character written after the year 2018 in Western entertainment. And I don't think, like, that's something that should be promoted, by the way.
This is going to be shocking for you Invincible fans, because this is, like...
Like, look how condescending she is, right? Like, this is a writer, and she views herself like the teacher. Like, the people that are buying her product aren't doing this as customers, right? Like, they're doing as people looking up to her to be educated as she manipulates her little sock puppets here, you know, trying to push her view on life on other people as if her view of life is correct. It's not just another opinion, right? No, it's like the only correct way is to think like her, and if you're an Invincible fan, you're just wrong. And so this is what I'm saying. Like, this is the absolute reason why you have people rejecting the gender change. Like, it got nothing to do with the character. It's got nothing to do whether the gender change makes sense or not. It's because they know the hand inside the sock puppet is from this person. And they just don't want to feed this person. Like, they do not want to put food on her table. They do not want their money to reach this person's wallet. And this is where all the controversy comes from. Let me know what you guys think, though. And as usual, I will see you in the comment section. Take care.
Welcome back to a series so beautiful. Even Planet Earth subscribed in today's video. Hassan is crashing out after a chatter pointed out that people died in Iranian protests. He downplays the numbers, claiming they are not accurate and everything is US propaganda. Asmon has responded, pointing out that they shut down social media, and Hassan has no idea about the true numbers despite speaking so confidently. He points out the insane hypocrisy comparing the situation to Gaza and how Hassan would never dare question the numbers there. He claims Hassan actually wants the terrorists to win. Hassan has responded with a 20-minute crash out. He starts by painting the Iranian dictator as an innocent victim and an old man with cancer? You can't make this shit up. He tries to call Asman a hypocrite by pulling up clips from the past. He then ults and calls Asman an agent of Israel, calling his fanbase cattle who blindly follow him. He completely bold-faced lies, saying that Asman denied the Holocaust.
Lying is OP, as I say all the time.
The back and forth continues. Asman responds, denying the insane allegations. Hassan continues his corny flexing, this time in front of an NFT store. Subscribe to send Hassan to the moon. A true pioneer.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, so Hassan is back and he's going viral again for being completely unhinged. Basically, he was talking about the death toll in Iran. Quick context, the government shut off social media and was gunning down protesters. Absolutely horrible stuff. And Hassan was busy glazing them, doing propaganda for them, being played on their TV because the regime liked him so much. His buddy Sneeko, of course, was praying for the health and safety of the dictator. Really great stuff. So basically, Chatter confronts him and he starts crashing out. Hassan crashes out on Chatter saying they killed 40k people, Hassan, during the Iran protests. No, they freaking didn't, you freaking moron.
Look, at the end of the day, I agree with you. Radicalism of any sort is bad, which is why this
They killed 40,000 people, man. No, they didn't.
War
no, they fucking didn't. You're a goddamn idiot if you think that, okay? You're a fucking moron. I'm sorry. They did not kill 40,000 people, dumbass. They did kill a shit ton of people in the process of suppressing the protests that took place, which, by the way, America and Israel openly admit that they played a role in, okay? But they did not kill 40,000 people in 2 days. Like, you're unbelievably dense. You have convinced yourself. It doesn't even matter. Like, them killing 10 people is still fucked up.
The scary thing with a clip like this is not even what he's saying, because he's just doing what he always does. You're no longer surprised by this. The scarier thing is looking at what's going on in his chat. Like, it's going really fast, so it's hard to read. But one of the guys just a second ago literally put "who cares." Like, let me see if I go back and catch that.
Idiot if you think that, okay? You're a fucking moron. I'm sorry. They did not kill 40,000 people, dumbass. They did kill a shit ton of people in the process of suppressing the protests that took.
How does that number keep going higher?
Plays, which, by the way,
oh, they did not. No, in all caps. Jesus.
American
Christ.
Israel.
TR Mupp always lie. Whoever TR Mupp
Openly
is.
admit that they played a role in. Okay.
Brain dead. They killed 10 billion.
But they did not kill 40,000 people in 2.
Who cares? There it is, Digital Observer. Who cares? That's a crazy thing to say on a subject like this.
2 days. Like, you're unbelievably dense. You have convinced yourself. It doesn't even matter. Like, them killing 10 people is still fucked up. Okay? I've never heard a consistent number on this from people that just turn around and say, oh, they killed, 80,000 people. I've heard 80,000, 50,000, 40,000. It's fucking ridiculous. Shut up. Jesus Christ. How do you not recognize it? It's like, this is propaganda to actually justify American and Israeli intervention. That's what you're leaning into.
Oh boy, yeah, that is not a good clip. Hassan, imagine, just imagine, you said this about Palestine and Gaza, right? Oh, guys, I just keep hearing different numbers, guys. Oh, no, it's probably not true. They probably didn't kill that many people. It's all fake, It's all just propaganda, obviously. Like, you would absolutely...
The other problem is that there's photographic evidence. There's pictures of this shit and videos. Like, this shit absolutely happened. It's not a lie.
Lose your mind, right? You would call this person racist, genocidal, all these names, baby killer, oh my god. And here you are going, no, they didn't. You know, I was there. I, Hassan Piker, was actually there in person, right? And it's probably like 10 people, bro. Not a big deal. Come on. I mean, it tried to bring it back at the end going like, oh, well, even anybody dying is pretty bad. Yeah, Hassan, it's pretty fucking bad. And it was definitely more than 10 people, let's say. I mean, at least he acknowledged it's bad. It's a step up, I guess, because before he was just glazing the regime like constantly. I mean, they were playing him on fucking TV, right? They were using him to brainwash Iranian citizens, like literally torturing them. Cut off the internet, cut off social media. All you can watch is Hassan Piker on TV. Stage 99 level torture. You're dumb. You're stupid. You're a moron. You're dense. Anything but an actual fact check. Dude acts like a teenager. No wonder he was crushing on Hannah Montana as a grown-ass man. Never forget bro tips.
I always knew Hannah Montana was a little slut. Don't even try to hide it.
You always know that he's being purposely dishonest when he follows with, it doesn't even matter. This instance, him wearing expensive clothes to Cuba, grapes happening on October 7, him not taking a hard stance on Trump or Kamala. Why would he be honest? It just doesn't even matter. Reminder, this is how all tankies respond. You tell them their idols were just as much PDF files as the current leaders are in the class, and they respond with bigoted violence they're supposedly against. How many people does the regime have to kill before Hassan stops dick riding them? More than a shit ton, it seems. Well, as Hassan said after October 7, you don't have the forensic evidence, right? You need to actually do the forensic analysis. Hassan needs the medical reports, all right? Hassan needs to go down there and examine the bodies himself. Otherwise, it's not accurate. It's not accurate, of course. Right, so Asmongold responded.
No, they fucking didn't. You're a goddamn idiot if you think that, okay? You're a fucking moron.
How do you know
I'm
that?
sorry.
How do you know? Like, I don't even understand this.
Suppressing the
I mean, why do you think they turned off the internet? Like, I mean, really, think about it for 3 seconds. Why would they turn off the internet if they weren't going to kill a bunch of people?
protests that took place, which, by the way, America and Israel openly admit that they played a role in. Okay.
Trying to assign ownership of the protests against the government that's literally, by his own admission, systematically killing their own people, then assigning ownership of it to Israel and America. No, maybe Israel and America helped because they thought that it's bad to kill your own protesters just because they want to change the government. The people weren't doing anything wrong. He just justified mass murder of civilians because of Israel. But there's no propaganda about Palestine. The amount of people that were killed in Palestine is a defined number that nobody can ever question. But whenever Iran intentionally takes off the internet, they shut down the entire internet, they bus in Iraqi militia forces, and there are leaked videos of people being massacred in the streets.
Exactly.
Then, no, actually, well, we don't know how many. Guys, there's no way it was that many. And also, do you want to know why people originally said it was 10,000? Because it went up. And so it's like, well, last year he said he was 40 years old. This year he says he's 41. Which one is it? He's lying. He's got to be lying. Why is he giving us different answers? It's because they're terrorist supporters. That's the reason why. It's literally that simple. They want the terrorists to win. And so what they do is they try to downplay their bad actions and then overplay the bad actions of people that are against them. That's what they do. I mean, obviously, I mean, duh. Like, how do you passively? Well, yeah, I mean, by not going after them and not bringing these things up. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically it, right? Hassan just wants the terrorists to win, which is absolutely insane. This guy claims to be on the morally right side of things, and you would think you can't get worse than a self-admitted terrorist supporter, but Hassan will find a way. He'll find a way, don't worry. Where there is a will, there is a way. But I love his argument is, you guys don't understand. It's just propaganda by the US and Israel. Brother, you are the propagandist. You admitted it. You literally admitted it.
I'm a propagandist.
Well, no,
for the record.
I'm not calling
I'm a
you that.
propagandist.
I'm just saying. I'm going to play you.
I'm saying I am.
You quite literally exist to lie constantly and push your agenda. And Hassan talking like he's so sure. He's like, oh yeah, I actually have the numbers, bro. I have inside info. Al Jazeera actually told me, obviously. No, actually, it was my favorite Twitter source. One of my fan accounts, of course. The hypocrisy is completely insane, right? Never ask Hassan to care about victims if it doesn't fit his agenda, right? And I can't believe it's actually a controversial statement to say that we should care about all civilians, you know, all innocent human lives who are taken as a result of war. Not very empathetic, Hassan. iDubbbz won't be happy, your loyal minion. Surely he will confront you about this and not suck you off. Bro, every clip of Asmon is him just cooking the hell out of Hassan. I think Hassan needs to rethink his strategy. He needs to rethink his entire life, to be honest. It's been a colossal failure. He spent the last decade trying to be a respected political commentator, and this is what he's doing, dude. It's so sickening. Iran shut down their entire internet, and he's like, see, we don't know. No, everybody doesn't know, only Hassan knows, right? Because he obviously has some insider information that we don't know, right? Probably forwarded to him by Taylor Lorenz or something. Real groundbreaking stuff. This man is dangerous, and anti-West hypnotized zombies are dangerous. The most dangerous people. The cloud chaser dog zapper denied grapes. You expect him to not do the same here too? Always remember, it doesn't matter if freaking grapes happen October 7. It doesn't change the dynamic for me. Another one of the Diddy Piker quotes, of course. Just a real feminist, right? This is what a male feminist does, obviously. Denies atrocities against women because he doesn't like them, obviously. Because they're on the wrong side of some war. Oh, brother Eric! Can Asmongold seriously just focus on his own stream? How many times has he been wrong in this war so far? He was wrong to support the war. Was wrong to say the little girls in the school were collateral damage. He's no angel, and we need to all focus on his mistakes here. This account is so weird and sad. What's wrong with giving my opinion? It's that you have the worst opinions on planet Earth, man. I'm sorry. Man's not even trying to contend with what he said. Don't make me teach you a lesson in debating again. Again, I'm convinced this guy's a troll, but he's just too entertaining, right? When somebody's this colossally stupid, I just pray to God they are a troll. But then he was linking up with that other guy, the Spev guy. Is that guy a troll too? You can't be this dedicated. This is more than a full-time job for you, bro. Right, so then Hassan responded to Asmongold, crashing out over this, and it was like a 50.
Let me stop this right here for a second so I can take my plate back. 2 seconds, excuse me.
15-20 minute crash out. So let's check out some of the highlights here. Hassan calls out Asmongold for being an inconsistent worm regarding his commentary on Israel and Iran. Right, so Hassan starts by sharing how evil America is for killing an old man with cancer. And the person he's talking about is the ruler of Iran, right? That's how he framed the whole thing. Obviously, just ignore the fact that he was gunning down his own people and sponsoring terrorism.
I mean, have you thought about listening to what Asmongold has to say? I'm sure he has a lot of clever opinions on everything that's unfolding. You know, I'm sure he's out there talking about how everything is great. As a matter of fact, everything is great. We're doing fantastic. Remember, we killed an 86-year-old guy who has cancer, who had cancer, right? Like that was pretty cool. Asmon's most recent response about Iran to you.
Killing their own people, then assigning ownership of it to Israel and America. No, maybe Israel and America helped because they thought that it's bad to kill your own protester.
The fake laugh.
Guy who
Jesus
literally
Christ.
said regime change wars and like democratizing Iraq is a spectacular failure and didn't work.
I think that we play too big of a role in other countries' military shit. Like, we're too interventionary. We get too involved into other people's business. It's a waste of our money. The people there probably hate us. Where's really the upside here, right? I think that the level that we try to play nation building, especially in places like this, like Libya, for example, back in the day, or Iraq. No, absolutely not. Yeah, it's too much, man.
Is now heavily leaning into that.
He's
exact same
already
narrative
contended with this though.
right?
This guy is so far behind.
You came with the facts and logic right there, except that clip was literally already debunked
Yeah,
in a previous video,
completely
right?
and entirely.
Basically, Hassan's fan account or editor or whatever was playing Asmon side by side, saying that, oh, he's a hypocrite because he had opposing statements in previous years. Except that the context is completely different here because Iranians were actually suffering and begging for help and being killed. So in that case, it was a completely different context than a situation in the past, of course. Now, not saying that intervention is the right move or anything like that. I'm not talking politics here. We try to avoid that as much as possible.
But you
just
still
showing that
give your
the
2
context
cents
is obviously
all the
different here,
same.
right? And the world is completely different now. So it's comparing two statements from two different times. And of course, leave it to Hassan Piker to show his greatest empathy, not towards victims of natural violence or innocent civilians who got gunned down, but towards the dictator, right? Who was the poor old man with cancer, of course. You know, I watched Hassan Piker's 10-hour coverage, and I'm a Hassan fan now, right? It seems the USA seemingly just hates cancer victims, guys. They just hate old people. They're so bad. They're so evil. I mean, why else would they be picking on an old man with cancer? That is the breaking news. Run it. Run it on all the news outlets. That is the Hassan Piker way to present the situation, right? Guys, did you know Hitler had cancer? Oh my god, I can't believe they took him down. How dare you? How dare you celebrate the death of a cancer patient? Are you freaking kidding me right now? Heartless. You guys are heartless. You should be like my chat, you know, Hassan's chat. Save your hearts for the terrorists instead, especially right after they murder civilians. Right, so then Hassan tries to get a gotcha on Asmon, saying that, oh, you don't even care about protesters being killed because you want US protesters to be killed. You want American citizens to be killed.
Asmongold is like holding on to this idea that like there is some kind of democracy at play here, some kind of liberation at play here. Also, same guy who has demanded that the American government kill protesters.
Well, maybe you should have just used the gun. I don't know. I think anybody who's going around and trying to hit police officers or anything like that, that's just, there's no reason why anybody should be supporting that. I think, yeah, that base. No, I think, again, I've said this before. I think they should use actual ammo, and if anybody throws a rock or tries to harm one of the police officers, I think they should just use deadly force to stop it from happening.
Same guy who has said America should kill more protesters and put them in concentration camps is now talking about
See how
like,
even in there and even in saying this, he deliberately omits the context every single time. He was very hyper specific with what he said. If you attack ours first, we attack back. He did not just say he wanted them to just mindlessly kill people. That is nowhere near what he said. And he knows he's being disingenuous.
Right. Okay. So first off, literally in the clip itself that his editor played, right, trying to get this gotcha, he explicitly
includes the
says
fucking
that
context.
if they are going around essentially doing violence and assaulting the officers. So if someone assaults you, throws rocks at you, and some of these were off bridges, right, which is absolutely deadly force, right, and attempted murder, then you should obviously be able to defend yourself, right? And I don't think any sane person would disagree with that. Now, obviously, yes, you can talk about the broader context and the politics of the whole thing, how his position might be wrong and the conversation around it, how the officers also might be abusing their power, but the statement in itself is not crazy at all, right? And the thing is, this is only controversial in America, right? Because try being violent against a police officer in any sane place, right? And I'm not talking about the fucking UK, all right? I'm not talking about that clown show either. We're talking about like a well-functioning place that is prospering, right? The thing is, you are absolutely getting cooked, all right? And in other places as well, you don't really get let out of jail in about 5 seconds, like in fucking New York City or whatever the hell is going on there. This shit is so crazy, and Hassan trying to argue that you should essentially just let them kill you, and if you fight back, you're a fascist. It's just really dishonest framing, and I find it hilarious. Usually, like, Hassan and his editor will try to be very dishonest and cut up the clip or zoom into his camera like that one time and basically leave out all the context, but this time they leave it in. They just leave it in. They leave in the context that he explicitly says. It's like if someone tries to assault you on the street, of course you are allowed to practice self-defense, right? It's not like a police officer exclusive thing. That's for any citizen. Right, so then Hassan starts spamming his ultimate. He says that Asmin is defending Israel because he called out Hassan, right? And he calls his fan base cattle, essentially saying that they're basically a bunch of like animals who blind.
He really has been spamming that word quite a bit here lately. It's very weird. Like for the better part of a month now. Every single large mass that he does not like or agree with, he immediately resorts to using that exact word to describe them.
Blindly follow him, a bunch of sheep. And this is ironic coming from the cult of Hassan, right?
I do appreciate like Asmongold's cattle-ass fan base going from Holocaust denial and anti-Semitism to so quickly snapping back to defending Israel with like talking points that were destroyed pretty much in the eyes of the collective all the way back in like, I don't know, December of 2023. My man is mainlining Hasbara at this point. But they did not kill 40,000 people in 2 days. Like, you're unbelievably dense.
It was 3 days, idiot.
It's just not true. That's not something that happened. There's no evidence that that happened.
There's
It's
literal
also
visual
physically
evidence that it
impossible for
happened.
to have happened, and most people understand that that is not a correct number. You know, it's an unbelievably high number.
Wow, guys, Hassan pulled up the facts. Let's go over some of these facts. Al Jazeera back at it again. The most reliable news source. Hassan's go-to.
Also saying this did not happen and then the number is not that high implicitly describes it, like by default you're talking out of two sides of your mouth. It did not happen versus the number is too high cannot coexist, because the number being too high directly confirms that it did happen. But this guy's a fucking retard.
Source of all information. This guy really just recycles his fucking propaganda outlets over and over and over again. Bro, how can you not understand this? They shut off social media. Like, they're obviously not to be trusted, right? Like, the Iranian government could tell Hassan that actually nobody died. Actually, you're put in a simulation. You are put in a hypnosis. And Hassan would go, well, I'm not sure I believe you. Let me check my news source. Al Jazeera says, okay, they're completely telling the truth now. This is 100% accurate. Actual moron, bro. I mean, the logical conclusion is whatever numbers are being reported, it's more than that. If they shut off social media, clearly they're trying to hide something. The good people don't really do that, man. Hassan goes, we can't actually pinpoint an exact number right now. Actually, you know, I need to take my private jet and personally fly to Iran, and I need to, Hassan Paika, I need to personally examine the bodies. Until then, nobody give me a number. Never ask Hassan Piker how many people died in Iran. Worst mistake of my life. Now Gaza though, okay, Hassan was there. He went to Gaza. He witnessed everything happen. Oh wait, he completely pussied out. Play the clip.
Dude, I might actually take Marsh with me to Gaza.
Gaza?
Yeah.
Is it dangerous? Yeah.
Yes. I unfortunately most likely will not be able to go.
Is it dangerous? Yeah.
Yes. The people that I did talk to said that they could not give me security assurances.
Is it dangerous?
Yeah. Yes. Have some conviction.
So then Hassan double alts, he brings up Israel, and then he talks about Trump for some reason, even though this is just his own stupidity.
I mean, this is something that I repeat pretty much every day at this point. It's become my mantra, but this is the most popular Israel will ever be in the United States. Today is the most popular Israel will ever be in the United States going forward. Tomorrow, Israel will be less popular than it is today. Something to remember for all the Jewish advocacy orgs that keep tying themselves to the genocidal entity, or even Asmongold, as a matter of fact. I guess, as I've said over and over again, when your audience is comprised of some of the dumbest people on the planet, they don't necessarily punish you for contradicting your statements from like a day prior, especially when they don't even get mad at Trump when he contradicts himself in the same statement, right? Because Trump, even in his address, in his presidential address, literally started off by saying, oh, we're saving the Iranian people, and ended the presidential address by saying we're going to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age by destroying its electrical grid and, you know, destroying its bridges and so those two things are at odds with one another, right? But because the audience is unimaginably dumb, they still believe it, I guess. Or they delude themselves into thinking that there is no contradiction here.
Hassan, you denying the number of people that died and doing a bunch of propaganda is completely unrelated to Trump. Like, why are you bringing this up? Hassan's strategies are so predictable. And the first thing you got to do is just be like, okay, Trump bad, Israel bad. Now let's move on to you, Hassan. This is about you going through insane lengths to deny atrocities because it's your side committing them. And I really mean his side, because he is the side that supports terrorists and the regime. And it's crazy how blatantly disgusting he is and completely hypocritical. And he always tries to tie it back to Israel like a flippin' demented schizo, bro. Like, unironically, he's gonna be in the nursing home trying to play some bingo. And then he blinks his eyes a couple times, all the options turn into Israel, and he goes, bingo! Bingo! Starts screaming at the nurses. They have to fucking sedate him with like an injection, be like, Hassan, there's no Israel here. Like, come on. And this dude really has the audacity to call someone an inconsistent worm, bro. Look at you, bro. You're like that disgusting thing from Slay the Spire 2. You guys know that one enemy? That annoying centipede ass shit? Oh my god, bro. Who put that shit in the game? That's worse than a boss. That's Hassan. That's Hassan. Spiritually Hassan. So then he says Asmin is doing Hasbara propaganda, and then says that he denied the Holocaust in like the same couple of sentences. Just complete lies.
Jesus Christ, how do you not recognize it? It's like, this is propaganda.
But there's no propaganda about Palestine. The amount of people that were killed in Palestine is a defined number that nobody can ever question. But whenever Iran intentionally takes off the internet, they shut down the entire internet, they bus in Iraqi militia force.
I'm gonna be honest, if this is the best Israel has as far as Hasbara, it's cooked. They're so done. Like, Israel's strongest Hasbara weapon now is a guy who doesn't shower.
I took a shower for the first time in, as I said, two and a half months yesterday.
And is a Holocaust denier.
I think the Holocaust probably happened. I think probably 99% certainty it happened. And the number of people that were killed is not a big deal to me. Like, if you told me that way less people got killed, I would still say Nazi Germany was terrible. It's just a silly thing to say. It's a silly thing to think about. And I don't know why people get so hyper fixated on it.
Okay, hold on. So much to go over there. I love how Asmin's Holocaust denial clip, right?
It's him saying 99%.
That his editor put there is Asmin saying that it 99% happened. Brother, 99% is a yes. And 99% is saying yes, it definitely did happen. The 1% is a joke. It's like if you live in a fucking simulation or something, right? If you ask me whether I'd be alive tomorrow, it's 99%. Because I think I would be. You know, I don't sense any imminent danger, but I'm not certain. I'm not 100% because a meteor could hit Earth for all I know. You know? How in God's green earth is that a denial? You flippin' disingenuous moron. Hassan reads like those hand washes that go, kills 99% of germs, 99.99. Well, this just leaves you dirty, guys. Untrustworthy ass hand washes. Don't use the shit. Hassan logic right there. By the way, I think the only reason they do that is because you can't have like a foolproof test or whatever. And I feel like his editor is trying to copy the Legendary series, right? Whenever we say anything, we have proof and evidence backing up every one of our claims. Meanwhile, they try to put proof and it contradicts what they said. Like, that's not a gotcha. It's a gotcha for us. Because you literally said that he denied this atrocity and then went, oh yeah, he 99% thinks it happened, right? Absolutely insane. I feel like being honest for Hassan and his lackeys is just impossible, dude. So then he says that Asmund says heinous anti-Semitic stuff coming from Hassan.
What are we doing? What the f are we doing, you know? An inconsistent worm that has no moral compass whatsoever, that will literally say unimaginably heinous anti-Semitic one day, and then the next day he'll turn around and just like straight up repeat verbatim Israeli talking points. I'm sorry, but why is he even relevant? I mean, bought it or not, he has a fairly large audience still. Obviously, it's diminished as you know, Trump's
in what world?
Is diminishing, even in the eyes of the dumbest people alive, which are the Euroid MAGA supporters. Double cucked. He loves talking about me, but hates the prospect of talking to me. Times are changing.
Right, Hassan. I wonder who says unimaginable, heinous, anti-Semitic stuff. Surely it's not Hassan, guys. Surely he's not projecting for the 5,000th time. And you know the thing is, even if Asmund was the second worst person in the world, it wouldn't matter. Because this fucking guy is number one. He's hogging the limelight. You simply cannot focus on anything else when this giant turd is in front of your face. The blatant dishonesty, the non-stop lies, the ultimate hypocrisy. It's unbelievable. I am almost as shocked as Kaya. Bro got worse. I'm sorry, he got worse. It's episode 305, and he still got worse. You cannot make this shit up. Bro's power level is exceeding 9,000. If power level was how much of a piece of shit he is. People responded Hassan is delusional. He just says things at this point with nothing to back it up. And his constant agent of Israel is getting so old. This guy needs to be put in a box. At least Asmund can change his mind if he's wrong or someone informs him. Hassan says he will change people's minds if they listen. And if he's ever wrong, he's actually right. How do you have a conversation with someone who believes his word is gospel and everything? You don't. Yep, these people just need to be, you know, put to the side, you know, put in timeout. So then the ping pong battle continues. Asmund has responded to Hassan's response to him responding. I think you get it at this point, reacception. And he basically addresses the allegation that Asmund denied the Holocaust, which is completely false.
If you're an Asmongold fan at any point in your life, you already have dropped any sort of self-reflection capabilities. You're incapable of understanding.
Is this going to be another 2-minute rant with absolutely no argument or point of view that's being put forward at all? But whenever Iran intentionally takes off the internet, they shut down the entire internet.
Oh, here we
they
go.
bus in Iraqi militia force.
I'm gonna be honest. If this is the best Israel has as far as Hasbara, it's cooked. They're so done. Like, Israel's strongest Hasbara weapon now is a guy
This
who
has nothing to do with what I said.
Doesn't fucking shower and is a Holocaust denier. What are we
What did I say? The Holocaust wasn't real.
doing? What the fuck are we doing?
If the Holocaust was committed by a bunch of Hamas, do you think that Hassan would be debating whether it was 6 million or not? I bet he would.
Oh, 100%. Hassan would be like, I'm sorry, the numbers are just fake, right? I, Hassan Piker, have not completed my on-the-ground journalism, right? Hassan Piker, the supporter of women, the male feminist who denies rapes happening on October 7.
There is no evidence. And
I just
for
showed
the
you
record,
2.
The clips that you used, ironically
Actually, I
enough,
showed
the
you
reason why I
3.
say it's out of context is because at that point, I personally took a position where I said very carefully and very deliberately that mass rapes that are
There you are.
directed by Hamas did not happen. There was no evidence for this whatsoever.
I mean, the audacity, bro. Actually, forensic evidence, actually. You cannot get more disgusting than this guy. The guy who thinks it's okay for rich girls to get SA'd at college campuses just because he hates the rich or whatever. Absolutely disgusting.
If you have these millionaire, billionaire, WASP fail sons, at least taking them out of other colleges so they can only do date rape to other billionaire, millionaire failed daughters is like, in some respects, you know, from a utilitarian perspective, of course, a little bit better. You know what I mean?
This is basically the Hassan logic. US does something bad, Hassan's there. Hassan's front and center. He's buying the extra large popcorn. He sat in the premium seat, you know? Then on the other side, terrorists do something bad. Hassan's absent. He's taking a day off. I'm sorry, he's on vacation. He's gooning with ultimate gooning lord, Dan Clancy, right? I'm sorry, did it even happen? I don't know. Bro, I can just imagine him sitting there like terrorists go and, you know, kill a bunch of people, shoot a bunch of people, bomb a bunch of people. Hassan pulls out the fucking abacus, goes, actually, according to my calculations, it's actually impossible to kill that many people. You would actually have to buy explosive ordnance mechanisms from China. It's quite cheap, actually. I've done the lab work. I've done the testing. Chatter types in his chat, Hassan, that's kind of cruel of you. How could you say such a thing? Hassan responds, don't question me. I've actually personally talked to her. Oh shit, that's a slip. I'm sorry. I apologize. Little Freudian slip there. My bad, guys. America is actually so pathetic for not arresting this guy. You guys in your free speech, bro. Get out of here. He's violated how many laws at this point? He was threatening murder, bro. There's really no excuse for it. Right, so then Asmund talks about how Hassan tries to smear him from both sides, calling him like a Zionist Nazi.
An inconsistent worm.
Yes.
That has no fucking moral.
When have I ever been a Holocaust denier? By the way, I don't even know where this came from. I'm a Holocaust. When did I ever say that?
Compass whatsoever.
So wait a minute. So now, okay, let me get this straight. I'm the first person to both deny the Holocaust and also be Israel's strongest soldier. I feel like these are a little bit mutually exclusive, right? They have to be.
Oh, you must have missed the episode where Hassan was crashing out, calling people centrist right-wing Democrats. Another beautiful term invented by Diddy Piker, you know? Straight into the playbook.
I just have to sit there and get a barrage of hate from centrist right-wing Democrats.
So according to Hassan, Asmongold is the greatest Hasbara, you know, spreader, you know, Hasbara soldier, an agent of Israel, who also, you know, avid Zionist, who apparently denies the Holocaust as well. Just the biggest Nazi on the planet. So it's really hard to believe you, Hassan, because it makes no fucking sense, right? Einstein figured out relativity, but he could not figure out Hassan Piker, bro. That is why we need the Legendary series to decode whatever the fuck this is, all right? It just makes no sense. This is beyond advanced high-level physics here, right? I'm pretty sure we will understand the origins of the universe, what came before the Big Bang, what started the entire thing, before we actually understand what goes on in Hassan Piker's mind, bro. I never realized how obvious it was that he was being paid to say these things. Israel is so out of touch, even their talking points are a red flag. Imagine thinking that Israel is paying Asmongold, bro. Like, what the fuck? How do you come to these conclusions? Very obvious, interesting. Israel's strongest weapon, Hasbara, is a guy who doesn't flippin' shower. Bahaha, top tier. Don't ever put Asmongold on my feed again. Never put a dissenting opinion on my feed again. Let me be in my echo chamber. Assmold should have just stuck to gaming. Guys, I get it, he sucks at gaming. He's going to stream regardless. Looks like you do watch him then. Better gaming than spewing dangerous Nazi ideology for other basement dwellers. I was an Asmon fan till he took this enormous right-wing pivot. It went from shitting on bad games to shitting on anything reasonable and morally good. and then you became a Hassan fan. What is this trajectory in life, bro? Every time his eyebrows move, it's a tick giveaway of a lie. Aren't you the same people who were making
He's been
fun
doing
of
that since he was a
Ethan's
fucking
ticks, saying
gamer.
that he's on drugs and stuff? Very empathetic. Asmon Griff changed his mind every time he boot up Reddit. Assmold yuck. How that guy is a millionaire is a testament to how cooked our society is. I mean, speak for yourself. Your god is a fucking, like, menace, dude. I've listened to this Asmon guy for a few times. All I can say is dumb as a rock and incredibly evil. I mean, this is a perfect description of Hassan. Not a great combo. Hasbaraman Gold. Okay, that's just a bad nickname. Moving on to Hassan flexing on the brokies. As always, don't worry, this time he's not in Cuba. Hassan flips off an NFT store in a 2.7K jacket, right? We got a NFT store. I didn't know these actually existed, but Hassan flipping it off. I'm really sorry, guys. I gotta censor his fucking finger because when iDubbbz flipped off the camera, I got my entire video demonetized for it. So YouTube, classic. All my apes gone. Yeah, and here we got his coat, Martin Rose Bumbag detailed trench coat. Bumbag? $2,700.
I mean, that explains how it looks.
This guy legitimately does not own any cheap clothes. It's crazy. This shit always looks awful on him.
It does.
We got the real image right here with his buddy. He needs to work on proportions for his style. Baggy shit does not look good on tall people. Imagine spending $2,700 to look like a Regard. That jacket is the dumbest looking thing. It takes a lot of money to look as dumb as this. We got the Marge Simpson. Hassan is going viral on the timeline for being the real life Brian Griffin. This has to be a top 5 worst fits of all time. Make the rich pay. Such a cornball, bro. Someone said he's the real life Brian Griffin, and I haven't stopped laughing since. Why does it low-key go hard on Brian? We got good old Brian there. Alright, moving on to Chunk Yogurt, Hassan's uncle. Apparently he was getting a bunch of shit for associating with his nephew. He responded, I don't agree with a lot of what Hassan says. I even have 4-hour debates with him. Can you imagine these two debating? Yikes. Not a brain cell in the room. So what if we agree on some things and disagree on others? Why do these establishment a-holes think they can tell us who we can talk to? I'll talk to Hassan or anyone else I like. Suck it. The idea that you or others can't talk to anyone who you feel is out of bounds is anti-intellectual. It's an effort to curtail acceptable opinions. It's not what good or smart people do. It's what propagandists do. Bro, are you serious? Are you serious right now? Your nephew. I'm sorry. I'm tired of repeating it. You're just rage baiting. It's what propagandists do to limit conversation to only ideas they've pre-approved. Reminder: when the dictator died, he was like, he's so brave. He never knelt to America or Israel or whatever. Hitler never knelt to the Jews, guys. Cheng calling anything anti-intellectual is peak irony. He's a guy who told us he's a product of inbreeding and is pro-bestiality. Oh man, this guy's a yikes. Now click this video to continue binging the series. If you're catching up, feel free. Okay, thanks for watching.
Now there's this interesting tradition every single time there's Easter. Social justice activists are starting to post this picture with Jesus. And every single Easter, it gets over 5 million views. This time it ranked 6.7. I find it absolutely fascinating because at least the atheists now seem to agree that there was a Jesus, right? Because they're the ones that believe this. Like, they unironically are so certainly convinced over Jesus's melanin and phenotype that they have to go out of their way in order to promote this. And I think it's also like part of the Protestant heresy because like they have a lot of LGBT churches now, and you know, even the Anglicans, like they have women bishops and shit. And so like they want to point out how Jesus was actually about diversity and how he wanted to bring the entire Middle East into Europe. Like that's my understanding of the Bible, right? Like Jesus absolutely wanted to depopulate Bethlehem and Nazareth and all those other places and literally bring every single person into Europe so that they can get welfare. When I'm reading the Bible, like literally that's it, you know, it talks about social safety nets and politicians extracting taxes and welfare and then opening the borders because the people there don't have children and like wanting to get as many people in. And it's also when you get people in, like when you get Muslims and people praying to other gods, like make sure you don't baptize them. You know, make sure you don't require them to accept the light so that you can save your soul. Again, like, that's what I get when reading the Bible. So, obviously, yes, like, Jesus was brown. He looked like Bashar al-Assad. It's also interesting though, like this whole idea of what pigmentation Jesus had. Wasn't he Jewish? Right? Like, wouldn't be here more like Benjamin Netanyahu? My take. But again, from my understanding, with the little orthodoxy that I know, and I had to learn a little bit because, like, I baptized my son, even though I'm an atheist. It really doesn't matter the skin color that Jesus had, you know? Like, I thought that in the Bible it says that his truth is universal. So, yeah, like, he could have been Japanese, Mongolian, white, Caucasian, black. It generally, like, wouldn't matter. What matters is the message. But, again, if you're a leftist, the message isn't important. It's the person saying it, right? Like, this is the hallmark of leftist way of thought and logic. If a person has an opinion about abortions, they really can't judge that opinion unless they know who said it. And, like, who did say it? You know, is it a black woman or is it a white man? Because it really depends. Their reaction is quintessential tied to the identity, right? The phenotype and the genetics of the person that said it. And so I feel like this is why they're so obsessed. There's also another interesting take when they say, well, if Jesus would have arrived today, he would be deported. Well, it depends, you know, like, does he have papers? Is he a citizen of that nation or not? But the second thing, again, like, from my little understanding of the Bible, the first time he came, he was nice, right? Like, he was offering salvation and shit. The second time he is coming, he is judging. He's more kingly with the sword, fighting against the forces of the Antichrist. Again, according to the Bible, like, if it's true, right? So, I don't think, like, people would be able to deport him. I think he would come with the military, and then probably, you know, with the U.S. military. Like, if you actually reincarnate, like, if I was God, if I was role-playing, right? And I'm, like, picking where I need to be spawned so I fight the Antichrist. Yeah, I'll probably be spawned in the United States so that I can get the most powerful army in order to defeat that. It's just my thing. Anyway, a little bit of heresy doesn't hurt. Another interesting thing is, like, why exactly does Jesus look like this, okay? Well, back in the day, when Europe was actually pretty smart compared to other people, and they have the logistics and the ability and the wealth in order to have pigmentation and to draw and shit, they standardized drawing, right? So, like, there was a way in which you draw him so that people can recognize what they're looking at. Like, if you would have every single artist with a different interpretation of Jesus, right, in a world where TikTok doesn't exist, and social media wasn't created, people would have been confused. Like, they generally wouldn't know who that person is. And so by standardizing it, by making Jesus look the same everywhere, that people that are from a rural village and they weren't very educated would look at the picture and they'll be like, ah, Jesus. Okay, so, like, that's pretty much what starts. And outside of Europe, you know, there were some other people that were very smart. The Japanese, for example, right? So, like, the Japanese have their own depictions of Jesus. And as you can see here, Jesus looks very Asian with the Japanese, right? You have, like, a Jesus from Africa. He looks black. You have another Jesus also from Africa. Also looks black, right? Like, the whole purpose is what the leftist likes to say, representation matters. Oh, my goodness, yes. So, like, throughout history, like, people found this idea of representation, and so it makes sense that in a majority white nation, Jesus is white, and in a majority black nation, Jesus is black. And so we're using traditions, right? Tradition, horrible. The chains of the past chaining us in the present. Because, like, Jesus was always depicted like that, there is absolutely no point in changing it. Like, you wouldn't go to Japan and tell the Japanese Christians, like, hey, you need to change your iconography because, like, it's not phenotypically authentic. Like, they would tell you to fuck off, and then they would pray for you, right? Like, that's the normal reaction. And so I wouldn't go to Africa and tell them to, like, change the way Jesus is depicted. And so when you're doing this, it seems a little bit disingenuous, doesn't it? Right? Like, it's me going to the LGBT people and telling them to change their flag.
They're keen for the
right? Like, they would immediately peg me as being subversive. Like, I'm not going there genuinely trying to improve their colorful representation by adding black and brown next to other sexualities. They would say, well, I'm a subversive cheeky little shit. Ah, okay, I see. Well, it's kind of the same with them. Still, interesting, right? Like now they admit Jesus is real. I mean, to be fair, historians do say that there was a man named Jesus. He was a little bit of troublemaker. He made a lot of powerful people very upset. And so even atheists, like the ones that I know, don't necessarily deny the existence of Jesus. They deny the existence of his miracles, right? So like, did he resurrect? Did he heal people? Did he raise the dead? That's the controversy. But no, like most people do admit that there was a Jesus of Judea, right? And whether he was white, black, brown, really doesn't matter. And again, like, I think if you go to an Orthodox priest and you show him a picture of brown Jesus, you'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, why not? Like it's not something that the left believes. Like, the left believes that this is extremely controversial, but like for most Christians that I know, they generally don't care. They're like, sure, yeah, of course, like he could have been brown, yeah. Well, he could have looked like Obama. Would it change anything? Absolutely not. Let me know what you guys think, and as usual, I will see you in the comment section. Thank you. So apparently this is a map which shows how Europeans think about Donald Trump, but I think it's actually wrong to frame it this way. Because Donald Trump actually won democratically in the United States. He didn't inherit the presidency. He's not a monarch.
Secret shop.
He is the will of the American people. And he won with the popular vote. He won the House.
They have a
he won the
wandering
Senate,
merchant to this
he has
game?
the Supreme Court. And so this isn't really like how Europeans feel about Donald Trump. Like, this is unironically how Europeans feel about America. Although, like, to be fair, Trump's policies may affect a country or two. So in this situation, I'm not blaming Denmark. Like, if you have a foreign government, especially an ally, trying to bully you into giving up territory that you have, well, I guess the negative rating there is kind of expecting, right? Especially since it came out of the blue. But
do you buy
what I am
papers?
surprised
He
about,
doesn't buy papers.
Is
Fuck.
that Romania is actually on an 11. First of all, I would like to point out
Thanks,
that
man.
I am Romanian.
I see this guy
improperly,
everywhere,
right?
and I didn't
So
realize he was a vendor.
Actually support the U.S. president. I don't feel alone. Like, this is actually normal for Romanians. But I'm surprised it's at 11 given the unhinged media articles that are constantly coming out against the United States. And especially since there are a lot of people on television as well, and TikTok and influencers that are constantly trying to put a divide between Romania and the US. And I gotta say, like, I've not seen this level of anti-Americanism since the Communist Revolution. Like, maybe during Ion Iliescu's time it was a little bit the same, probably even better. However, I think I can explain why Romanians view the United States positively. Many of you know that our elections were cancelled, which I understand is very democratic. It basically protected us from our own votes, right? So the Russians, they dominated us on TikTok, they beat the living shit out of us on social media, and so it was required to cancel elections. The European Union gave its blessings and said, this is how Romania protects democracy, by canceling elections. America, however, they didn't like it, right? So you had J.D. Vance's speech that was saying that Europe's values and America's values are becoming a little bit different. And the U.S. Embassy also gave us radio silence. And so Romanians view it that finally, at least morally, someone out there is holding the people in power accountable. And so this is why you have a positive feeling towards the United States. People in Moldova, they have quite a bit of problems with Russia, with Transnistria, and so to say negative about America is being viewed as you're pro-Russian. So it makes sense why the people in Moldova are also favoring Donald Trump. I don't know anything about these nations. I'm sorry, I just not. I do know about Germany, right? So, like, Germany, they have their Lugenpresse on overdrive. I'm willing to bet that tens of billions of euros are going to feed journalists there in order to push anti-American propaganda absolutely nonstop. In fact, again, like, some of the most unhinged anti-American articles do come from Germany. Probably, maybe a little bit in case that the Nord Stream pipeline doesn't exist anymore. I'm just speculating, right, why the German government may be so butthurt at the Americans. Now, minus 72, again, it doesn't surprise me. Like, Germans do what the government tells them. And so, if the government tells them to jump, they ask how high. If the government tells the press, write anti-American shit, Germans, like, read anti-American shit, and they do it. Take into account that you also have Elon Musk that had opinions in Germany, and you're not allowed to do that, right? Even if, like, Elon Musk actually has factories and businesses and is invested in the German economy, the correct way of thinking is that Germany gets to have opinions about America, but Americans do not get to have opinions about Germany. Spain is not shocking. I mean, Spain is a leftist shithole right now, and I'm not kidding. Like, I actually work with artists and animators from Spain, and they're very concerned about their future, economically especially. And ever since COVID, they managed to create a new homeless class, right? Like, people that had businesses, they had their businesses shut down during COVID. The government made them unemployed. Poverty was rising. And the government is left as fuck, right? And so it doesn't surprise me that they don't like the United States. Again, in most of these countries, like, people do not understand that the citizens generally want their government. Like, they're unironically happy. Now, we on the internet are having this type of commentary, and we on the internet are having different things. But, like, most people that actually do live in these countries, like, for example, people in Germany, right? They unironically support. Yes, like, for instance, Germany has passed a law which is telling people that if you're a man between the age of 17 and 45 and you want to leave the country for more than 3 months, you have to inform the authorities, right? It's kind of like you're in prison and you're going on parole. Now, if Germany really hated this, they would just leave the country. Like, what will happen? They will give me a fine. Fine, I'll pay the fine. You know, like, what is the punishment?
How did this get back?
Just leave Germany. Like, any other nation allows you to leave except North Korea and a couple of others. And it's like, okay, so if I leave the nation, like my grandfather did, what will happen? But I guarantee to you that this is not what's going to take place. Like, most Germans are actually going to pick up the phone and they are going to inform the authorities. It's like, yes, mommy from the government, I'm leaving. I'm leaving for 3 months. Where? In Spain. Am I allowed? I want to study. The government will think, yes, okay, you're allowed. But tell us where. Give us the address. Right? How can we bring you back if we need you? I am a little bit shocked about this, though. Like, when you look at the little island over here, right? Like, the United Kingdom. I expected the Trump derangement syndrome to go a little bit more in the red. But apparently it's only at minus 21. So this is very interesting. Because the UK has actively, I mean, look at Sargon, you know, like Sargon on international policy is no different than Hassan or Destiny on international policy. Like, they are now reading from the same book, supporting the same ideas. I'm not saying it's wrong, I mean, I'm just noticing the fact. And so minus 21 is pretty low, you know, like I was expecting them to be at least at the same levels with France. But apparently, you know, the derangement syndrome is going down, especially since the United Kingdom, back when it was a prosperous and somewhat respectable nation, during the first Trump presidency, they had the baby blimp and they had all that shit. You guys remember, right? Now it's at minus 21. Probably also due to the government treating adults like children there, right? Like, you gotta dox yourself to use social media. And so... maybe some people are actually hoping that the United States is going to fix things. I don't think the United States will fix shit regarding what happens in England, but... yeah, so this also explains the current distrust and strife that is happening between Americans and Europeans on social media. I kind of feel bad to see it, to be honest, because I'm in the green zone. Right? I actually like the Americans, and some of my best friends and donors are Americans, and so I have nothing against them, and it pains me to see that Europeans are currently at the throats of Americans and vice versa. But again, the mainstream media is in overdrive. Now, sure, you know, like people have said that some Europeans don't need the media to be arrogant and to be assholish towards America. It's true. But I'm telling you, the media is a catalyst. Like, it's making the situation a lot worse. They're pouring gasoline over the fire, and it's on purpose, right? And the reason they do it, and I can tell you why, is that when you have elections in the United States, right, like, the internet is global. And so you're going to see a lot of support for the Democrats. And when you actually click, and it's like, oh, it's a German. Oh, it's a French person, right? Because, like, that's how the internet works. To be fair, though, the reverse is also true, right? Like, you have elections in the UK. Everyone is going to have opinions because the internet is an international space, right? So, like, people from all over the world are especially interested when you have an election in an English-speaking nation, or when it's an election in a major country that influences world politics. Because, yes, obviously, even I from Romania get affected over what's happening in the United States and who wins the presidency. Regarding Ukraine, this is also interesting. Why does Ukraine hate the United States? I think, like, in the case of the Ukraine, they actually do hate Donald Trump in person, right, in particular. Because, number one, they humiliated their president. And believe it or not, Zelensky is still supported in Ukraine. But the other reason is that Joe Biden was giving them everything, right? And so when you have a guy that gives you a blank check and signs for everything, and then you have another person that plays hardball, yeah, it makes sense that the Ukrainians do not appreciate Donald Trump very much. Italy is a surprise, though. I don't know why Italy doesn't like Trump. Meloni-chan actually does like Donald Trump. It is possible that the closing of the Strait of Hormuz may affect some of the opinions from a lot of people, right? I mean, when was this taken? It's taken in 2026. Yeah, so you also have to account the Strait of Hormuz. Europeans do not believe America should have gone into Iran. Now, in the case of the conflict with Ukraine, it's like, well, Russia came in. Okay, if Russia comes in, Russia comes in. You gotta do shit. But in the case of Iran, America went in, right? It's kind of weird. Like, why did America go into Iran? If Iran would have attacked the American bases, or if Iran would have started shit with the neighbors and then America had to go, okay, I guarantee to you that would have been a different scenario. Like, people would have viewed it differently if America, like, genuinely went there because they're being attacked. But the current thing, it's Iran is developing nuclear weapons. I mean, you know, like, for 20 years Iran is developing nuclear weapons. So I guess, like, that translates into America can attack them whenever they want. Of course they can, but it influences opinion, right? Especially when people are already struggling financially with the gas costs, and now there's an additional gas issue. Anyway, right, let me know what you guys think, and as usual, I'll see you in the comment section. Take care.
What the fuck? Why would it say back? Right. Why would right click say back? Oh, is that what happened with that?
Another week, another news
Oh,
about
Phil.
Crimson Desert, and this time is actually good, and it's warranted for them to get another topic because Crimson Desert has been doing really, really well as of late. The game has been doing an amazing job, but of course, like clockwork, a lot of other people are saying that the game is not good. I've been playing the game for a little bit now, and I'm quite enjoying the game. I know the game had a lot of issues when it came out, but let's go and talk about the numbers really quick. So currently is sitting at 276,000. It beat its last all-time score or peak numbers at 246,000 and currently sitting at 142,000 people playing right now. Quite a lot, which is absolutely amazing. And let's go and actually check out what people are saying. Let's go and check out the IGN. Okay, I talked about the IGN before, but remember IGN gave it a 6 out of 10. The same people that gave Concord, the same people that gave High Guard, the people that gave Marathon. Of course, Marathon had 9 out of 10. Remember, they also docked a couple of points from Black Myth Wukong because they didn't have enough females in the game. People at IGN, these games journalists, they don't play video games. They play maybe like an hour or two, and they're like, all right, cool. If there's no female characters, there's no diversity, there's no inclusivity of the LGBT crew, then I'm gonna give this game a a bad score, right? I'm gonna give it a 7, an IGN
Wouldn't go
7
that
or
far.
6 out of 10. So overall, this is not looking so good. But Travis Northrop, so Northrop, the IGN reviewer that gave Crimson Desert a 6, gave Marathon a 9, and they said that, hey, we might actually reconsider giving Crimson Desert another chance. But let's go ahead and check out Marathon before that, all right? Marathon, how many people are playing Marathon right now? Man, that's not looking so good. 88,000 all-time peak 28 days ago, currently at 30,000. These are the people that came out with Destiny and Destiny 2 now. Bungie, the giant that it was, it's not doing so well. All right, it's not doing so well compared to Crimson Desert's 142,000. That is quite a lot. But let's go back to Travis Northrop. They did say that we're going to reconsider it now because the game has been out. The game has been fixed. A lot of bugs has been
another
addressed,
ancient.
A lot of issues. According to what I hear, when the game first came out, like I said before, a lot of issues, not intuitive button mapping, stuff like that.
Hang on. He
Now
turned the
they're saying
heat
that, hey,
all the way up.
We agree that a re-review is warranted. Gonna give them a month or two more. I basically say I pressed my editor about it. So maybe we might get a better score from IGN. But you know what? I know it. Everyone knows it. IGN, they're not the best. Okay? They're not the brightest. Okay? They have a lot of
That attack is
lunatics
ridiculous.
working at that company. I'm surprised that the company has not been shut down, but it is an aggregate. So
Okay.
I'm not sure how much Marathon is.
Hang on.
If the game's expensive or anything, I'm not gonna play it. The game for Crimson Desert, mind you, is a full $70 game. Pretty expensive game. And if you guys don't know, a couple days ago,
Okay, no, we're good. We
boom,
have maxed out with this.
4 million copies. Not played. Not 4 million players. Okay, 4 million copies sold. That is absolutely insane. Crimson Desert has sold through 4 million copies worldwide. Thank you to all the Greymanes who have been a part of this journey with us and for all the incredible love and support. That's awesome. I love it when a developer listens to the audience, listens to the fans, to the players, and say, hey, we're going to make changes because you guys don't like it. All right, let's go and make changes. Versus saying, hey, you guys don't like the controllers, you guys don't like how the game is, you guys don't like how the characters look, you go fuck yourself, right? A lot of Western developers do that. It's because they think they're better than you. Hey, if you guys don't like our product, don't buy it, don't play it. And rightfully so, a lot of people will vote with their wallets, that is, and they will not buy your game. They will not play your shitty ass game. But if a game comes out, $70 is quite expensive. And I'm glad the developers, and the Korean developer, right, Pearl Abyss, they're like, hey, we're gonna listen to the fans. We're gonna listen to the audience. You guys paid your hard-earned money to play this game, and we are going to try to deliver the best experience possible. This is absolutely a big W for Pearl Abyss, rightfully so. I love companies like this. Whenever a developer listens to the fans, they typically get rewarded. So this game, I barely scratched the surface. I heard there's about 200 hours worth of gameplay, and that's pretty awesome. There's already a lot of mods for this game, a lot of quality of life change mods and stuff like that. So I might check that out. I've seen some gameplays. I've seen some crazy people that were like building UFOs, doing crazy triple jumps in the air, gliding through the air. Looks like they're flying at Mach 2 speed. Crazy movement. I love the game so far. It sort of does remind me a little bit of The Witcher in terms of just exploration, the world's your oyster kind of thing, steal everything kind of stuff. You can be a good guy or a bad guy. I love that kind of stuff. But what do you guys think about Crimson Desert? It's been out for
Be convinced he's not actually playing the game. There's no morality thing with this at all.
Like I suddenly remember what this guy did. Okay, crashes out under oath. So he goes to court. Not a good sign.
This fake TikTok alpha male just crashed out during a sworn deposition, contradicting himself on the record and turning what should have been a basic questioning into a complete meltdown. I feel like every time I think I've seen the last of this guy, I'm pulled right back in, because I had to talk about how Wes Watson just spent the latest civil case hearing arguing with the defendant's lawyer like it was in one of his like weird Instagram rant videos.
Some people think they're like in an actual, what is it called, like a TV show, and they feel like they have to interject. They can't help themselves. They don't realize that this isn't like about them.
You are living legendary existences. You can't even drop the booze. Like, smack the shit out of yourself today. Just
dude, this guy's roided up as fuck. Why is he talking about smacking bitches?
smack the out of yourself. Literally, I hope this video smacks the out of you.
So before we get into the quotes from the civil case, it's important to understand what this actually is. So this is a sworn deposition in a civil case tied to the incident from his gym. Yeah, remember that incident? Yeah.
Wait, the one with the dude that got jumped at the gym?
Bro, this looks like it's out of a cartoon.
Yeah, but this all means that it's under oath, and almost immediately things start going sideways. So right out of the gate, attorneys start asking Wes about something he's been known for online for years, daring people to come and see him in person. Because just as a reminder, this entire thing started when a man claiming that Wes invited him to the gym through Instagram messages and online posts, framing it as one of those tough guy pull-up then challenges. So Wes has allegedly been doing this kind of stuff for years, and the plaintiff says that he believed that he was actually being called out directly and showed up expecting a fight with Wes himself. Instead, what he says happened was far worse.
Yeah.
So what's the plan right now?
This is that incident. Yeah, I saw the coverage on this initially. Damn, time flies. I felt like this wasn't even that long ago. This shit's already in court?
I mean, right now, what's going on between you and him?
So I went to him and he said he wanted to fight me. So I came to the gym.
Is there blood on his shirt?
They two of the guys
He's
were hitting
hard.
me with a weight, and then he hit me with a weighted belt.
I didn't even see that. That's fucked up.
Before we get anywhere, did you physically make contact with him, or did he?
No, I didn't do it.
Are you sure? Because there's cameras and everything.
They literally attacked. They hit me first.
Wow, poor guy. That sucks.
Yeah.
They just randomly. If he got attacked first, I hope you smacked him back. That's fucked up.
He got jumped.
They jumped him.
No, he said he
This
wanted to
guy
fight
is
me.
hard.
Basically, he claims when he showed up, he was jumped by Wes and multiple other guys. And
You can't even do a 1v1. You put down the PvP flag and you jumped this guy? You jumped him. And it's a 1vx. I hate people like that. I hate that in PvP, like any game. You 1v1, you flag up. Okay, let's fight. All right. If I lose. But you fucking bring your bitch boys. You're a coward.
And that's the core of the civil case. And I'm going to go through it all in order because it's over 200 pages of Wes just getting grilled by a lawyer. And if you remember from my previous videos on this, I mentioned that there was a really good chance that Wes's financials and his pending divorce and basically everything else that he doesn't want the public to know about would probably get brought up in this case. And yes, that turned out to be true. So they bring up pretty much everything here. All right, but before we get back into this absolute dumpster fire, we got to give a quick shout out to today's sponsor, Babbel. Because unlike the person in the story, Babbel actually helps you communicate like a functional human being. So I've actually been using Babbel to learn Spanish because honestly, I was more focused at plotting out my YouTube channel in high school to properly pay attention and apply myself in my Spanish classes. And I really wish I retained a little bit more Spanish. But thankfully, Babbel is one of the top language learning apps in the world, and it's designed to get you speaking in real life situations, not just memorizing hello and goodbye like a caveman. Kira,
Yo hablo inglés. Yes, correct. Yo soy hablo inglés. Sí. Je voudrais une baguette.
I'm doing one now. Let's see, is it right? Kinda. Small typo. No problem. Okay.
El servicio de atención al cliente.
El servicio de atención al cliente. Okay, so I got
the thickest American accent I've ever heard. ¿Dónde está la biblioteca?
I gotta write attention in Spanish.
Chibi's
that is my
Spanish
guess.
is so good.
That is my guess. That's my guess.
Well, Chibi actually speaks it, to be fair.
But what I like is the lessons are made by actual language teachers, and they focus on the stuff you actually say in real life. For example, as you just saw, thanks to Babbel, I know how to say atención. I also know how to say me llamo Aling and donde está el baño, and most importantly, una más cerveza, por favor, which is...
Baño is bathroom? Yeah, baño, because like baña... I'm weird. I relate other words to other languages. Like banya in Russian is like sauna, but then I can like connect that in my brain to like bathroom. Yeah,
it's huge
banya.
because now I can ask for beers or for more beers.
Holy shit, there's camel riders in here.
One more beer. En till öl. Nagu Panyado.
What?
My Korean is the worst out of everything.
Mia,
but Babbel
trying.
has also been scientifically proven to help you start speaking a new language in just 3 weeks. And they can even give you a 20-day money-back guarantee. So there's basically zero risk. And right now, if you go to the link through my description, you can actually get up to 55% off of your Babbel subscription. Again, up to 55% off. And the link is in the top of the description down below, and it's pinned. So if you ever thought about learning a new language, this seems like one of the easier ways to do so. So feel free to check out that link below and start learning a language and save 55% off in doing so. But anyway, let's continue the video. The plaintiff has a lot to prove about Wes's intentions before this fight. If the lawyer can prove that Wes is a guy who makes money off of violence, it doesn't look very good for Wes. So, starting off, Wes stutters like crazy here. So, I'll paraphrase a little bit of what he's saying, but I'll show the actual text on screen. And the lawyers essentially just start off with the basics. Who are you? What do you do? How do you make money? Simple questions should be very easy to answer. So he gets the, are you married? And Wes says his divorce is ongoing. He says he's not in a relationship, blah, blah, blah. But then it gets to the employment part. So the lawyer asks if Wes is employed by anyone, and Wes says that he's self-employed. When the lawyer asks what the company is, which, you know, is a good question because I feel like a lot of people don't fully understand how Wes makes all his money. Wes then says it's a fitness coaching business, online coaching, and training. Then Wes also says there's no people currently employed by him. So I guess either he's changed the layout since all of those reports of people, you know, paying for him to train them, and then suddenly when they got on a call, Wes wasn't there. It was someone from his staff that was there. But maybe this staff was just contractors. Who knows?
Sure,
Online businesses often work like that anyway. But it was only earlier last year that people were giving Wes's companies bad ratings for pushing the services off on his staff. When, you know, keep in mind, these people were paying Wes to give them the coaching lessons, not people on Wes's payroll. So you had that, and then you had that Wes kept rescheduling on people and sometimes just ended up never providing the services at all. So since he's currently answering all this under oath, I'm assuming he really is.
What, he took the money too? What a rat. I hate that shit. That happened to me once. I signed up for, what is it called? Like a therapy session? And this bitch ran with the money after I tried to reschedule with her 3 times. I was...
Pause you for a second. Oh, we're going over this way this time.
Fan the flames within your heart. Boil your blood to the final drop.
Fan the flames within your heart, boil the blood. Something's what? I do see stuff glowing around here. Weapons cannot be used. Okay. Interesting. One-handed weapons, volume 3. Are they going to repeat the instruction? Demonstrate strength. None of my inputs are available. How do you demonstrate strength? Boil your... How do you boil your... Fan the flames. Turn this off. Or does fan mean the opposite? And the only other thing I can think of for boiling your blood is to set yourself on fire. Yeah, my weapon's gone. Or like, they don't actually let me use weapons here. So I don't know. Let's find out. Cloister of Enlightenment. Passing 3 stat check gates. Oh my god, I would have never figured that out. And purify the golden statues. Players must unlock these stats in the skill menu and use Force Palm to break the cursed statues. So I see... Oh wait, are they all around? Is there a statue behind me? Who's this guy? This guy's an elite. Can't assassinate him. Whoever he is, his aura farm is fucking tanking the fucking FPS. So this is gonna take longer. 7, 6, 6. Spirit is gonna be the thing that's gonna do me in. Because I have not invested anything into Spirit. What about this? So they don't even let you attempt it? I wonder if they're not even letting me attempt it because I don't have the stat check yet. Damn. Do I have 15 right now? It says I have 15. So wait, you need what? You need 7 health, 6 stamina. I have both. I do quite literally have both. I have 0 on this. This is what's gonna kill me. 6 spirit and purify the golden statues. Let me just make sure this is correct before I do anything. Purify the golden statues. You need to use a new attack, focus, force, palm that was never used before. You need to jump up to the upper body of the bigger statue that's marked by the quest objective. Once you hit the golden glowing dot, you get a cutscene. Wait, this isn't saying anything about the stats. What the fuck? Where'd they get the stat check thing from? This other website didn't say anything about that. Toy Star of Enlightenment. Where are you standing, buddy? Okay. He's back at the original statue. Okay, so let me go back to the original. I'm not going to do the stat thing. Maybe that was bullshit. I don't know. Wait. There's a new animal right there. Desert rabbit. Off you go. Now I need to look for all the other ones. Okay, so this is the original right here. This is the OG. Oh yeah, you can see that it has the Bismuth on it. You gotta climb it first? Yeah, it looks like you do. It's actually kind of wild to see people going through these things with like no gear. Hello? I'll take that. Why is my entire kit disabled here? Weapons cannot be used. Hello? Okay, I'm gonna get out of here because this is kind of wild. My entire kit is disabled right now. And now I thought that was like scripted. Now I'm thinking it's not. Weapons cannot be used? Bro. If weapons can't be used, I can't do this either. Like, I'm literally right-clicking. I cannot palm. Okay, let's reload the game. This is bugged. Save. Title screen. My game's bugged. It has to be, because, like, nobody's having this issue. So that just shows one. It's fine. It's whatever.
So pissed. Yeah, I wrote them a really bad review. I wrote to them and shit. I was like, bro, you bailed on me 3 times.
Giving the lessons to
hate
himself
that.
right now, but
Hate that,
who
hate
knows?
that, hate that.
Wes does say he had 2 employees before, and he stumbles a lot when trying to remember who the guys were who worked for him. He says, I had 2 guys that were employed, Kurt Gagarin and Julian,
Gag.
I forgot his last name. Normally you would remember who worked for you, what they did, and how they were paid. Again, especially if you only had 2 guys. But instead, it's, I forgot the last name. Okay, so that's interesting. From there, the lawyers start going in on Wes for inviting people to fight him. So Wes, under oath again, is explaining what he claims he said online. So here he says, I claim broadly, if you guys are going...
This is a problem. Weapons, hang on. Crookstone Crag. Nope, that's not it. Please. Nope, that's not it. Oh, God. How do I possibly do this if they're not allowing me to use weapons? There's a guy sitting here, another elite. He's not attacking. I still can't equip. Is my game broken? What is this? Desert Ruins. I don't remember putting that there. I'm gonna try going literally anywhere else and see if I could equip a weapon. I literally can't complete the objective if all of my offensive kit is completely deactivated by nature of just standing there. My weapon works right away. So I don't understand. Is that the... Let me go back to the original thing then. Fuck it. I didn't want to do this, but I'm gonna have to.
In this video, I'll be showing you guys how to demonstrate strength, spirit, and also vitality for this quest, the Cloister of Enlightenment. Let me show you the location first. You want to go down into the cave here, and there'll be a huge door blocking your way. So if you open up your skills menu, in order to complete demonstrate strength, you'll need at least 7 points of health. For demonstrate spirit, you need at least 5 spirit. And for demonstrate vitality, you'll need at least 5 points of stamina. To upgrade your stats, you'll need the abyssal artifacts, which you can get by killing mobs. If you notice, there's a yellow bar to the left side of your minimap. The more mobs you kill, the higher you'll get, and if it's full, you'll get 1 abyssal artifact. Another method is to solve puzzles around the open world. If you open up your map, you'll see this question mark. If you go there, sometimes there are puzzles that you can solve, and upon completion, you'll get 1 abyssal artifact. You can also reset your stats, but it will require the faded abyssal artifact happen, there's one faded abyssal artifact.
He's not
spawning
thanking
right
you,
here.
dickhead. He's saying,
from the
where
huge
is
door,
it?
If you turn left, go straight until the end, you'll find a table. Right on top of it, you'll find a faded abyssal artifact. Alright, once you have all your stats checked, all you have to do is just push the door, just walk towards the door. Keep holding the forward button, don't release it. If you have enough stats, it'll open the door. Otherwise, it'll just stop you from getting inside.
Interesting.
Alright, after you get inside, there'll be another door. This time the quest will say demonstrate spirit, so you'll need at least 5 spirit stats, and it's gonna work the same way as previous door. Just keep pushing this door. If you notice that your
This is actually explaining why you need the
increasing,
stats, which is
keep
interesting.
holding forward. If you have enough stats, the door will open. Alright, for the last and final door, demonstrate vitality. This will require 5 stamina. I'm just gonna show you what happens if I have less than 5. As you can see, the door won't open, so I'm just gonna upgrade my stamina to 5. Right now, the door should be able to open. After passing through all 3 doors, just keep walking forward. There'll be a cutscene and you'll be facing a boss in this area called Master Dude. So that's a quick guide, nice and easy. If we help you, don't
I've
forget to
heard that name before. What did he say for spirit? He needed how much?
this would require 5 stamina. I'm just gonna show you what
He got his
happens.
timestamps wrong.
Alright, once you have all your stats checked, all you have to do is just push the door, just walk towards the door. Keep holding the forward button, don't release it. If you have enough stats, it'll open the door. Otherwise, it'll just stop you from getting inside. Alright, after you get inside, there'll be another door. This time the quest will say demonstrate spirit, so you'll need at least 5 spirit stats, and it's gonna work the same way as previous door. Just keep pushing this door. If you notice that your spirit bar will be decreasing, keep holding forward. If you have enough stats, the door will open. Alright, for the last and final door, demonstrate vitality. This will require 5
Interesting, the meter
stamina.
changes.
I'm just gonna show you what happens if I have less than 5.
I was wondering how they were going to visually represent that. Okay. They're going to repeat the instruction? No.
Let the starlight of your soul sink into the still sea of will. Walk the unending road, unwavering in resolve.
I want to know where the fucking statues thing comes from. This shit is describing something else entirely. I don't know what the fuck this is describing, because we're not doing anything with statues now. The video is way more conclusive.
Who would build a temple in a place like this?
So this is Master Do.
It's been a harsh journey, yet you've made it. You. A sword unrefined, yet honing its edge. Let's see how your trials have tempered your blade.
I won't hold back. Understand?
You assume the stance of a student. Engage me. Here I am. As expected. Take that as you will. A sword is not swung with strength alone. Your heart must guide it. Recall what your trials have already taught you.
Interesting. One shot, huh? Swings never find their mark. Let your skill flow through your sword. The blade you watch for finds you first. Still chasing what you see with your eye. Oh, it's one shot thing. Oh my god, why? Okay, he just starts spamming it, huh?
Observe essence beyond force.
Oh God. Let me move. Let me move. Dude, why is he spamming that bullshit? Okay, if this is why people were so annoyed with this, I kind of get it. It's not the worst thing in the world, but... Oh my God, I thought I was dead. I thought I was dead on the first one. Brutal.
So, you've begun to feel it at last. This meeting may seem like chance, yet our fate was woven long ago. Past and future are one. A present kindness is the seed of tomorrow's salvation. The defeats of yesterday will grant you the wisdom to shape your tomorrow. So, keep these words close to your heart. In the end, all things are fated to flow back together. Follow me.
Weapons deactivated again. Interesting. Alright, so if that's the case, I'm getting the fuck out of here. Oh, now he's waiting for us here. Karmic Pulse.
Going to keep harassing people's families and stuff, just come and do it to me. And don't talk about my family and all
That's
this other
fair.
stuff. Like, you really want to follow me out in the parking lot and do what you gotta do.
Yeah.
Because it's ongoing threats, ongoing threats, ongoing threats. So it's like, come do it then. If you're going to talk and talk, do it then. Okay. And honestly, that kind of sounds like you're inviting confrontation. Just in a, I didn't technically say the word invite. Like,
Yeah.
okay. So he's very quickly trying to slam the door when the lawyer is saying, you agree that you invited
Yeah,
people.
if you invited them, he said, probably because he's so fucking roided up and he doesn't have any brains left. Yeah, he's just babbling on about babbling on about how much he wants to fucking fight people without saying it.
People in the public to come in. And Wes interrupts and says, I didn't invite nobody. Okay, so he then says, didn't invite nobody, clean denial.
Didn't
Great,
invite
the lawyer
nobody.
keeps going because the case is about the gym. You agree that you invited people to come into that gym and meet you for this fight. And Wes says, never once did I ever tell someone to come into the gym and fight me, ever. Not once. Dude,
officer,
are you
I didn't do
serious?
it.
Interesting. So he then says, I didn't invite them to fight me inside the gym. It was outside. Is that what he's saying? Like, he's focusing on that he did invite people to pull up, just not to come into his gym to do it. So let me get this straight. The alpha male
It's just
argument here
outside,
is I
bro.
never invited anyone. I just told them to follow me out and handle it outside. I feel like whatever he's allegedly injecting into himself is probably going to his head because this doesn't make sense. That is not the defense you think it is. And then Wes immediately pivots into this, like, this is all stupid argument. Like, I mean, imagine how stupid all this is. Like, people can go attack a man that they know online that he doesn't know, and I'm going through this. It's foolish that you guys are even participating in this. Which, okay, except this is literally the point of the lawsuit. Whether you used your platform to escalate stuff into real life violence. A deposition isn't a debate. The lawyer asks, you answer. That's it. And from here, it's like Wes cannot handle that. Like, the attorney reminds him to let the question finish before answering. And Wes immediately takes it personally. Like, the lawyer says, Mr. Watson.
Well, yeah, because he's emotionally roid raging out. Like, this isn't even news.
It doesn't work this way. You have to let me finish my question, and then you get
I'm
to
not raising my voice at you. Yeah, you did.
answer. And Wes says,
He's
how are
my-
you going to talk to me that way? Raising your voice like that. Apparently, his feelings are getting hurt here. And the lawyer
Yeah, it's just getting malding. Just malding.
then says,
Chad, don't
I'm
do
not raising
roids.
my
It
voice at
turns you into a
So Wes
girl.
then comes
You get
back in
mad
full defense
easily.
mode. Well, you're the expert
I
here.
get mad
You're
easily.
the pro here, and I don't know that. I'm just trying to speak. I'm not like a pro court guy, so you don't have to raise your voice like that at me. Have some respect. Like, what? Excuse me. What is going on here? In the middle of a hearing of a civil case where Wes basically just has to show that he isn't some anger-driven guy, he's
And he's
snapping at
doing the
lawyer
opposite.
and demanding him
Guys,
to show him
believe
some
me.
respect. Dude, you are not helping yourself at all. Read the room. Honestly, I mean, he can't be serious. Like, how do you start policing a lawyer's tone during a deposition? And obviously, if the lawyer is using a bad tone against him, you know, that's going to be noted in court. There's just no benefit with him arguing with the attorney here. But then he literally says, why do you get to cut me off? Why do you get to speak over me? And the lawyer responds,
It's his turn.
He's
Like,
a
what the
lawyer?
fuck? He's a lawyer.
this is not a circus, this is a deposition. I know we're just reading over this, but the dude sounds like a toddler here. I'm pretty sure I've heard a toddler get upset for the exact same reason. Then he starts making fun of the lawyer, almost like he can't help himself. And he tells the lawyer, and all that stuff in the back of your office, clean that thing up, man. Jesus. What does that mean? So I guess he's so upset that this lawyer is correcting him that he's now making fun of the way the lawyer's office looks? Like, hello? So I guess we're reading schoolyard insults into deposition. Awesome.
Oh my
nice.
God, that's
But it gets
rich.
so much worse from here because when the lawyer brings up all the stuff that Wes says online, Wes says
It's honestly the equivalent of like when people don't attack like the argument with like
They
for
attack the
example,
man.
Asmund because he's like dirty and he has a bunch of shit in his house, right? They're like, you're fucking dirty and gross, and it's like, okay, that's fine. Like I understand, that's okay, but it's not relevant to what we're talking about. It's like, no, you're just gross. Shut up. You're gross and nasty.
quit wasting our time and get past this because I'm going to have the same answer at the end. Your shit's busted. Like you're talking about.
Oh, we're
super
back
shit.
here.
This, sir, is not helping your case.
Isn't this where we fought Goyen? Activate the sky bridge. Wait, why is it the other way now? Huh? So now he's waiting over here. Over here. And I'm just gonna go over here. Oh, this one. Fucking A, I hated this shit. Oh yeah, he's out there. I thought that area was a little sussy the first time I came here. I was waiting for something to come out and attack me the first time I was here. And there's more pillars for him to jump off of, too. For a backup. Okay, so this is probably going to be another fight. He's going to do his little pillar bounce bullshit again. Alright, Master Yoda, what do you got this time?
What do you know of the Abyss?
Not much.
It sucks up here.
The Abyss and reality cannot be separated. They are one and the same. The Abyss holds what power the world itself cannot contain. If it collapses, reality will collapse with it. Unfortunately, any who have had a taste of its power become a slave to it, always yearning for more.
This include you?
To such people, balance and peace are nothing but illusions. I'm certain you've seen it yourself. The shards of power shed by the Abyss, and the horrors committed by those who wield those artifacts. They are no longer content with those crumbs, which is why they plot to open the gate.
What's behind it?
Oh, good.
Pure power, raw and untamed.
The moment it's claimed by a single...
Oh, they're all here.
Ruin is sure to follow.
Fort Musket. They've sealed themselves within, scheming to force open the gate, even if it dooms us all.
You alone cannot stop them. You will need the strength of many to stand with you.
Remember the path you've walked, and those who have always fought beside you.
Remember this well. That gate must never open.
Release a burst of light infused with power, dealing damage. 3-second cooldown. Wait, circlet. Does that mean I finally have something for the head? That's like the last slot I have. Yep, goes up there. Multi-flash cannon. LT, RT to use it unleashes a burst of light infused with power, dealing damage. This effect can be charged up to 10 times and has a 3-second cooldown. So it replaces the blind. That's interesting. But you have to select it. Meaning, wait, no, that's the blind. So wait, what does it replace? Was there no inputs that use LT, RT? Oh. It adds an extra bar. Wait, now it's... What the fuck? How does it work on the... Wait. How is that working on my arrow, my bow shots, but it's not working on my fucking overhead? Huh? This whole time I thought this shit wasn't working for some stupid reason. God damn, that takes a lot of spirit, though. I mean, I could probably hunt with that now. So wait, what? Why isn't it working with that? I don't understand. How do you do the flame one? Powerful strike, flame strike. While wreathed in flame. Turning slash, LTRT. Oh, wait! I gotta fucking... Oh my god! Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Wait. So do that. I am an idiot. I am fucking retarded. Oh god, I was pressing the wrong input. Okay, that's another input I gotta remember. That's insane. So this whole time I've just had it like I've had it appropriately on and I just did not know how to use it. That's fucking insane, man. Does my other one work too? If I pull out a weapon, do I freeze if I do this? Yep. And you gotta hold. Okay. And as you hold... Interesting. I just froze again, by the way. Okay, so my temperature needs to go up. It changes your body temperature. That's so sick. So wait, how do I use the other thing then? Not that. It says LTRT. I'll leave it equipped just for the sake of leaving it equipped. I don't know how to use it, but it's fine. We figured out how to use the other thing instead, which is a bigger win. Yeah, we do need to actually start investing into health. I've been holding on to skill points for quite a bit for upgrades. I think, as I'm not planning to use the other two characters anytime soon. So I'd have to upgrade 3 different pairs anyway. Wait, what's next? Lust for power? If Caliburn return to camp. I guess now we have to brief everybody back home. I really want to re-up with the fucking dragon. Like, I thought that was cool. What's this? Talk to the person. Okay, we could get into that in a second here. Seems like everybody's here.
Always a pleasure to cross paths with you.
You're all here.
Cliff.
By the fucking ancestors! Ugh. Where the fuck have you been, eh?
Yeah, shut the hell
Nearly
up.
died of old age here.
Bit of a skirmish with Caliburn. Got a good thrashing, but some fine folk patched me up.
Who the fuck is Caliburn?
And I learned something important. Caliburn and Myrddin are plotting something huge at Fort Musket.
The day we brought down Bastir, I saw a massive structure floating towards the fort. And that's not all. Caliburn's men are taking the prisoners there as well. Which means it must all be connected.
What the hell's going on?
Shut up, this is serious.
Thank you, Naira.
Tell us what to do.
I'll help however I can.
Right, so, who do I get to stick first?
Hey!
What's that for?
What the idiot means is hesitation isn't really our style.
We must stop Caliburn's men at Fort Musket. If we fail to do so, countless lives will be lost.
Right then, Fort Musket. Let's blow the bloody thing to pieces.
We can't do this alone. Naira, gather all of the Greymanes.
Consider it done.
Unka, contact Stefan and
About
Kalfid.
fucking time. Cliff, what about me?
Shut the fuck
Inform
up.
Marquis Circus of the situation.
I'm as good as there.
See you, lads.
I'll speak with Torstein.
Damien, can we count on support from Demonis as well?
We all know that we have to fight against Caliburn. If we are to stop the coming catastrophe. Countess Azarian, Duke Wells, and others will move soon.
Once everyone's ready, let's assemble.
Where exactly?
Damien, you know a good location?
There is an outpost on the road to Fort Musket. We can use it to our advantage.
All right, let's move.
Okay, what's new? Nice.
Another day. Hungry or not, you'll get... So...
whatsoever. But there's more. The guy just keeps going. He's like, I guess he's just on a mission to dig his own grave here. So he then says, you're reaching so hard for something that doesn't exist, and it's annoying. I'm like a grown-ass man who has work to do. I'm trying to pay my bills and live my life. You're getting paid for this, not me, homie. Maybe you shouldn't allegedly jump someone. I mean, at this point, he's no longer answering questions. He's just ranting. Like, I can't wrap my head around this, because if he would just shut up and answer the questions asked, he wouldn't be basically handing this case to the plaintiff on a silver platter. Because, you know, the plaintiff's entire case here is that Wes and his buddies attacked him after inviting him to the gym. And a clear way to prove that is to show that Wes has anger issues. And Wes is spending the entire hearing...
Well, it also shows intent. It's not like he was impulsive and he just did it. I think it's actually even worse that it wasn't a 1v1, it was a 1vx. So that means he must have planned it.
Visit the
insulting the lawyer and demanding respect. And
Oh.
just the level
They
of
jumped him,
stupidity
yeah.
here truly makes me think that he just can't help himself. So after the earlier arguing and the tone policing, the lawyers introduce exhibits. They bring up Kevin Holland, the UFC fighter, and ask whether Wes recognizes him. And I covered that situation with Kevin Holland in a different video, but basically what happened here is that Holland messaged Wes saying that he'd be in Miami and would openly challenge him to a fight. And Wes responded by repeatedly calling Holland a toad, which lawyers later pressed him on for being racially coded language. And Wes then claims...
Wait, what?
Let alone speaks of it.
Comments to turn off, you gotta follow comments. Don't. Toads.
A toad, which lawyers later pressed him on for being racially coded language.
I will
And
send
Wes
you a
then
KFC gift card. Yeah, like, come on.
I don't know.
No, she
Is that
didn't
a
read the
thing?
other thing, the KFC thing.
Am I not racist enough?
The KFC
It's a
thing
slur
is
for black people, 'cause-
definitely...
Okay, I don't know anything. That's a new one to me. Maybe it is.
Claims in the hearing that he
Maybe
doesn't
it
really
is.
know who
I
this
don't
person
know.
is.
I kind of want to look it up. Am I allowed to look it up? Is toad a slur for black people? List of ethnic slurs.
The Greymane's Cabin.
No, I can't find anything.
Rokas Hill. Where is this? Were we really
I
that
can't find
close?
anything. Like, maybe it's really obscure, but I can't find... No.
Gold Leaf Trading Post.
Racist term for black people. Something from 6 years ago. I don't know. I can't find anything on it, but maybe you're right.
Downplays the interaction. Then the lawyer
I
starts.
would honestly argue if you call someone a toad, it's like the equivalent of calling someone like an egg-sucking weasel. Like, is that really a racial slur?
Asking about the direct
You're like
messages,
a rat.
and this is where the testimony starts contradicting itself. Weston says that he doesn't know about the messages, you know, the messages that we just showed on screen right here. He doesn't know about them. Okay, bud. And
I
obviously,
don't know about
these
Of all
messages have
gatherables,
gone all
holy
over the place.
shit.
They've been on multiple news networks at this point. Then
Hell
the
yeah.
lawyers pivot to Kevin Holland directly and the messages between
Wait, why
them.
is this gone
And
now?
I brought up the repeated use of the word toad earlier, and when asked what that meant, Wes says, I don't even know what that word means. I mean, I've heard none of that even pertains to anything because it's not real. You're trying to bump up stuff that has no application because everyone knows it's all partially fiction. It's like WWE. It's like wrestling. It's not real. But then he just keeps going. It had nothing to do with his race. He was jumping around. They were jumping around like monkeys. Dude,
Bro.
way to make your deposition even worse for yourself. So he's saying, yeah, I heard it could be racist, but I mean, the guy just jumps around a lot. Like, dude. But then it seems like Wes just got embarrassed that he got caught trying to pretend he didn't know who Kevin Holland was, because then he starts losing it on the lawyer. He says, why does he get to cut me off? Your questions are kind of belonging in a circus. You're like an old
Were these
Disney
always
Ford or
here?
something. How is this going to help you in a deposition? Like, please, at this point, just stop talking for your own sake. But of course,
He won't shut the
keeps
fuck
going.
up,
He
yeah.
says, just shut up.
Many
It's
such
annoying.
cases.
I'm getting sick of your behavior. I don't have to do any of this if I don't want to. I don't have to participate in any of this. Okay, so now we have a defendant under oath threatening to walk out of a deposition. Then you have the whole he doesn't condone violence thing, and when the lawyer presses about that, Wes rants about fake pages. So basically, we officially have someone claiming that the stuff that makes them look bad.
Dude, that one thing we just redeemed that gave us all the gatherable knowledge just auto-completed 3 fucking skill points for us. That's actually insane. Look at this shit. Blessing of Nature, 30% chance to gather additional items. 30% silver gain. If you put this on, does this increase additive if you put this on 2 pieces of gear? Ancient Wrath. Whoa. That's cool. Ancient Earring. Karmic Pulse. It's only on the gloves. Okay, so before we take off, let's put this shit away. So does that mean my inventory went up? By the way? Yep. Awesome. Yep. Oh yeah, this is the weapons book. For now, yep. More poison. Okay.
Is AI in a courtroom. Okay. So after hours of arguing, denying
Wait,
stabbing
what
at
did
the
he say?
lawyer, and rants about fake pages. So basically, we officially have someone claiming that the stuff that makes them look bad is AI in a courtroom. Okay. So after hours of arguing, denying snapping at the lawyer, and claiming the videos are fake or AI, the deposition reaches its final stretch.
But you have
and
to.
this is
But you have to prove that it's AI, not just say it, buddy. That's not how it works. You can't just say AI and then be like, "Okay, guys, I have no proof whatsoever. That never happened."
where it occurred
Like,
to
I'm saying it as
Wes
a
that
joke,
people were
but,
actually
like-
going to be able to see this transcript because he kind of threatens the courtroom. He brings up the idea
Is
of the
this guy already in
deposition
prison? I
becoming
don't know,
public and
actually.
saying, I guarantee if this
What
goes
sort of
public,
warrior
all
are
of
you
you
looking
guys will have your own profiles. A lot of your lives will be ruined from this if it goes public because people will just harass you so bad. So
Bro.
he's just basically saying people are going to come after you guys if this gets out. Under oath, during a deposition. Okay, dude, you are
That is
absolutely not helping your
crazy.
case here whatsoever. And I guess to prove what's wrong here, I have no intention
Printer
of looking up a
soldering a
lawyer
wheel
from the case. Like, I
so
don't.
he has a history of doing this. How is this not an open and shut case, honestly?
see why that would be interesting to this story. So I don't think he's
This
really
guy's
right
voided
that
out,
it's
bro.
going to be such a big deal if this deposition comes out. I think that's just empty threats from him yet again.
Yeah.
But the lawyer did start asking about Wes's height. I don't know why, but every time I cover this guy, his height is always brought up. It's basically just like his tipping point. Every time his height
I
is
was
brought
about
up,
to say this is probably just a way to get him to explode, to seal the deal and embarrass him. That's all this is. This is literally rage baiting.
he just loses it. So I guess what
Yeah,
we've been
he's
saying for months
insecure.
now ended up being true. Everything
It's okay,
Wes
you can
has
be
been
short
doing
king.
since the fight last year got brought up. From his height to his online arguments with Kevin Holland to even his marriage, everything is getting dragged up into this. So I'll
Mhm.
definitely be keeping you
I
guys
mean,
updated on this because this
Well, that's why you shouldn't bring up personal shit unless you know someone's gonna use it against you. It's kind of how it works, buddy.
is going to spiral out of control. If that was only the deposition, imagine how bad things are going to get. So if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like if you enjoyed the video, and
Oh,
again,
here we go.
feel free to check out Babel down below at the top of the
Blah.
description to support the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Magic
Peace.
scythe.
Peace.
Don't know what
Very
it does.
nice. That's hilarious.
Where's the fishing rod?
Man lost those brain cells. I'm telling you, man, people don't take roids like seriously. I feel like after this guy's probably been doing it for like 10 years. You really don't think there's nothing like that's affected his brain or his judgment at that point? Roids shrink your brain? Do they? I thought they just shrink your pee-pee. Yeah, go check it out. Very nice. Very good. I love A Tozy. He's awesome.
Where's the fishing rod? Do I have to do this first? Is that what it is? Damn, this costs a lot. 4 hours? That's like nothing. Okay. You and you. Get her done. All right, we'll see what this thing
Talk
does.
to me whenever you need to.
Hello, hello. I have time for a chat if you do.
All right.
Guess where we are? Guess who's here?
No kings.
What an embarrassment. What an absolute embarrassment. I actually feel secondhand embarrassment for Jane Fonda, who is clearly keeping struggling plastic surgeons in business in the People's Republic of California. And I damn sure feel embarrassed for Bruce Springsteen, who is aging like a wrinkled turd. You remember when you were younger and one of your friend's parents, or in this case, their grandparents, remember how you had that one friend whose parents were always begging to be accepted by the cool kids? They were desperate to be perceived as young. They were desperate for the kids to think they were cool. Look at me, kids, I'm groovy! Maybe they were the parents who supplied the house and the booze for parties. They were the parents who would rather be friends with their child than be their actual parent. Had a friend in high school and college who had one of the quote-unquote cool moms. We were allowed to party at her house. We were allowed to do whatever the hell we wanted. 10 years later, by the time that we reached the age of 30, my friend had passed away from a drug overdose. That is who Jane Fonda and Bruce Springsteen remind me of. Jane Fonda is 88 years old. Bruce Springsteen is 76 years old. He is the same age as my dad. Bruce Springsteen, he doesn't belong at a No Kings protest hanging out with blue-haired Claire and her gender-confused friends from Woke U. It would be more age-appropriate for Bruce Springsteen to be at a Metamucil convention. This dude is 76 years old, and he still has his ears pierced. At some point, Bruce, you would think it would be time to grow the hell up. But for some reason, these doofus celebrities in Hollywood, they seem to be allergic to the aging process, both physically and mentally. They spend thousands of dollars to prevent themselves from aging, and they produce toxic mouth farts hoping the kids in Gen Z will be hypnotized by the toxic gas into thinking that Bruce Springsteen is still relevant in the year of our Lord 2026. Tuesday night, Bruce Springsteen kicked off his latest tour in the Somalian Republic of Minneapolis. Now, at his age, I figured he was touring nursing homes playing the woke classics. Blinded by the light, LGBTQIA++ and that sign. Miraculously, though, Bruce Springsteen, he is still popular enough to be playing arenas. Now, he is no longer packing stadiums, but the self-proclaimed boss is still entertaining thousands of boomers in arenas across the country. Last night in the Somalian Republic of Minneapolis, thousands of people bought tickets, and some of these tickets, they sold for $1,000 a piece. $1,000 to see Grandpa tickling his guitar on stage. Uncle KC would not pay $1 to see Bruce Springsteen, much less $1,000. But, you know, to each his own. I don't judge how people choose to spend their own money. Hell, I just spent well into the 5 figures to make one of my Yorkies comfortable as she was fighting cancer. And even though it didn't work, even though she still passed away, I would do it again. So, I am in no position to judge people who spend $1,000 to see Bruce Springsteen perform. But I do feel bad for them because they did not get a performance. Unfortunately, they spent $1,000 to listen to a passionate political lecture about Orangeman Bad!
I'm headed to the cabin where we gathered that night.
Make sure to like and subscribe. You can follow me on Twitter at KC_BTL84. Link to the second channel is in the description below. Earlier today on the second channel, talked about Stephen A. Smith being busted in a blatant lie. I have somewhat defended Stephen A. Smith, even though he obviously doesn't need me to defend him. But I have somewhat defended Stephen A. against the excessive attacks from Jason Whitlock. But after this latest lie, which I confirm myself, I completely understand where Jason Whitlock is coming from. Jason Whitlock might be right about Stephen A. Smith. I give you all the details, so click the link in the description below and subscribe to the second channel. Last night, the Land of Hope and Dreams American Tour kicked off in Minneapolis.
We can't bring them home, but we can at least say our farewells. I took Jan's flask to pour a drink for him.
You let you take it.
Actually, I thought he'd make a fuss, but when I said it was for our fallen comrades, he gave it over without a word. I'm sure they miss us too.
I'm sure nobody misses him. Why the hell did we go around the bridge? Is that it? Is that where the game started? This was here the whole time? There's people there. Oh, bitch, you need to speed up. Looks like they moved in.
We must decide our future course of action.
Offering a prayer for the fallen.
Cliff!
Tomorrow.
Naira! I don't believe it.
Xavier!
You survived.
Oh, it's so good to see you.
How have you been?
Brennan, you haven't changed, have you?
Or perhaps you'd like to pay your respects first.
Giles?
Is this your handiwork?
It is. We're only here because of them. Seems many of us had the same idea. 7 souls have made this pilgrimage.
7? I only count 5.
2 have gone out hunting.
You should have driven it left. We almost lost it.
I could have if you didn't have such poor aim. Keep practicing.
Oi! We're back.
Just in time.
Oh,
Cliff, you're back as well.
you rogue! It's really you!
You're both as rowdy as ever.
Naira!
Look at you!
Seriously.
How long's it been?
Settle down.
I should have been the one to do this. Thank you.
No need for all of that, eh?
I'm gathering the remaining Greymane, and I need your strength.
And who's going to watch over them?
Our comrades wouldn't want you bound to this place.
Aye. You're right. They wouldn't. Time to go home then.
They would want us to take that Palmer pill, though. Oh. So this is it? Doesn't look like it. There's a cooking tool here. Unless that's literally the spot that we walked down at the beginning. So they start you on a hill. Twilight Grotto? So it's unmarked. This exact spot is unmarked, with the exception of the cave. Which is over there. Have I been over there? Oh, I see a copper deposit. That's good.
Which is a strange name for this tour since Bruce Springsteen unleashed an anti-American tirade to start the show. Before a single note was played last night, Bruce Springsteen, he got on stage with the lights off in the arena. I guess he didn't want the crowd to see his makeup artist putting the final coat of polish on the turd. Normally, when an artist is starting a concert, they do or say something that elevates the energy inside of the arena. They want to get the crowd energized. They want to feel the noise of the crowd. But with Bruce Springsteen, he decided to start the show with a passionate lecture that you would hear from a doofus professor at Woke U. Watch it for yourself.
The America that I've written about for 50 years that's been a beacon of hope and liberty around the world is currently in the hands of a corrupt, incompetent, racist, reckless, and treasonous administration. Tonight, we ask all of you to join with us in choosing democracy over authoritarianism, unity over division. Our American values are being challenged.
Funny thing to say while he's being allowed to perform and say it out loud in public in front of a packed out or a packed arena. Authoritarian dictator, literally not executing anyone despite them consistently throwing him under the bus, quite literally, every single day. Smile.
Challenged as never before. There are immigrants being held in detention centers around the country and being deported without due process of law.
Oh God. These are like 5 years ago's talking points.
What? Excuse me? Illegal immigrants are being deported out of America to an alien country? Since when has home been considered an alien country? If I am traveling in Spain, which will never happen, I have no desire to visit any country in the Islamic Republic of Europe. But if by some accident I am traveling in Spain and they deport me back to America, I would not accuse them of sending me to an alien country. I would thank them for giving me a complimentary trip back home.
Let's try this.
Someone please give me one example of an illegal immigrant being deported to a foreign gulag. Give me one example of that happening. Can you imagine paying $1,000 to see this garbage live? Can you imagine going to a concert and instead of hearing music, the artist gives you a passionate lecture on illegal immigration? This is something that Hollywood and musicians just can't seem to understand. This is the reason they continue being a huge embarrassing failure. I have never been a fan of Bruce Springsteen. The peak of his career happened before I was born, but that's not the reason I'm not a fan of Bruce Springsteen. There are plenty of artists and bands I like that were popular before I was born. I don't like Bruce Springsteen because I've just never liked his music. It's also been a while since I have been to a live concert. As I've gotten older, concerts aren't really my thing anymore. When you quit drinking, it's amazing how things that used to be fun just aren't that fun anymore. You know, like being surrounded by 10,000 drunks when you're sober. I can't remember the last concert that I've been to, but I have been to several comedy shows. I remember a few years ago, I went to see Chris Rock at the Sanger in New Orleans.
What the fuck is going on?
Tickets were...
Keep hearing my fucking door. I'm gonna